The stage is set for the season finale of the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS, with this the fifth and final endurance round. And there are still 5 titles to be decided here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, with Ferrari, Audi, Lamborghini and Mercedes still shooting for gold. The 63 Lamborghini was first into the first corner in the opening round at Monza. Then the rain came down, making life very difficult. The 63 Lamborghini was leading, but then it came to a halt on the circuit. It got going, but went a lap down. On the number 4 HRT Mercedes, the pink one, was really starting to make the moves. And then punctures reared their head, first for the 32 Audi, and then the leading number 4 Mercedes also had deflation. That left the 88 ACA ASB Mercedes under attack in the lead of the race, and the 54 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche through into the lead. Very, very tidy manoeuvre. The 88 car, Mercedes, managed to hold off the challenge for second place, but it was the first one of the year for Dynamic Motorsport. At Paul Ricard, the 63 Lamborghini was on pole again, challenged by the 71 Iron Lynx Ferrari, and it was a tidy start. But the GPX Racing Porsche started to make the move, and it worked its way up into second place. The second place became first because as night fell, the 63 Lamborghini was passed by the GPX Racing Porsche. Spectacular, spectacular images. The 71 Iron Lynx Ferrari went into second place, but a 10-second penalty for a pit stop infringement dropped it back down the order. And the 32 Audi from Team WRT then grabbed second position out on the circuit. It was a fantastic drag to the finish in the Pro-Am class, but the 19 Lamborghini lost its position to the 93 Ferrari due to a penalty, and victory went to GPX Racing, very happy on the podium. There was a clean start to the Spa 24 Hours, the big one, with Raffaele Marcello leading away from the 63 Lamborghini. But later in the race, about 5 hours in, we had a change for the lead. The 63 Lamborghini was deposed and the 51 Ferrari into the lead as the 88 Mercedes retired from the race in a real championship upset. And then inspired timing, a rain dance. Would the rain come for the 32 Audi team? Most certainly it did. They got the tyres on at the right time. Their rivals went for a spin. The inspired tyre choice took the Team WRT Audi that had struggled early on into the lead of the race, but in the closing laps around the outside, yes, the outside at Blanchimont, Alessandro Pierguidi sent the Iron Lynx team mad as he came through to take victory. It was a huge win for the team. Marco Mappelli led away from Marcello at the start at the Nürburgring. It was an early spin for the number 14 Emil Frey Lamborghini, but that was able to get going again and went on to win the silver class. And as ever, the 51 Ferrari from Iron Lynx and the 32 WRT Audi together on track, with the Audi getting in front. And then this moment for Fabian Schiller costing the lead in the Pro-Am class. That went to the 19 Lamborghini. But the other car from the FFF Racing team took a dominant win. Spa 24-hour winners Colm Nedergaard, Alessandro Pierguidi and Nicholas Nielsen lead the championship charge by 13 points coming to the final round, knowing that third place or higher in their Iron Lynx Ferrari will land them the endurance title.
I think, yeah, we're leading, but the thing here in this championship is you can win or finish P10 in the following weekend, so it's quite tricky. I think we have one of the strongest cars on the grid. It's quite consistent during the stint, but we are missing a bit of pace at the moment, so we need to find it.
Like Tom said, I think we have a strong car, we have a strong lineup as well, but at the moment we are lagging a bit of pace. So I think we have to see how the practice sessions will go and also quali, and then we will see what we are going to do for the race.
Probably is not our favorite circuit, this one, but we will try our best, and then we will try in the race to push as always. We see at the end of the race. It's difficult to make count before start. We just go flat out, and after the race we will see.
Dries van Toor and Charles Weerts have already wrapped up the sprint and overall European titles in their Team WRT Audi, but they're keen, with the help of Robin Freitz, to add the endurance title as well, to claim the clean sweep. That really will be the most remarkable of feats. They've had a fabulous, fabulous year.
You know what we have to do here, so we're going to try our best to make sure that happens. We have to just win, and then it will make life easier for us instead of, well, thinking about where we should finish, where we could finish if the Ferrari is there, blah, blah. So we're just here to win, and that's what we're going to try to do.
I mean, we're already really happy with how our season went so far. The last few rounds have been a bit tricky for us, but I think this is a good point where we can turn it around and show that we can do it.
Yeah, like Dries said, whatever happens this weekend, we had a really good season, and yeah, of course, we would love to finish on a high, and if we could get this extra championship, it would be amazing. But anyway, I'm really happy about the way things went, and let's try to finish the season on a high.
Andrea Caldarelli landed the GTWC America title last weekend and is back with his regular partners, Mirko Bortolotti and Marco Mappelli, looking to see if he can add another crown to add to his long list of titles, knowing that it will take either a win or a second place here in Spain.
We know it's going to be difficult, but not impossible. So, you know, in racing, when it's not impossible, you always go for it. So it's going to be hard, but we're gonna push as always 120%, and we will try to bring it to Santa Agata. We just do our job as we always done. We focus on our race, and we try to win. And then what happened, we don't know, but for sure we know what we have to do.
Obviously, we need to score 18 points more than the contenders. That's the goal, but the main thing is we had a lot of fun this year together, strong races, the performance always been there. It's not been the luckiest of seasons. We could be in a different position, but we are in the position we are. We won the last race, and looking at the championship, we just focus on ourselves and trying to have a good weekend.
Jules Gounon and Raffaele Marcello know they have the slimmest of chances of landing the endurance title, so they know it's a case of win or bust for them in the 88 ACA ASP Mercedes, and they're going to give it their best shot here with Felipe Fraga.
We will try our best. Our only chance here is to win the race and then see what's happening in the back. So we will give it a go, and then we just have to see what's happening.
It's only the first day, so there is still a lot to do. Today the track was not mega quick. I think it will change, but I mean the car always feels quite quick. So I mean we are confident. So we will see Sunday when it counts.
We are the outsider. You know, at the end of the day, we have no pressure. Lelo is gonna give it a bit go, me also, and Felipe also. And as we tell you, we just need to win and then see what's happened. So we don't have any pressure. We're just gonna send it like this and then see what's going on.
The Swiss trio of Ricardo Feller, Alex Fontana and Rolf Ineichen hold a healthy advantage in the Silver Cup category thanks to taking the class win in their Emil Frey Racing Lamborghini in 2 of the 4 rounds held so far. Let's see what they can achieve here in Barcelona.
Luckily, we have a very balanced team. We can trust each other, so it doesn't matter who starts, who finishes, who is in the middle. We always had the same strategy so far, but we know that we can change it up if we want to, and the outcome should be quite positive usually, because every driver can do everything. So hopefully we are going to keep the momentum as well here in Barcelona.
It's very competitive here in the championship, and it's not at all easy. When we do a good job, then we have a good chance to take the lead and to finish this championship with the win. But I think we have just to focus on us and do our job good, and then the rest will come.
We just take the championship. That's what we're here for.
Consistent scoring at Monza, Paul Ricard, Spa-Francorchamps and the Nürburgring has put Alex Acker in with an outside Silver Cup title shot in his Attempto Racing Audi that he shares with Max Hoffa and Dennis Marshall. All he can do is go for victory here in Spain.
There is only one way. We have to finish first. And I think, finishing, pretty much qualifying on first place would be the best option. The year started off quite bad for us. We had to fight back and came back stronger after Spa. And now we're here fighting for top spot on the silver endurance class. So yeah, it would be good to finish on top, but I'm like high hopes, let's say.
Ferrari racer Chris Froggatt has an 18-point lead in the Pro-Am standings after a very, very consistent season, with the Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari taking victory, of course, at Paul Ricard. But here, he could complete the job, and that was his target for the 2021 season.
Going into the weekend, leading the championship by a bit of a margin, obviously puts us in a slightly more relaxed position, because we don't have to really push ourselves to sort of win. You know, we're quite secure in the sense of we need to get a good result, but not necessarily win the race to actually win the championship, which is our main goal. The championship for us this year was the goal, rather than, you know, winning races. It's the Lamborghini we're directly against. Otherwise, a lot of strong cars. Garage 59's Aston Martin, the Ram Racing Mercedes, the other Aston Martin. It's a lot of strong guys, but really it's the Lambo we're fighting with.
Fano Costantini joins Hiroshi Hamaguchi and Phil Keane in the Orange One FFF Racing Team's Lamborghini. It's the only car that can topple the Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari. They're going to be giving it their very best shot after victory last time out in class at the Nürburgring.
Well, we're just going to give it our best shot, really. We're working hard to get the car in a good place for the race and get Hiroshi up to speed, and we'll give it our best shot, and it's not over till the flag drops.
This race is very unpredictable. The chances are not that high, but all we can do is to try to win this race and see what's going to happen.
The Fanatec GT World Challenge, powered by AWS. It's about 7 manufacturers gunning for points across the globe. The championship in Australia, the one in America, and the one here in Europe. And as the manufacturers get towards the conclusion of the season, it's very tight on points at the top. And it's Mercedes leading the way, but Lamborghini very, very close in behind. And in third place at the moment, Audi. And they're hoping to claw back some of that deficit here at Barcelona. The grid is formed, plenty of activity down there and plenty of cars. My name is Bruce Jones and I'm joined by John Watson. We have 23 rows of cars to enjoy. That's 46 cars. It's been such a growth season, and this in a year of pandemic. But for the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS, I think we're going to have a fitting finale. And the rush to the first corner, John, is going to be absolutely electric. Air temperature 20 degrees, track temperature very nearly 25, and we will come on to this through the course of the race. But John, air temperature and track temperature so critical, more here than almost any other circuit.
Well, it's always been a racetrack, and tyre preservation, caring for your tyres is, I would say, #1 objective for everybody here, and some teams did that very well through the 2 days of running, Friday and Saturday. Notably, I would say the 63 Orange 1 FFF racing team Lamborghini, and that was the car that was quickest overall in qualifying this morning.
Not by a lot, only 9,000ths of a second, and we stepped off, but that has all changed. But let's go down to the grid, because we're going to have a series of interviews coming your way to fill in the pictures ahead of this race. So the car that moved past the 63 to pole position, on pole, with Raffaele Marcello.
Boys, we're now seeing you here in pole position, which wasn't what we expected after qualifying, but I guess you're going to take that one quite happily.
Yeah, I mean, it's still 3-hour race, so it doesn't matter so much, P1 on 2. It was important to qualify in front, so I mean, we take it, but at the end it's the same.
Jules, it was your qualifying lap that was quite outstanding this morning, purple in every sector.
Yeah, well, the car was really good. I think Felipe and Lelo also did fantastic laps, and the Lambo looked really hard for us to reach, and I don't really know what happened for Q3 for them, but look, like Lelo, we're going to give it a full push. We want to win, and then it will be out of our hands. So let's give it a big go, and then we see what happens.
Absolutely. There's still 23-point deficit. And Felipe, I was stood with you actually in qualifying earlier on, and you were saying to me how much belief you've got in the three of you as a lineup.
Well, I believe a lot. For me, it's a pleasure to be here for the last 2 rounds with these two guys. We knew it was really hard for the quali, but we almost made it. And now, yeah, they got the penalty, unfortunately, for them. But yeah, we will take it. And but as Lelo say, long race. I hope we have a good pace and we bring this win to AMG.
Well, have a great race. Thank you very much, lads. We'll see you again later on throughout the course of the 3 hours. Let's come across over to the number 63 Lamborghini, of course, as well. Mirko and Marco are just standing by. We'll grab a quick word with them. Marco, if we could just grab you first of all. And Mirko, Andrea, you're here as well. Nice to see you. We didn't expect to see you just now, but disappointing to have suffered this penalty.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not so bad. It's 3 hour race. At the end, we start just here in second row. So it's a bit disappointing, but not the end of the world.
Very positive outlook. And like you say, it is a 3 hour race. Marco, you're going to be starting the car. What are you looking for into the first corner?
Survive. So for sure, finish the first lap and then see where we are. So.
Look, for the guys watching now, into the first corner is always very, very busy. From a driver's point of view, what do you see?
It depends on the situation. Every time you go into the corner is different. First corner and the start here. So I hope at least there is a fair battle between everybody. And then let's see, it's 3 hours is long, and we see if we can gain the places we got lost.
Wish you the best of luck. Thank you very much, Marco. Mirko, if we just cross over to you if we can, talk us through the penalty that you guys have suffered.
There's not much to say. I had one lap in qualifying. It was my first flying lap. I got to the corner in turn 12. I saw the yellow in brake zone, and then I immediately saw the Porsche, the outside there, and I took pace out. And but the yellow flag was in a period of, I would say, 50, maximum 100 meters, so basically unlucky in that case. And immediately after it was green, and obviously I was on my quick lap, so I think as every other driver on the grid, I just finished my lap. I knew I was on a good lap because it was purple in the first 2 sectors, and then I just had to finish it. So it's quite tough to get that penalty. But having had that lap time set and having the spin in the next lap, I didn't have a second best lap. So yeah, it's how it is. At the end, we have to take the penalty. It's a decision of the stewards. There's not much we can say. They completely understood my point, but we still got the penalty, so that's racing, and we just focus on the race now.
Absolutely. Thank you. Have a good race.
Well, this is the moment in qualifying. So purple on the first sector, purple coming up in the second sector. John, talk us through. Out of turn 9 he goes. Mirko on a massive charge.
Yeah, coming down to the end of the second sector, down into turn 10. So on the brakes now, and watching as he turns in. He's got to find his way around the yard, which he does, but look up ahead. And there you see off to the left, there's a waved yellow flag. And I caught the Porsche briefly in our commentary and qualifying, but hadn't picked up the yellow flag. And of course, Mirko Bortolotti, it was an unfortunate part of the racetrack. Purple, and again goes on to complete his flying lap, set a sensational lap, in fact, of a 1:44.602, and now comes through turn 16. But this was his only flying lap because he went on and spun on the second flying lap. We thought this is the pole position lap, and the pole position, you know, over the three drivers going to be for the Lamborghini, but obviously on review it was picked up that there was a yellow flag, and you could certainly see it. I didn't pick the yellow flag up at the point it occurred either, but I wasn't driving the car, I was looking at it on a TV screen. But I did pick up the reason why, and that was the Porsche had spun out to the left of the circuit.
And I think that replay just showed how the drivers have to be super sensitive to all around them, because of course Mirko Bortolotti is going around the Audi, the Santalok Audi, coming out of turn 11, trying to position. At that moment was the moment I think he was occupied, missed that waved yellow flag, and then carried on, knowing his lap was good. He only then saw the spun Porsche, but the waved yellow flag was before that, and that's what he missed.
He was transitioning from left to right. The flag was on the left. I say it was only by watching it on the screen now that I picked it up.
Super tight. So let's go back down to the grid. We're going to catch up with the crew that are leading the championship, the Iron Lynx Ferrari, number 51.
Boys, coming into this weekend, top of the standings, it's been a really tough battle coming to this point in the race. You've struggled a bit with setup, I believe.
No, to be honest, we don't struggle with the setup. We struggle more with the BOP than the setup, honestly. But anyway, it is what it is. We try to be to do the best as what we can, and let's see what's going on at the end of the race. It will be tough, I know, but anyway, we will try our best. I know the team is ready, so we try to stay out of trouble, have a good pit stop, a good strategy, and let's see at the end.
Absolutely. Nicholas, you'll be starting the car. Alessandro there saying about staying out of trouble. There's a lot of traffic in front and behind, of course, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's always unpredictable. It's always impossible to say what's going to happen. But I mean, obviously the race will not be finished in the first corner. So I think it's just about surviving the first lap, and then then we have to push to the maximum to try and catch the Lambo in front, and then we see where we will finish.
And you've got the competition of the 32 Audi just slightly in front of you on the row ahead.
Yeah, the car is slightly ahead, but we are also fighting with the Mercedes and the Lambo, and to be honest, we are not in a position to defend. Even if we are leading the championship, we are missing so much performance that we will give it all and try the best to finish in the top 5 in the end.
Have a great race. Thank you very much. Come across this way, and let's speak to the number 32 team, if we can grab them quickly. Dries, if we could just interrupt you. Charles, you guys have had an incredible season. This is the final race. There's the final push to see if there's anything you can do for that endurance championship.
Yeah, of course, try our best, you know. But well, first Audi, I think we are P9 or P10, so I think that also says enough where we are with the Audis. It's a bit of a struggle at the moment, but it's a long race to come, and we'll try to go and catch them. Especially, well, we have to go quite well. We have to basically just try and get in the top 3. And then see what the rest does. But it's a struggle, but you know, it's nothing new, so we have to try.
Absolutely, a struggle, but nothing's impossible. You guys have shown that you're an incredible lineup, with Robin friends with you as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Robin has been he's been on target since the beginning, and it's nice to have him on the car. So yeah, we'll definitely do our best for this weekend. Not really starting in the position we would have hoped for. But yeah, hopefully we find some performance in the race, and we will do our best, and let's see how it comes out.
Have a great race. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bruce, it's interesting just listening to Alessandro Pierguidi explaining why they're back in the 6th row of the grid, and he said, oh, it's balance of performance. But I'm assuming it would be the Iron Lynx Ferrari team cars. If there is a balance of performance issue, it would affect both the cars. But ironically, the 71 with Callum Ilott behind the wheel It's starting on the 3rd row of the grid, where the championship leaders are back in the 6th row of the grid. And something else which is actually quite important, albeit that the pole sitter is not the car that had the fastest over 3 drivers lap time, but on individual lap times, the quickest single lap in qualifying came from that 88 Mercedes-Benz. Jules Gounon did a stunning time, 1:44.528, quicker than both Marco Mappelli and Mirko Bortolotti.
Yes, and in fact, there was very frustrated Andrea Caldarelli because he was the 3rd driver in that 63 Lamborghini we thought was going to be on pole position. He was only 6th fastest in the 3rd final qualifying session, and that brought the aggregate across all 3 of their laps to just 9 thousandths of a second ahead of the 88 Mercedes. But of course, that's been reversed. The 63 Lamborghini's gone from 1st to 4th, and the 2nd Mercedes, you've just seen it on the grid, is the leading Silver Cup car, Toksport WRT. The Mercedes, Oscar Tunjo will start it. Berkay Bessler, the Turkish racer, and Marvin Dietz. Fantastic job to be 3rd quickest.
Excellent job indeed. I mean, I think very impressed by that Silver Cup lineup to get themselves onto the 2nd row of the grid, directly behind the 88. So they've got the benefit of being on the right-hand side of the track going down into turn 1. But of course, the right-hand side of the racetrack, as we have seen over the 2 days, is the dirtier side of the racetrack. There's been a lot of rubber and just general debris building up over 2 days of running. So I don't know whether that has been cleared away between events. It's been a busy weekend here in Barcelona. So, taking the 88, it needs to get from right to left, but then be prepared to defend itself going into turn 1.
Well, a car that's gone about its business very, very quietly, hardly talked about it all weekend, is on the outside of the front row on the clean side, and that'd be Earl Bamber kicking off in the GPX Martini Racing Porsche. And I'm also looking to see who's in behind. Maybe being on that side in 4th on the grid will be an advantage for Marco Mappelli and can immediately claw a position back. And I really fancy Robin Freitz, the outside of row 5. He doesn't feel that the Audi is right on the pace, but he will try and get a place or 2 down into turn 1.
As inevitably happens here in Barcelona, you get a 2x2, maybe 3x3 in some instances, coming down the longest, nearly a kilometre along the straight here, and then the big break into turn 1, and then that bottleneck where you filter into a much, what apparently appears narrow. It's actually the full width of the racetrack, but because it's a tight turn to the right, then a quick back to the left, drivers will run out of road. A lot of drivers will take the shortcut across between turns 1 and 2. They need to be careful if they make up positions. They will have to give those positions back. But turn 1 is a pivotal corner here on the opening lap of any race, let alone a race we've got 46 cars, of a very, very closely matched performance.
Well, it's going to be so exciting. Looking at the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, that's starting 5th on the grid with Christian Engelhardt. He's been doing a very good job. And of course, this was the car that won the opening race of the season. In fact, Porsche won the opening race with the 54 Dynamic car at Monza and then moved across to Paul Ricard. And it was the GPX Racing Porsche that starts on the outside of the front row that had victory. This is the best place Ferrari. It's the sister car from Iron Lynx, and it's a real accolade to the team. Callum Ilott, actually in some despair as he came into play today, described it as swimming upstream trying to find some balance from the car, but he's done a fantastic job. All 3 of them have to qualify 6th fastest. Always in with a shout, the Hout Racing team, HRT, Nico Bastian, Mauro Engel, and Lucas Stoltz will be kicking off. That car always seems to be a factor. In fact, looking back at the replay at the start of the season, you forget these things quite quickly, but punctures, that took this car out of the lead down in Monza. It took out the 32 Team WRT Audi as well. So drivers are going to have to think about it because they're all talking about tyre degradation here.
The big thing going back to Monza, of course, it was a wet race, going to dry on one part of the track, wet still in another. It was an anomaly of a race, and teams had to look to themselves in terms of how they pressure their tyres and also maybe how much rear camber the teams are running. So if you're running on a wet tyre with a load of rear camber, you're going to heat up the inside shoulder, and on a wet, treaded, soft, compound rubber, that's not a good step to take.
Well, it doesn't look as though it's going to be wet here. There are clouds over the circuit, but it's been pretty much like this for the past few days. Patches of sunlight on the mountains in the backdrop at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, but nothing between us in the main grandstand in our commentary position, looking down onto the circuit, and what a sight. Cars almost as far as the eyes can see. 23 rows of these fantastic GT3 cars. Big plans already announced this morning for 2022, and the championship is going to continue to stretch its legs in its various forms around the world. But right now, we've got to focus on the finale, the 10th round of the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe Series powered by AWS, but it's the 5th and final round of the Endurance Series that makes up half of that championship. We have 5 titles still to settle. We have the 3 titles, the Pro, the Silver Cup and the Pro-Am classes in the Endurance Cup, and 2 of the classes, that Silver Cup and Pro-Am, in the overall title battle. But it's Raffaele Marciello and the teams as well, of course. And we've got the Raffaele Marciello starting a pole, Earl Bamber alongside, then Oscar Tunjo, leading Silver Cup driver, starts third. Marco Mappelli fourth. Might have been pole, but it isn't. They're going to have to fight forward from there. Christian Engelhardt, the Dynamic Porsche, alongside Iron Lynx's Ferrari, the first one of those. Callum Ilott at the wheel. Lucas Stoltz, always a factor in the HRT. Mercedes will be seventh, and a great combination having Consta Lappalainen in the 114 Lamborghini in eighth place. Then comes Thomas Drouet, the silver class ACA ASP Mercedes. Robin Fry's trying to wave the flag for Team WRT. They've already got two titles in the bag. Championship leader Nicholas Nielsen, they've got a good points advantage, but down in 11th, anything can happen. And alongside them, they've got Marcus Winkelhock in the Evo 2 Audi, the new car. Yusuf Oaxaca going very well indeed, 13th and 14th on the grid. Then Rolfin Eichen leading the way. The Silver Cup title is nearly in the bag for the 14 Emil Frey Racing Lamborghini crew. They effectively need to pick up 1 point. 1 point is 10th place in class. The new BMW M4 GT3 will start from 17th place. Other cars in the Silver Cup class. Benjamin Ite, good to have Stein's shot horse back for the first time since 2019. He's starting 20s on the grid. That's not even halfway down the grid. Frank Bird in the 31 Audi and Alexander Cuneo in one of the Santelec Racing's Audis alongside him. Bastien Bus already picked up 2 wins in the GT4 Championship here this weekend, double timing. And Ben Barnicoat all the way down, John, in 25th position in the lone McLaren, the Jota car. We know that car is quick. And alongside him was the car that's leading the way in the Pro-Am title race. It's got Rino Mastronardi at the wheel. It's the Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari. Russell Ward, one of the drivers who's just going to be doing 2 stints in this race. There are 2 cars with just 2 drivers rather than 3. So he'll be busy. And it's not often you see Romain Dumas down in 31st on the grid. Alongside him, Pro-Am Challenger. It's the 2nd place in the championship for Hamaguchi at the moment for Orange One FFF Racing Team. And the BMW M6 is quite a way down the grid, the second of those down in 33rd position. Now we get down into the world of the Pro-Am drivers. Francesco Zollo racing the Kessel Racing Ferrari. That's red and white. Benjamin Goethe, don't expect to see him staying down there for long. He'll be working his way forward. And the lone Bentley, Stefan Trebugini, will be starting 38th. Sam Dehaan, Ram Racing deserves some luck. They've had their moments this year. They haven't got the points to prove for it. Then Ahmed Al-Hati joining the championship this weekend, the Oman Racing Team, Aston Martin, and the all-female crew is Sarah Bovey kicking that off. Then Louis Machiels, he also will be doing 2 stints out of the 3 in this race. Manuel Lauk alongside with Rinaldi Racing bringing a 2nd car. Then the final row, 45th and 46th positions. Alexander West for Garage 59, and alongside, right at the tail of the field, Karim Oj, the boots on M6 BMW.
One final note on the weather. Track temperature is about 6 degrees cooler than it was on Saturday. That'll help everybody in their tyres. Ambient is the same, but here we go, Bruce.
Let us go racing. 3 hours of fun, and now it may be too much fun down into turn 1. Let's hope they get things right. The Mercedes is on pole position. That's the pit wall side. That is Raffaele Marciello alongside the GPX Racing Porsche as we get a push, and Mappelli's already been very, very quick off the line. He's gone from 4th to sort of 3rd and a half, but not backing out. Oscar Tunjo keeping the power down, but Marciello's done what he needs to do. He's got his nose in front. They're 4 wide in behind. It's going to be danger into the first corner. Almost getting around the outside the GPX Racing Porsche. That's had to come off the power bit. Marciello has got away as the rest are trying to jockey for position. So for the 88 ACA ASP Mercedes, that's very good. And for Marco Mappelli, he's going from 4th to 3rd. And also the Hout Racing Team Mercedes, Lucas Stoltz has gone from 7th up to about 4th.
Look at the dust around the outside of turn 3. Cars way in and totally off the racetrack. Good start by Marco Mappelli, but even better start, in fact, by Earl Bamber. He looked like he was about to try and shut the door on the 88 Mercedes into turn 1, but he thought the wiser of it, backed out, and of course contact behind. And that's the 30 and the 30 and 31 Audi getting tagged.
It's Tomita who's getting a little bit busy down. No, sorry, it's Frank Bird, I beg your pardon. Tomita takes over later in the race, but it's pretty tidy, bearing in mind we're trying to get 46 cars around the track. But the one who's really lost out down in that first corner sort out was Oscar Tunjo, fallen down the order some real margin. He started from 3rd and he's tumbled back.
Oscar Tunjo got squeezed out to the right. He was had the 2 wheels of his right side of the car were on the grass. He kicked up a load of dust and he had to back out of it just to make sure everything stayed on track and didn't get squeezed. But the 87 just trying to dive down inside one of the Iron Lynx Ferraris. That looks like it's all over the racetrack. And that, I think, was the 51 Ferrari, and it looks not a particularly nice handling car. The sister car there coming through right now in 6th place.
Right, looking to see if there's been any contact. Oscar Tunjo definitely the one who lost out in that. He was third at the start. John caught him putting wheels on the grass. He's in the Silver Cup Challenge, but he's lost a lot of track position. But of course, he's got his own battle. And the next car in the Silver Cup class on points would be, not on points, on positions at the start of the race, would be the number 4 Hout Racing Team Mercedes. A little bit of a sort out down at the chicane, but no problems at all for Raffaele Marcello. Best part of a second clear of the car that started on the outside the front row. Earl Bamber, Marco Mappelli from 4th to 3rd, Lucas Stoltz from 7th up to 4th in the number 4 Mercedes, and Callum Idop up 1 position. Now our championship leading car started 11th. Nicholas Nielsen is still in 11th place, but where is the 32 Audi? It's gone up 2 places. I thought it might gain 2, and Robin Freitz hasn't let me down. He started 10th up to 8th. He's doing what is required of him.
Well, in fact, Mappelli, Stolz, Eilert, Lavalainen and Robin Freitz all in the top 10, made up position from their starting positions, so they'll be happy with that. There's always a problem going into turn 1. We saw out of turn 2 into turn 3, anybody who was running wide into 3 got just almost blinded by the amount of dirt, dust, rubber, whatever was on the outside of the entry into turn 3.
Yes, it was almost as though it was the first time the cars have been around there after a winter of the track not being used. So much dust. But right, Raffaele Marcello settling down, but Earl Bamber starting to haul him in a little bit in second place.
I think Robin Freitz has gotten ahead of Lavalainen. The Audi, I think, just looking back and see it's ahead of the Lamborghini, running now behind Christian Engelhardt. So Robin Freitz makes up another position on this, the second lap. Oh, and the number 57.
Oh, that's Russell Ward, who has rotated. Did he actually touch the ball? Well, he certainly tumbled down the order. Yeah. So 1 faller, that's not bad. He's down in 33rd position. But at the front end, it's all pretty even Stevens. And if you're looking for the first time at a car that you don't recognise too much, it's the BMW M4 GT3. That's Jesse Krohn's hand down in 17th place. Would be in the background of the shot as they go through the chicane just coming into shot right now with a different nose on it there, the white, blue and red livery of BMW Motorsport. Just 2 places ahead of the McLaren, and if you didn't make up places on the first lap, with every lap thereafter it becomes incrementally more difficult.
Well, the field is beginning to spread out relatively evenly all the way down to the Porsche of Engelhardt. Robin Freitz running about just under a second behind, having made up that position, getting around Lavalainen, and we didn't see that overtake, but a very obviously opportune move by Robin Freitz to get ahead as early as possible. Oscar Tunjo leading the class, but he suffered at that early start from running in the second row of the grid all the way now down into 9th position. Well, that was a disappointment because he had a good start, but he just tried to go down, and a car ahead of him, not sure which one it was, maybe it was the 63, forced it wide onto the grass.
It was Marco Mappelli trying. He had his nose half a car length ahead and was trying to augment that and stabilise that 3rd position he just grabbed. Nicholas Nielsen started 11th, championship leader, still down in 11th. If suddenly, oh dear, I talked about the Ram Racing Mercedes never having much luck, and Sam DeHaan sitting sideways off the track. So we've already had the 57 Mercedes
safety car
going out, and the safety car is out. So the field will bunch up, and that was just actually, I thought Earl Bamber was starting to eat closer to Raffaele Marcello, but then it went the other way. 1.3 seconds was the gap, but the safety car, of course, will compress that. It'll come down to nose to tail running.
Interestingly, it's not a full course yellow. Let's watch and see where the contact is. Well, as you can see, the left rear of the Mercedes was blowing rubber off, and that's the contact with the 488 Ferrari, and that will also, no doubt, get the attention of the race director and stewards, because that was, and wow, look at that otherwise. The Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini went really rally crossing, and it's lost out big time in its efforts to avoid contact with possibly the Mercedes stuck in the sand in the gravel trap.
Well, that's how a race order can be really, really scrambled, avoiding someone else's accident. The sun is now actually shining brightly on that part of the circuit, but the safety car will be picking up this field, looking for the markers flags around the circuit.
Maybe safety car rules, but the field is still running pretty much at race speed until they catch up to the safety car. So it will be wherever the safety car is around the lap. I can't see it from our commentary position. Well, there it is, just coming into turn 3. So now the field will slow down to the pace dictated to by the safety car, and the field will also recompress. So having gotten through lap 1 and the congestion, we're now going to have another restart except this time everybody's going to be in line, not side by side.
Exactly so, but it is still an opportunity, and anyone who qualified way below where they expected to be, this is another opportunity to take a look. Let's look at the start of the race. A clean start from pole position, slightly better start at one point it looked for the GPX Racing Porsche, but there with its wheels on the grass, the right hand wheels, is Oscar Tunjo's Mercedes being edged over there by Marco Mappelli's number 63 Lamborghini. Let's take a look. First two cars get away, very good start from fourth. From the cleaner side of the grid, Marco Mappelli giving very little space indeed for the top sport WRT Mercedes, putting it on the grass before the pit exit. Really tricky.
Watch the pace of the Porsche coming down. So it comes out from behind the Mercedes, gets alongside, in fact at this point has probably got maybe half a car's length advantage, but can't make it stick because Raffaele Marcello is not going to open up the opportunity in the first corner to allow the Porsche to take and control the lead.
Well, this is the view of the start taken from the car that started fourth, Marco Mappelli in the 63 Orange 1 FFF Racing Team Lamborghini. Now look for the Mercedes alongside him. Can't see alongside. That was the moment in which the Iron Lynx car came past.
Callum Ilott did a stunning job to get ahead.
But then he got blocked up by the GPX Porsche coming back in, had to come off the power a little bit. This is where the Lamborghini moved back from fourth into third again. So all constantly changing, but it's a good thing. Very little contact down at turn one, if any.
A miracle. They all more or less got through. There probably was a bit of rubbing going on as they came into turn three. This is the view back from
the 88 Mercedes starting on pole position. At this point he got the move done, but now already into the slipstream and using it beautifully. Earl Bamber then swings to the outside line and keeps going past, gets the nose just in front, but then he's on the outside line into turn one.
So that was just there. The Porsche has to get back in. Callum Ilott was slightly wrong-footed by what happened with the Porsche, and that caused him to lose one position. Or the 63 Lamborghini was able to consolidate its third position. Now the long run through turn three. Look at the amount of body roll and lean on the Porsche. Noticeably more maybe than on some other cars.
Right, this is start from further down the grid. This is the Pro-Am class leader. It's Chris Froggatt. And as we look at, there's the message, the safety car be in this lap. It's a very clean start from Chris Froggatt. In fact, he had one of the rare clean runs down into the first corner, the 35 BMW. Martin Tomczyk on the outside, getting a little bit wobbly. The Grasser Racing Lamborghini also around the outside. But at this point, Chris Froggatt knows, or in fact, it's Rino Mastronardi driving the car at the moment. He knows he's just got to keep out of trouble. They've got a good lead in the prime class.
Yeah,
do not take a risk.
Being very, very conservative indeed on the run into 1, 2, and then into the exit of turn 3 and the run down to 4. And of course you're getting cars jockeying 4 positions, and all of a sudden where you think there is a gap and you're heading for, that gap gets shut down, and then you've got to take your own avoiding action. But the safety car will be in at the end of this lap. The race control is in the hands of Raffaele Marcello, and he could go when that's the replay again of the Russell Ward Mercedes. There's the contact that happened with Sam Dahan on the 488 Ferrari with Manuel Lack behind the wheel. And then you see somewhere on the right of screen a dirt tracking Barwell Motorsport. There it is, absolutely all the way out of the very edge of the racetrack. And well done by Adrian Amstutz to keep that car pointing in the right direction.
Not my fault, he said, but had nowhere to go. Absolutely, he didn't have anywhere to go. Through the gravel trap, almost into the tyre wall, but he kept it going. So Mark Lemmer and the gang, we plead. So the lights off on the safety car, the yellow flags withdrawn, and the next time the cars get past this point on the circuit, they'll be at full racing speed.
What's going to have to happen is Earl Bamber is going to be stuck to the rear bumper of the Mercedes ahead, because we did see in the opening lap that the Porsche was able to use the slipstream of the Mercedes, pull out and get alongside, in fact nose marginally ahead. But the restarts in the control of Raffaele Marcello, it's when he goes.
Green. Off we go, green under the timing bar. That means we're going green. The safety car's withdrawn, and a very good restart from Raffaele Marcello. He's got 3 car lengths clear as he comes out of turn 16. Has managed to shake off Earl Bamber, and Earl's got company because Marco Mappelli's gaining a little bit of a toe off him in the battle for second place. We're looking forward from Mappelli's 63 Lamborghini. No change for him as he goes down to turn 1, but the most important start, the person who had the easiest gig there was the driver leading the race, Raffaele Marcello. By the end of the straight, Earl Bamber had used a bit of toe to close in, but not enough to make a challenge.
Christian Engelhardt dived towards the inside of turn 1, trying to get up alongside Callum Ilott in 5th position. Didn't work, so the Porsche still behind the Ferrari as they all filter now into turn 4, and everything a lot more calm than it was in the opening lap when we had this field literally bound together side by side. But Earl Bamber has closed actually down, as has Marco Mappelli. Second and third appear to be marginally closer in turn 5 than they were coming out of turn 3.
They certainly do. In fact, the whole lead battle compressed, and Frank Bird making moves like he did in the first lap of racing in that yellow livery Team WRT Audi. He's picking his way up the order little by little. A car coming into the pits, the Ram Racing Mercedes limping back to the pits after that moment that caused the safety car period. But Raffaele Marciello, looking at the splits, every time you look at the splits, the fastest car in the grouping is the car in second place through the first timing sector, probably because he keeps getting a toe off Marciello. Oh, and the championship leader goes the inside, up the inside of Thomas Drouet. So Nicholas Nielsen started 11th. Guess, does he? Yes, up into 10th place.
No, he hasn't.
No, he hasn't. He's on the outside line, but he's hanging in there. This could be costly. Don't have a body rub. Could lead to a puncture. Your big championship lead, well, had to back out eventually.
He had to back out of it big time because he was going to end up in the gravel if he hadn't. So Thomas Drouet held his ground and forced the 51 Ferrari to back out of it. So Nicholas Nielsen had little option. As we look at the Audi, the Evo Audi that's been running here this weekend, Centralock Audi, and that will be the future face of Audi in 2022 and beyond.
So no place changes, not for want of trying. Now the car I'm keeping an eye on is the, oh dear, right at the tail of the field.
Yamaguchi.
Championship challenger, the 19 Lamborghini off the circuit. It is rejoining. Is there any damage? Okay, it's an outside shot in the Pro-Am title race behind.
So Hamaguchi's on the inside car. And the Aston, I don't know whether the Aston knew the Lamborghini was there, but it sort of felt to me, looking at it, that there was really not enough space to shut the door on the Lamborghini as we just seen, but there'll be other angles. Hopefully we might get a view of them later. Certainly it was a very crowded bit of the racetrack into turn 12, and you don't want to be hung out on the outside because that's a part of the racetrack again that picks up a lot of rubber that's shredded off the tires. The McLaren trying to find a way around the 66 Audi down through turn 5. Ben Barnicourt behind the wheel of that car at the present time. It is indeed Ben Barnicourt behind the wheel at this present time.
Certainly is not where he'd like to be, down in 18th place overall. The field's starting to string out again. It closed up behind the safety car, but the first 4 I sense starting to make a break. Maybe Callum Eilert can hang on to them, but at the moment it's the 88 Mercedes of Raffaele Marciello, the 22 GPX Racing Porsche of Earl Bamber, Marco Mappelli in the 63 Lamborghini from FFF Racing Team, and the Hout Racing Team number 4 Mercedes, Lucas Stoltz at the wheel. Just behind them, everyone about half a second apart from everyone else around them. Callum Eilert in 5th, 71 Ironlich Ferrari. Christian Engelhardt, the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, started in 5th place, only dropped 1 place down to 6th. And just looking at the Silver Cup battle at 9th and 10th, it's Oscar Tunjo in the car we've been looking at a little bit more recently. Was the car chasing him in 10th place overall, Thomas Drouet. That was the 87 Mercedes. But look at the sister car from Acker ASP, stretching his legs, stretching clear, 1.2 seconds to the good is Raffaele Marciello, just starting to edge away.
Yes, and making that mini break on the beginning of the second lap of the restart, so that will give confidence to the 88 Mercedes team, the Acker ASP team. Marco Mappelli is just half a second behind Earl Bamber, but Earl Bamber on that previous lap had fastest sector time, sector 1, so the pace of the Porsche is really very much that of the leading 3 cars overall.
Raffaele Marciello, Felipe Fraga and Jules Gagnon, really strong pairing. They picked up a 2nd place last time out, the last round of the Endurance Cup, or previous round of the Endurance Cup at Nürburgring, but haven't had a win in the class this year, and their championship hopes were really hit by retiring when they were well placed in the Spa 24 hours. The number 88 Mercedes would love to end the season on a high. They could still win the Pro title, but they're 5th in the championship. But they know one thing, it's the simple thing, it's first or nothing for them. They've got to win this race to have a tiny outside chance, and while the chance exists, they're doing their all to see if they can pull it off.
Well, they had, based on what we saw in qualifying, the single quickest car throughout those 3 sectors of qualifying. Now that's only 1 lap, and of course it depends on tires and whatever else would be involved, but the car that really is the dominant car right now is the 88. It's gained the advantage, and one would wonder what happened, let's say, had the 63 Lamborghini, which had earned pole position, then to have it removed for a penalty because of overtaking under a yellow flag, or not slowing down, I should say, under a waved single yellow flag. Had it been a double waved yellow flag, it would have been a 5-grid penalty drop. Nevertheless, Raffaele Marciello, very skilled indeed, and very cool under pressure. Earl Bamber just 1.2 seconds behind.
It was 1.2 seconds behind last time because those laps separated by just 5/100ths of a second. Now, VMAX is always the BMW's fastest in a straight line. Martin Tomczyk way down the order in his BMW in 20th position. He's fastest of all on the Race Vision, powered by AWS VMAX chart, and Stefan Tribudini in the Bentley. It's the bigger cars with the gruntier engines that are fastest, and Jake Dennis also making up ground in the second of those BMWs, second fastest.
It's the 159 trying to make up ground, looking to find its way around and getting up the inside and just about making it. Yes, it's just about made it stick. That was the SPS Automotive car, Jordan Love behind the wheel. That was the silver of those Mercedes.
A couple of laps ago, I sensed that Lucas Stoltz was starting to get onto the tail of the first trio to make it a first quartet, but he's falling away a little bit. He's 1.5 seconds off the tail now, and in fact, I think 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th are going to get very tight. It's Stoltz from Eilert in the black and yellow Iron Lynx Ferrari. That's in 5th place. Christian Engelhardt, the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, in 6th, and Robin Freitz tucking away. Turn 9, let's look at the speeds through there. Stefan Tribudini in the Bentley. So the Bentley fantastic in the straight line and also very good through the most interesting corner on the circuit. That's the exit of turn 3 we're looking at, according to the graphic. Stein Schotthorst also very good on his return in the Audi for Attempto Racing.
So I wonder where the various car setups are. Some cars may be set up more to gain an advantage on the long straight here. Other cars set up for the lap time. Robin Freitz bumping over the curve there in the exit of that sequence of 13, 14, 15. Just a glimpse of the BMW M4 as well. So the gap this time it comes across, that's virtually unchanged by about maybe 100th of a second or so.
Absolutely so. Now the drivers, of course, we speak to them after qualifying. They talk about the ability over one lap, but a lot of the drivers from the outset of this weekend, they said, where has the grip gone from the tarmac on this circuit? They're far more concerned about the grip that they may have at the end of their 1 hour stints. We've got a pit visitor, one of the Aston Martins.
No, 25 is the Santalog, I think.
Oh, sorry, you're quite right. It's the 25, the blue and white Santalog Racing Audi into the pit lanes. That's tumbling down the order. No one tumbling down from the front end. Now, riding on board with the car that is second in the championship. Robin Freitz hasn't done all the rounds. It looks okay, so left rear puncture, quickly changed, but really that has taken the race completely away from the Santalog Racing crew. And tough luck for them. They've just got to carry on. Adrian Torbay and Christopher Haase will take over after Alexandra Cunho, but a puncture, it ruins your chances.
Just looking at the gap between second and third, that appears to be extending. El Bamber is going with Raffaele Marcello in the lead Mercedes, and Marco Mappelli now 1.4 seconds behind the second place Porsche, and I suspect that gap may be increasing before they get to the conclusion. Robin Freitz likewise running right now in 7th place. He's just over half a second behind Christian Engelhardt, who's right on the tail of Callum Eilert. So Robin Freitz is getting a very good view of the battle that's going to take place very shortly for 5th place, and he may sit back and think, well, let them go at it, let them take the gloves off, bare knuckle fighting. I could actually be sitting here and could gain 2 places by doing nothing.
He could, but I've always thought that Robin Freitz quite likes a bit of bare knuckle fighting. He certainly, if there's half a chance, the Dutch racer will go for it, but he knows it's the long game he's got to play, and he knows he's carrying the championship hopes of a treble for his teammates, Dries van Tor and Charles Weert. So he's got to be the team player. He's got to think of keeping the tyres sweet. First 3 drivers, again, very slight advantage to Raffaele Marcello, gaining a tiny fraction of a second, 1.38 seconds clear of Earl Bamber, and pretty similar margin back to Marco Mappelli in 3rd place. Then a gap of, again, about 1.5 seconds, 1.6 seconds back to Lucas Stoltz. Coming back into the game, and I'm sensing that Callum Eilert has very, very quick start to his lap, had a poor middle sector. I think if he can hook it all together, he's going to keep on getting closer and closer to Lucas Stoltz, the sister car, a little bit further down this train of cars, black and white, just behind the red-nosed Mercedes. Number 51, that's the championship leader. Started 11th, still in 11th. Got to be patient now.
Yeah, but he's got to be careful. Also, Marcus Winkelhock is in the Audi, which is the Evo Audi, which is not, although it's in the race, you might call it a ghost competitor. It's not here to take podiums, it's not here to take the win, it's here to add to the event, to give us a foretaste of what we're going to see, both BMW and Audi bringing their 2022 challenges here, riding on board. Nicholas Nielsen in that 51 championship leading Ferrari up into turn 9, runs the curb on the inside, watching the exit, doesn't overrun it, keeps it well within the limit. Now the run down the hill, still behind Thomas Drouet and the 87 Mercedes.
Getting a good look, but not prepared to take any risks. He did have a little look about 3 or 4 laps ago before the safety car, that is. It looks like Ben Barnicoat might be about to gain a position or 2. He's got the 99 Audi just behind him. That's Dennis Marshall. So a place change early in this lap, but it's hardly below the trumpet sort of advance. It's only from 18th to 17th, but any overtaking manoeuvre here is harder. You have to think about it, and it does require a degree of complicity from the drivers around you. Drivers aware that what is the point of picking up a puncture if the cars get side by side and have a rub, but that would be well worked by the McLaren driver.
Callum Ilott, I think, dropped back a little bit on the previous lap. Lucas Stolzen, he looked like they were going to get close, but now the gap's up to 1.9 seconds. Don't know where that may have occurred.
Right in behind them, leading the Silver Cup class in 9th place overall, Oscar Tunja. He'll be a bit cross. He started this race in 3rd, but he's right back onto the nose of the 2nd car in the Silver Cup class. It's also Mercedes, but it's from Top Sport WRT. It's from the rival ACA ASP camp. Don't think these teams are friends. They're fighting to make sure they keep getting the Mercedes money coming into their coffers for running these fantastic sounding AMG cars. Thomas Drouet pushing on, a little bit of a slide there, but he's right in the heat of that battle with Oscar Tunja. There you can see just about half a second between them. And importantly for both of them, as they have their battle, they're ahead of the championship leader. Not in Pro-Am or Silver Cup, but Pro, and that's Nicholas Nielsen. He doesn't want to get caught in their battle. He doesn't want to get caught by the car behind, the Evo 2 Audi either. So tricky position at the moment for the 71 championship leader from Iron Links.
Yeah, they've had a tough weekend all the way through. And that 51 Ferrari in 11th place just needs to be careful. You know, this we're just coming up to what, 20-odd minutes or so, 25 minutes into this race. Still over 2.5 hours remaining. We're going to have 2 rounds of pit stops, driver changes, refueling, new sets of tires going on board. So Mad Panda just going out of picture as it goes around turn 12. And this is the group of cars that are running. There is a 90 running in 13th place. Yossou Bahaka behind the wheel.
Yossou had a busy day yesterday, 2 90-minute practice sessions he had to share with his teammates. Then he stayed around in the evening and came through to win the esports race last night to earn some points for his team.
On board with the Pro-Am. 93 Sky Tempesta down in 24th, but that is the lead car in that category. The next up is the 28th position, is the number 20. That's the SPS Automotive Mercedes, with Conrad behind the wheel.
Yeah, and of course for the 20 car, that will have Dominic Baumann getting in at some point, whether he does the 2nd stint or the final stint. And he's shown, he's the pro in that Pro-Am lineup, that he was good enough frequently to be 4th or 5th fastest on the overall time charts. But of course he's showing in a Pro-Am combination, so it's the sort of race that will come to them as the Pro gets into the car later on. And 3rd, just to complete the running in the Pro-Am class, is in the hands at the moment of Ahmad Al-Hati, the Aston Martin from Oman Racing Team. There is the car in 2nd place in the Pro-Am Cup, the largely black Mercedes, coming into the shot with an Aston Martin right on its heels, and that's Nikolai Kjærgaard in the 159 Aston Martin, hot on his heels, but not in the same class. That's running in the Silver Cup class in behind.
And indicating like he's going to find a way around the Mercedes pretty hastily. He doesn't want to get stuck behind a car that potentially in a lap is slower than the Aston Martin, so he's got to be careful where he chooses down the hill into turn 10 is one of the obvious parts on the racetrack. This revised corner down at turn 10, it's not quite as acute as it was in previous years.
Now leading the Silver Cup Championship is the number 14 Lamborghini, and he's had a stop with a puncture. Now he came into this race sitting on a lead with his teammates. It's the fella Fontana in Icon Crew. They had a 24-point advantage with 25 points to play for, so the title almost in the bag, and then you get a puncture right at the start of the race.
Yeah, but the car right down at the tail of the field, 42nd position, and that's a mountain of work. Ben Barnicoat, by the way, just for those that are following the fortunes of the Giotto McLaren team, he's found a position up, passing Jesse Kronia in the BMW M4, the new car for 22, and Ben Barnicoat up to 16th position, 1.7 seconds behind Sean Horst in the 66 Audi.
So let's have a look. This is the prediction for the overall championship. This is the whole of the European Series. It's the Sprint Cup combined with the Endurance Cup. And if Dries van Toor and Charles Weerts, their car stays where it is in 7th place, then they, in the race outright, they will take the championship, with Raffaele Marciello some little distance behind. So chipping away, that's what Robin Freitz has to do. He would love to, of course, in fact, that championship already in the hands, the overall outright championship of everything combined so far is already in the hands of Vantor and Viet, but it just goes to show their dominance with that big margin over Raffaele Marcello, the driver who's leading the race and was 1.5 seconds clear, 1.9. He's now nearly 2.8 seconds to the good. Now, in the endurance sector, if it stays as it is, Raffaele Marcello and Jules Gounon will win the Endurance Cup. We've got 2.5 hours remaining in this race, but by leading the race, they'll be heading for 25 points, and that will move them just 2 points clear. Alessandro Pierguidi, Comi Lergar, and Nicholas Nielsen just 1 point clear of the 63 Lamborghini trio. That is super close, John.
Yeah, I mean, the 51 Ferrari needs to get a bit of a wiggle on, because right on its tail is the 26 Audi, the Evo 2 Audi of the Evo Audi. And that is racing, although it's not a part of the event per se. But if it overtakes the Ferrari, which is not impossible, that just is further. Look, there you can see where the Audi is in relation to the 51 Ferrari coming down into turn 1.
Yeah, it's really rather fallen back, and certainly it's got plenty of company. Yeah, the 50. Yeah, we were looking, in fact, the Callum Ilott in the sister car, the number 71 Ferrari, that had fallen back onto the nose of Christian Engelhardt. So the second of the Porsches in this race. The first one is Earl Bamber in second place, but down in sixth place, Christian Engelhardt does look as though he's getting closer and closer and may want to make a move, but it's always a tricky moment. Or do you think, well, just let the overtaking be done by the timing of the pit stop? Certainly often a factor here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Sun starting to come out at various points on the circuit. That may lead to a little increase in tyre temperature, which won't particularly help tyre life. That thing all drivers have to consider. Two things that are T and L, track limits and tyre life, both have to be thought about very seriously here in Spain.
Well, clearly the influence that's going to have the bigger input is going to be how you use your tyres. And if you are caught in traffic and you're not able to drive the way, for example, the race leader is doing, he's using the racetrack to his own advantage. He's now pulled out a 3-point-second advantage over second place Earl Bamber in the process, going, still has the fastest race lap, but also has now got fastest sector time in sector 2. So Raffaele Marcello in that clear air, choosing wherever he wants to place the Mercedes and being able to do it with putting the least amount of pressure and temperature into those 4 Pirelli tyres. Another little factor to be considered, John, is the fact, because we had the safety car period, that not a long one, but it bunched the field up. It means that he's not starting to run onto the tail of the tail enders as yet. And so for Raffaele Marcello, he only has to concentrate exactly on what he's doing. 4.5 seconds to good. He's gained another 0.6 of a second over Earl Bamber, who's only just over a second clear of Marco Mappelli. Robin Fries, we're riding on board with him down towards turn number 1. He moved from 10th at the start of the race up to 8th, then quickly up to 7th. And at the moment, not making any moves, but he's doing what he needs to do. We're just coming up to the half hour, and everything pretty much settling down. We're not seeing actually any significant attempts to find extra position. All the work that was done in the opening and earlier laps, both at the initial start, then at the restart after the safety car. Now, very much, this is the character of Barcelona, that you find yourself running in a line of cars, and you have to be patient in effect. Don't compromise your own performance by being too aggressive, over-driving, and just wait. Opportunities may or may not arise. You may have to wait until you make your pit stop and put all the emphasis on the team to turn you around as quickly as possible. Yeah, the pit window, you know, you can choose when you come in how you split your 3 hours of racing, but really it's not taking, the main key is not to get too greedy. Just keep your tyres sweet as long as you possibly can. Push too hard now, you may make a passing manoeuvre, but you may flat spot your tyres, you may lose momentum, and also by taking life out of the tyres, the end of your stint is going to be pretty horrible indeed. Little mistake there from Nicholas Nielsen, bouncing over the curb on the turn
Speed
into
of
turn
car
10.
69 in the pit lane, under investigation.
Well, it's unfortunate. Ram Racing's had 2 runs through the pit lane already, and one of them is under investigation for speeding, so the day has fallen away from the Ram crew. I really feel that car's had plenty of speed through the year, but Sam Dehaan in the pits at the moment for his second pit visit and under investigation for speeding on the way in. Sometimes it's not your day, sometimes it's not your year. 5 and a bit seconds becomes 5.6 seconds. As Earl Bamber is now looking backwards rather than forwards. He's got Marco Mappelli on his tail. Callum Ilott still in 5th place, about nearly 4 seconds down on Lucas Stoltz now, but with Christian Engelhardt right on his tail, just half a second down. Robin Fries under a second down on him in 7th place overall. Then Costa Lapalainen, and then the leading car in the Silver Cup class is Thomas Drouet, is Ocottunjo from Thomas Drouet. But Good job here from Callum Ilott. We expect him, or if we believe what we're hearing, he's going to be competing in champ cars quite possibly next year. Maybe the Formula 1 dream has gone, but right now I've been really impressed with him through the course of this year. He's taken to GT3 racing and doing a really, really good job.
Yes, that's a good opening stint from Callum Ilott. He's under pressure from the much more experienced GT competitor Christian Engelhardt in the Porsche. You can see the back of the Porsche sliding around a little bit more under acceleration through turn 7 and 8 up into turn 9. Turn 9 speed, oh my goodness. It's that Audi once again that's quickest up there. Not by the 6 kilometers it was yesterday, but by a single kilometer from the Mercedes.
And when John talks about that Audi, it's the Evo 2 Audi, the generation that'll be competing next year. It's racing here, not expecting to get points, but just to show how effective it is. But this time the margin only down to 1 kph. We did raise our eyebrows when Finlay Hutchinson in practice was 6 kph faster than anybody else. You're thinking, who wouldn't want an Audi Evo 2?
Well, I mean, 6 kilometers advantage is surely not just in a car. It could have been the car and a set of fresh or very fresh tyres. That's a monster amount of time to be quicker than the rest of the field. There is that Audi. What's it, the 90, the Mad Panda in 13th place. So the gap between first and second is up to 6.3 seconds, and then Stolz to Ilott 4.1 seconds. So there are gaps that are opening all the way now through the field. It's the bottom end of the top 10 into the middle of the top 15 that's probably the most competitive, but our race leader is up and gone by 6.3 seconds.
Raffaele Marcello never seems to almost even raise an eyebrow to the car, but in the car he is absolutely exquisite, and he's putting in lap after lap, stretching this advantage. The safety car, of course, took away some of the advantage he built in those early laps of the race before it was deployed, but since then he's pulled clear of Earl Bamber. Marco Mappelli's keeping the Kiwi busy in that battle for second place, but almost just off over the horizon. Raffaele Marcello streaking clear. Look at that advantage he's gained lap after lap, nearly a second a lap on average.
Absolutely. Well, the last lap of this car was just under the 1:48 seconds, and that's what 0.8 of a second virtually faster than Earl Bamber there, coming into view at the top of your screen, and pursued now by Marco Mappelli, who is getting closer. The gap when they came across the line was just under 0.8 of a second, and it looks like Earl Bamber is going to have his hands very full indeed with Marco Mappelli as we go into the second half of this stint, the first hour stint here in Barcelona.
Well, if Marcello carries on pulling clear at this point, they won't even be able to see him on that infield straight. They'll be coming over the crest at turn 9, and he'll be turning through turn 10 and up through the final sequence of corners. But for now, Mappelli is close, but not prepared to take a risk to move past. And if it finishes as this order, we saw the graphic a short while ago, the top 3 teams will be covered by just 3 points, but it'll be the 88 ACA ASP Mercedes that's leading this race and increasingly pulling clear that will take the title. But we've got a long distance to go. So, but that could all change. You get 25 points for a win, 18 for second, and 15 for third. But if Marco Mappelli can move ahead of Earl Bamber, he will increase his tally by 3 points, and the 63 Lamborghini crew will take the title. Keep on top of the numbers, John.
Well, you know, I mean, there's no problem. Surely, why can Marco Mappelli not catch Bamber and overtake him? Well, it's not quite that easy, and here in Barcelona, it's one of the most demanding and difficult racetracks to find your way around another competitor, especially when the level of performance is so evenly matched between the two brands. They've got a Porsche leading this in second place, the Lamborghini in third. Ultimately, it'll come down to the pace that Earl Bamber has got left in the Porsche vis-a-vis what like Mappelli has got in the Lamborghini.
Right, we were 35 minutes into this 3-hour race, and the top 10 seconds covers the top 4 cars, but they've got a nearly 4-5 second advantage over Callum Ilott in the lead. Ferrari in 5th place overall. Is our winning crew going to be off from these top 4 cars? Will it be the 88 ACA ASP Mercedes that's leading by 7 seconds? Will the GPX Racing Lamborghini, Porsche, you can see ahead of the Lamborghini, that's the fight for second place. Earl Bamber from Marco Mappelli, or Lucas Stolz, who's in the background of the shot, about just under 2 seconds down, the number 4 Mercedes from the Hout Racing team. Or will it be someone else? We've still got a long way to go, but certainly with every lap that this quartet is just edging clear, it boosts their chances of overall success. But little change between Bamber and Mappelli. It stayed at around 7/10 of a second. It goes one way, goes the other, but Mappelli, one sense, is carrying a little more speed into the second half of his stint.
Yeah, you can see over the previous 3 laps just how much, well, it was only by 1/10 here, 2/10 there, 2/10 again, but bit by bit the gap was, well, we're waiting for them to come across. It's now 0.8 of a second. In fact, that's probably stretched fractionally more in the favour of the Porsche. As you look at Ben Barnicoat and the McLaren as it's battling away with Stein Stonehouse for that 15th position.
Yeah, certainly a few places gained here and there by the McLaren. Next target, Stein Schotthorst on his return to the series. But I really think at this point in the race, Earl Bamber is Raffaele Marcello's friend. Now let's take a look at some action further down the field. There's the Walkenhorst it's the Buisson Gignon car, Karim Ujay, pulling across on a car that's been off the track once and has had side contact again. It's the car that's second in the Pro-Am class, Hiroshi Hamaguchi. Now, will he have picked up a puncture with that side-on contact?
I mean, I'm not quite sure that was a viable overtake by the Lamborghini, but anyway, Hamaguchi went for it, and the BMW took its line in the contact, and there's damage to the front bodywork on the BMW on the left-hand side. So back to this battle with the Audi leading the McLaren. And this is all the way down for 15th place. Ben Barnicoat looks as if he's got more inherent pace than the Audi has. Having the pace and being able to execute an overtake, you know, he's running about as close as you really want to be to a competitive car, and getting stuck. Basically, what the Audi is doing is dictating what the McLaren's got.
Now, at this point, with nearly an 8-second advantage, the person who does not want a safety car.
Down the inside. Can he make it work? Yes, and Stonehouse did the right thing. He saw, will he make the undercut? No, he can't. Ben Barnicoat was forceful, got his elbows out there, and put that car into position.
Well, great move there, but it took two to tango, and very wise of Schotthorst to keep out of the way. Car 11, Kessel Racing, Francesco Zollo, drive-through penalty for causing a collision. It's not going to affect the overall outcome of the race. But I was just started a point saying if Earl Bamber is Raffaele Marcello's friend, that's great. There's an 8.2 second gap between them, but he's holding back Mapelli in that battle for second place. But if we do have a safety car for any car going off into the gravel being considered in a dangerous place, this enormous lead that Raffaele Marcello has built up will disappear. Karim Ujay's made it back out of the gravel into the pit lane, possibly with a puncture after that clash with Hiroshi Hamaguchi. That's good. I mean, not good that he's coming into the pits, but good that it won't be causing a safety car.
I think the left side front of the bodywork might be slightly out of position. I don't know, just looking down from the corner position, the car is going up on the axle and the air jacks. So apparently there has been a deflating front tyre. There's not a huge amount of action down at the Buisson Gignon pit, so the car is up on those air jacks. And somebody is looking at it. It's off the jacks now, and well, I'm just sitting watching from the commentary position. It's gone up and again the jacks, then it's down again on the jacks. Not quite sure what the team wants to do.
Well, I saw a mechanic running in from the back of the garage to join the two with him. But let's look at this battle for second place. GPX Racing Porsche, Earl Bamber, 8.2 seconds down on Raffaele Marcello, but all the time falling away from the race-leading Italian. But he's got another Italian right behind him. An Italian, if he moves ahead, will really boost the championship chances of the car. The crew that started this race third on championship points. It's the Orange One FFF Racing Lamborghini team, Mirko Bortolotti, Andrea Caldarelli, and the driver at the wheel at the moment, hunting down the Porsche, Marco Mapelli.
So that is the view from the 63, and of course you're waiting all the time for the car directly ahead of you as we come on to start finish straight. So they're waiting for the gap. It was half a second the previous time through, and it's going to be a half a second again. It's 8.8 seconds between Earl Bamber in second place and the lead Mercedes. So bit by bit, Marcello is continuing that march forward and just getting that little comfort zone extended by the lap.
Drivers are not coming out after standard pit stops. That's Francesco Zollo after his drive-through penalty. Slots out just behind the number 7, the car in 7th place, the WRT Audi, John.
The damage on the Ferrari is on the right-hand side. So I don't know who he had contact with, because the contact with the BMW, which we believe was the Lamborghini, that was on the left-hand side of... So anyway, looks like there's two incidents. Maybe we've got them all wrapped up into one.
So the driver who is leading the Pro-Am Championship will be watching on, because that's Chris Froggatt. His car, the Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari, number 93, 24th overall, but that's fine, scoring points and heading for 25 points in the class. Rino Mastronardi at the wheel. Then I don't know if it's going to be Chris Froggatt next or Jonathan Cooey. It depends how Chris wants to watch the championship unfold, whether he wants to be the one that brings it to the line at the end of the race or wants to get out and watch the end of the race from the side. But he's very, very well clear in the championship. So Rino Mastronardi doing a great job for Sky Tempesta Racing in the Ferrari.
And riding on board with Mastronardi as he comes out of turn 5 and doing the job he's been asked to do, not involved directly in a race. But he's I think he's just a second behind Gabbiati there. We look at the defeat of Mastroianni is in the Ferrari, the foot box camera we've had pretty much throughout the season, and that massive big pedal there. Oh, right foot breaker. Thank goodness we've still got old-style race drivers who use the right foot, right leg to brake with.
Good tradition. That's got John very excited indeed. But obviously he's pushing on as hard as he dares, but doesn't have to push too hard because the car that's challenging him, not on the track.
Incident involving car 19 and car 10 under investigation.
Okay. That's the one. That was the incident. We had 10 and 11 being involved, but it wasn't. It was 10 and 19. There was an incident with the number 11 Castle Racing.
Yeah, well,
Ferrari, which is a separate incident because there was the damages on the right side, right front on that Ferrari. And the incident, there it is. Well, look, you can see the damage on it. The aerodynamics have gone to the dogs. That car will be feeling rather weird and strange.
Okay, interesting. We're just hearing about the incident between cars 19 and 10, and of course 19, the Hiroshi Hamaguchi Lamborghini then has dropped to the tail of the field after that clash, has had a visit to the pits, and that is the car that's second in the Pro-Am Championship. So really it's almost on a plate now for Sky Tempesta Racing, leading the class on the track comfortably, and a huge margin over the only car, the only combination in the Pro-Am class that can topple it. So Chris Froggatt should be feeling pretty pleased as he watches Rino Mastronardi. Now, the overall leader on points, coming into this event by a tiny margin of 13 points. It's the 51 Iron Lynx Ferrari that, of course, they've only won one race of the Endurance Championship so far, but they won the big one, the big point-scoring one at Spa 24 Hours. But today, just down in 11th, started 11th, have not been able to move forward. They've got two Silver Cup classes cars ahead of them, Thomas Drouet, and the position ahead of that, Oscar Tunjo, but just no answers to any questions.
Well, they won the Euro Millions lottery when they won at Spa because they got all the scoring points, 6 hours, 12 hours and 24 hours. But if you don't qualify, well, the sister car qualified much better. And we heard Alessandro Pierguidi say, the performance is, you know, what do you call the thing, performance related.
Oh, balance of performance.
Balance of performance. That was the problem, he said. But the 51, which is doing, or 71, is doing significantly better with Trish Ilott behind the wheel. Let's look and see again a replay of what's there. Is the Bucciaginian coming down the inside of the number 11 Ferrari down into turn 1. Oh, there we go, there we go. Now, the car, is that the second incident that's been involved with? I think it is, because the damage was already on that right front of the number 11 Ferrari.
Correct, well spotted, John, and it was also the second incident, or there have been two incidents with the Bucciaginian car, because of course that then had a clash with the number 19 Hiroshi Hamaguchi Lamborghini. Right, Marco Mappelli is much, much closer. There's traffic up ahead, and this could be his first real opportunity. He went from fourth to third at the start of the race. Now he's got an opportunity as they come up behind the Bucciaginian BMW to see how he can get past it. Where is the space going to open up? It's going to open up for him into turn 4. He does it, he goes through.
Well, Karim Auger's been in the heart of some of the actions so far, but this is the
incident involving car 10 and 11 in turn 1 under investigation.
So the number 4 gets through cleanly. In fact, the second, third, fourth place cars all let through easy. Karim Auger stepped aside, saw there was a battle of 3 or so cars, and gave them space, but that contact that took place down in turn 1 between the number 10 and the number 11 will also be investigated. Certainly the BMW would have had the inside line into turn 1, but what the outcome was we didn't catch until we saw the end result with the Ferrari off track at the middle of turn 1.
So no change given in this battle for second place. Earl Bamber in the GPX Racing Porsche, a winner at
drive-through penalty to car 19, causing a collision.
Okay, now that's causing a collision. That's Hiroshi Hamaguchi. He's already down in 41st position. Drive-through penalty to drop him to the very, very back of the pack. And he was the challenger in the Pro-Am class. So for Sky Tempesta Racing, you don't want to win through other people having problems, but it's a problem of the 19 cars making. Drive-through penalty for them. And that puts Sky Tempesta Racing in a very secure position at the top of the Pro-Am charts.
Nicholas Nielsen still running behind. The Mercedes are not able to do anything about it. So Thomas Drouet in that 10th position has managed to defend, and he's not really been stretched in his defence. The Ferrari, I believe, couldn't find its way through, would be able to pull ahead. But the same story, we talk about it lap upon lap upon lap, is how do you find a way around on this Barcelona racetrack. It's one of the toughest circuits to race on, simply because the opportunities to overtake are relatively few. 4.6 kilometers of it, and you think 16 turns there would be more options, but it's the nature of the racetrack. and also it is highly temperature sensitive, and that will be bearing down now on every competitor here, because the car they started the race on and the freshest of rubber they would have had probably feels a totally different car.
Now, if you're in the ACA ASP pits, you'll be delighted because your lead is not just a small lead, it's growing by the lap. It's 11.5 seconds now after 24 laps of racing and a safety car period early on that bunched the field up. That is how far Raffaele Marcello has pulled clear, and he's lapping easily faster than those behind. There may be some traffic coming up. We've had a few cars scrambling through the pits for puncture repairs and drive-through penalties, but Marcello, another lap under his belt. 25 laps, he'll be 12 seconds clear, shortly this time over Earl Bamber. 12.3 seconds. Marco Mappelli just half a second down on the Kiwi. And any offerings for the 51 Ferrari, the championship leader, there he goes, out of turn 16 onto the start-finish straight. Nicholas Nielsen just going nowhere fast, just not at all.
No, just when they come to that sequence of turns 13, 14, 15, that's where the progress that seems to go in the favour of the 51 Ferrari seems to stall out. Now it closes back up again under braking at the end of the long pit straight. Again, once the Mercedes starts to accelerate, then it can pull away. But this time, well, maybe Nicholas Nielsen's feeling I'm getting nearer to my objective. But again, on the exit, the Mercedes has got that very good drive, and then under brakes into turn 4. There's nothing to pick and choose between the Mercedes or the Ferrari. You can see a small amount of adjustments from the hands of Nicholas Nielsen on board. Again, takes a much softer entry into turn 5, runs the curb and uses the curb maybe to try and hook the front wheel to keep the front of the car tight to the apex. Up into turn 7, then the quick switch back to turn 8, up the hill now into turn 9. The next opportunity to pass that's realistic, but not in this instance, because the Ferrari is that little bit too far behind the Mercedes, and straight line performance of these two cars virtually identical.
Now, it's something that hadn't really crossed my mind until right now. The Mercedes right in front of the championship leader is from the same team as the Mercedes that's leading the race, and if the race runs into the end of its 3 hours in this order, ASP will take the title. And that will be Raffaele Marcello and Jules Gugno. Felipe Fraga hasn't been with them in all the race. I'm seeing no driving from Thomas Drouet, suggesting he's doing anything other than having his struggle in the Silver Cup class, but he has got the championship leader, outright championship leader, tucked under his tail. But he's been there since the start of the race.
Yeah, and I mean, he's doing his job, he's doing it well, and he's running at the maximum pace that's available to him. As I mentioned, possibly if Nicholas Nielsen could find its way, or his car around the number 87 Mercedes Drouet, then he might be able to pull away. But the differential in performance between the two driver car combinations is so small. I mean, you can see how much quicker he is coming into turn 3. He makes up considerable ground, but then under acceleration, the Mercedes is again stretching marginally. So the Ferrari, as I say, has got the potential to be the quicker of the two cars as they come up to the tail of 2 more cars. And this is an opportunity either for Drouet to consolidate or for Nicholas Nielsen to find his way through, and they get cleanly through. So the Audi's hoping just to pick up that little bit of a benefit. Marcus Winkelhock, who's running just half a second behind Nicholas Nielsen in 13th or 12th place.
Yeah, well, Nielsen is running around in that 11th place, but 2 places behind now, gaining a position. 2 overtaking manoeuvres on the last lap. They're quite rare, like hen's teeth, but Ben Barnicoat's gone up from 14th to 13th, going past Yusuf Oaxaca's Mad Panda Motorsport Mercedes. They should just be in the background of that shot any second now, just coming through the top of the hill. And also 5 places further back, Jake Dennis, who started 18th, just got back to 18th in the 34 Walk-on-Horse Motorsport BMW, which we know is super fast in a straight line, but it loses out other places in the circuit here. But places can be gained, and Barnicoat and Dennis have both done just that on the last lap.
Wow, is he going to go? I'm just watching again to see what Drouet was doing. He wants to get through. I think that might be the Bush-Ginion car directly ahead, and we know how quick the BMW is in a straight line. But there he is and runs. Whoa, this is the opportunity that Nielsen looked for, because Drouet got compromised. The BMW compromised Drouet, and that is a gift, an absolute gift for Nicholas Nielsen, and he was waiting for that opportunity as Drouet tries to come back and find. And look, Marcus Winkelhock likewise saw that, read it well, and was almost able to make a pass on the Mercedes for him to make up 1 more position.
So that is every point counts, and that one could be crucial come the end of the championships. That was patience rewarded. The first of the driver change pit stops is happening right now. It's the 31 Audi that's coming to pit lane. Frank Bird is climbing out. I can't see if it's Valdemar Eriksson or Riachiro Tomita. We'll find out soon who's taken over. But they've got the empty pit lane in which to perform their craft. They were stuck in traffic. Wise choice to be made.
It was a very, very early pit stop. Still really 9 minutes at the top of the first hour to go. So whether that is a pit stop, a strategic pit stop or not, it's hard to tell. There was other issues, but looking down and seeing, well, people have benefited. Romain Dumas, by the way, for those fans of Romain Dumas in the Porsche 56, has now got himself inside the top 20 in 19th position.
Okay.
But the lead Porsche right now, Christian Engelhardt, still 0.6 of a second behind Callum Ilott, battling away for 5th.
Bear in mind that I think it was 31st position that Romain Dumas started from in the second of the Dynamic Motorsports Porsches. So, place change. We had a couple the previous lap. That was Barnicoat and Jake Dennis. Then a crucial move there. Nicholas Nielsen made that place change. He was 11th. He's up to 10th on this lap now. And I suggest he's going to pull away from Drewer. His next target is also in the Silver Cup, and it's Oscar Tunjo. That'll be his next target.
63 looks like it's coming in. That's a very early surprise, as is Lucas Stoltz. So Marco Mappelli and Lucas Stoltz coming in. Still 8 minutes at the top, so we need to get a time on these. Frank Bird's pit stop looks like it was 69 seconds. So work on board the 63. Look, clearing out the air intakes around the front for both air cooling and for brake cooling. All very metronomic. Marco Mappelli assisting in the driver change, making sure that the seat belts, and also taking off one of those rip-offs on the windscreen to give a nice clear view. So is this Andrea Caldarelli getting behind the wheel, or will it be Mirko Bortolotti? Normally Caldarelli would do the final stint, but the last time around was it Mirko? I can't remember Mirko Bortolotti. Anyway, the car is rolling, and we still have got to come up to the full minute to see what this in-out pit stop time for that 63 Lamborghini is. We saw a 69-second stop for Frank Bird in the WRT, so it's, wow, looks like that was a good pit stop from WRT. 168.9 seconds for the 63 Lamborghini.
And gained 0.4 of a second on Maro Engel taking over.
Yeah, and 69 seconds for the number 4 car, so virtually identical, within a tenth or through of a second.
Well, small fractions can make a big difference. And just remember, they came in from 3rd and 4th positions, but I suppose almost the critical change.
Warning flag to car 32, track limits 3 times.
Okay, that's Robin Freitz's contribution. Unfortunately, he can't blame it on anyone else in the team. This is the car that's second on points in the championship, and he knows that car's got to win or to take second or third to take the title race. But at the moment, the 63 Lamborghini did a very good job in the pits.
Yes, a 68.9 second stop. It is Andrea Caldarelli behind the wheel, so the team boss, the team whatever, it's Mr. Caldarelli's team. So he has taken over, and it will be then Mirko Bortolotti will have the final slot to try and get back into some kind of position to challenge for overall victory.
Right, naturally, Raffaele Marcello would like to stay out as long as possible. He's flying. There's Christian Engelhardt in the pits out of what had been 6th position, but he's now up among traffic. So Raffaele, the ASP might go, you know, we've got a really well-balanced team. Maybe we bring you in. We can't afford for you to be blocked by any of the tail enders in this race. But sitting on a lead of 14 seconds before the stop.
So the car still 45 seconds in this pit stop down the inside, as Marcello marches forward, getting through some of the back markers. And that was the Bentley standing aside, and race leader has got a 14-second advantage over the number 22 Porsche. Callum Ilott has been elevated up to 3rd place because the Porsche and the 63 Lamborghini have made their stop. So at which point will the race leader opt to come in? Well, not this lap, that's for sure, as he powers continually on majestically. Wow, gets very close to the edge of the racetrack, just almost shaving as the 22 Porsche now comes in 2nd place into turns 14 and 15.
Yeah, but that's in 2nd place, running behind the WRT Audi with a yellow flash. That's made its pit stop. That's returned to the circuit with Valdemar Eriksson. But I wanted to see if there was much traffic up ahead of Raffaele Marciello. The answer was simply no, so he can carry on for a few more laps without feeling his pace is going to be compromised. Here's the second place Porsche coming down the hill behind the Audi that I said has just already served its pit stop. Little switch for Earl Bamber.
Oh, yes.
So, keep your attention, Earl. Your stint is very nearly over, but little mistakes like that could have a huge bearing on the championship. The 22 GPX Racing crew not in that overall championship battle. They've had a win this year, but not scored consistently. But that was nearly a moment too much.
That's the type of moment you get that sort of heart in your mouth feel when, oh, just caught me unawares. What did I do differently? Did I do anything differently whatsoever, or is that just a function? Watch this little battle coming down, very competitive indeed, down into turn one as the contact. 66 is going to be run wide. Well, it may have to get a bit messy, and I wonder will that be an overtake that will be required to be handed back as it's the 163 Lamborghini. And that's Norbert Siedler behind the wheel, and then you've got the BMW directly behind the M4, and Jesse Kroon behind the wheel thinking I'd get involved in that action as well.
Yeah, Steiner shot horse, and that 66 Temto Racing Audi has been a bit busy. We saw him have some side-by-side running earlier. He ceded the position that time, and this time he did not. He made the move and moved up a position as he got ahead of the 163 Lamborghini. So Norbert Siedler now down to 11th, Stein shot horse up to 11th. But Raffaele Marciello, who's a bit loose there a few laps ago, was certainly running right, flirting with disaster at the edge of the gravel trap coming out of turn 16, but he's got clear track ahead of him. And with this 31 Audi still blocking the car in second place, the 222 GPX Racing Porsche of Earl Bamber. But Bamber, don't forget, made the little mistake down at turn one last time. That gap is going to go out and out. It was, let's see what it is this time over the start-finish line. Marciello now leads by nearly 16 seconds. That is a huge buffer to use the rest of this race.
And the Porsche is going to get past the Audi coming down into turn one as the 32 of Robin Friend, who has been given a third warning for track limit abuses. So he needs to keep his nose clean. They do not need to have any unforced errors, such as track limit abuses, to hamper any further progress. Currently running in fourth place again, the beneficiary of all the pit stops. Just looking down at the pit stops, virtually all the pit stops have been conducted in a high 68 seconds or a very low. So I mean, the uniformity of the pit work by all these teams, I mean, very impressive.
Yeah, in fact, the only one that really had a bit of a stumble there was Walkenhorst Motorsport. David Pittard's pit stop, I think, was about 5 seconds slow. In fact, I've lost him off my screen for a second. He's no, his was okay. Sorry, it was the one just above him. It was never mind. But you say 69 seconds, 68 seconds is the gap between them all by and large.
So it's the top 4 or top 5 or top 6, well, virtually, that we're waiting now to come in. As look at the back of the Audi sliding around Robin Friend, feeling the rear tyre wear is beginning to have an impact on what he can drag out of the 32 Audi as we come down into turn 1 and 63. This is the car that's being driven by Andrea Caldarelli. I mean, right now it's in 23rd position, but that's unfolding as everybody goes through the process of making their stops and continues back on the track. So Andrea Caldarelli, who had a very disappointing qualifying this morning, stepped out of the car with a face on him like a smack bottom. In fact, he probably deserved one. Anyway, he calmed down and then was able to give us a moderately informative interview. Very positive in the end, he was too.
He was indeed. So it was, but at that point, his car we knew had just kept hold of pole position. Then it was taken away from the fastest on aggregate by 9 thousandths of a second across the 3 qualifying sectors. Back from first to fourth though, for the offence going past a waved yellow flag. They took it on the chin, and to be honest, starting fourth, a lot of teams on the grid well placed in the championship would have dreamt of qualifying fourth, most notably the Iron Lynx Ferrari that came here with a 13-point championship lead and started from 11th. Now, Caldarelli is really starting to haul in Earl Bamber. Earl hasn't had a pit stop yet, and he will be coming in soon. We saw Earl starting to make a couple of little mistakes under braking as well.
Callum Arlott has come into the pits, so the Ferrari 71 is in midway through, I would say, that first round of pit stop. So let's keep an eye on that. That promotes Robin Friend in the 32 Audi up to third place, but he's some 11 seconds behind Earl Bamber, who is yet, like Raffaele Marciello, to make that. So there is the 71 Ferrari coming up to the minute stop. So that car's pit is towards the bottom end. So he'll not have that long 50-kilometer run down the pit lane. As down into turn 1 yet again, Andrea Caldarelli looking to see his sector times. Interesting, it's Klaus Bachler in the 54 Porsche who has taken over from Christian Engelhardt, who has set fastest sector at sector 3. So the Porsche on that new set of boots is really, really charging.
Warning flag on 38 for track limits.
That is the McLaren. Ben Barnicoat has been driving that to this point. He's now in the top 10, but the warning message is absolutely clear to the drivers: start offending beyond there and penalties will come. And unfortunately, that's just the first third of the race that has been passed. Now, looking at the 0-2 on the windscreen of the car in second place.
Ferrari in trouble coming out of turn 5.
That was the second of the Rinaldi Racing Ferraris. Had its moment, but didn't interrupt the dynamic motorsport Porsche behind it, which is thankful indeed. Let's take a look. Did it jump or was it pushed? Is that Andrea Cordarelli, the 63 Lamborghini? I'm not sure if there was even any contact, but I think he just had his eyes on the mirror and just braked too late, John. What do you think?
Well, the danger is that was a pro car tagging a Pro-Am car, and it would be Manuel Luc behind the wheel. That in itself will be looked at because it is a no-no. Well, there you go. I mean, it's very difficult to tell if it was the lightest of kisses. Virtually, that's what it would have been. So that will be investigated likewise, and that's the sort of move that Andrea Caldarelli may live to regret if it is deemed that he was the party responsible for contact and spinning around a car in the Pro-Am category.
Okay, well, it was very close. We couldn't actually see. We'll have to see if there's any damage on the nose of the Lamborghini. Again, with that black and orange livery, it'd be quite hard to tell. Right, the 32 Team WRT Audi coming in from it. Had risen to third place. Robin Freitz is bringing it in. In fact, it's going back out. Sorry, their garage is at the opening end of the pit lane, the near end. So let's see who's going to take that over. Charles Wirtz is taking the second stint. Important stint for him, and Dries van Tor will bring it home. This is the car just coming out behind the number 71 Ferrari, so that's sort of as they were before, and it's the 51 Ferrari. We have to see, and the race leader is in, Raffaele Marcello. He built a huge lead. In fact, last time I looked, I think it was 14 seconds to the good. Oh, Bambo, wait to see if he comes in. Yes, he does, on the same lap.
Yeah, they must be running on fumes by now because we're into the second hour by virtually 3 minutes, and that's about the maximum you can do. And also you've got maximum driver times, so a little bit of confusion there on that left front, not quite as seamless as you'd expect on board 63. Andrea Caldarelli recovering from what may or may not have been a contact with another car down in Manuel Luc in the Ford 88 Ferrari. So there is the 88 up on its axle stands. So again, roughly midway through that driver change, refuel, and getting the 4 sets of 4 wheels and tyres changed.
Well, what we need to find out is where the 63 Lamborghini can be. Remember, before this first round of pit stops, it was running in third place. It was caught up behind the 22 GPX Racing Porsche, the car that's still on its stands in the pits. Already with that big lead coming into the pits, Raffaele Marcello should be coming back out, down pit exit now.
Incident 63488 under investigation.
Well, okay, this could have an enormous bearing on the championship, but for now, we'll take a look at where the GPX Racing Porsche is as it comes out of pit exit. Is the 63 Lamborghini going to be in front? No, by the smallest of margins. The 63 Lamborghini is almost alongside down into turn 1, but second, third and fourth are as they were before, with the number 4 Mercedes in the background as well.
But that 22 Porsche has had the quickest pit stop of all we've seen so far, and that was a 66.7. Okay, it's 2 and a bit seconds quicker, but you might as well have it in your tank as not have it, and that is crucial to have the Porsche get out ahead of the 63 Lamborghini. Andrea Caldarelli, who is already up to race speed and who's behind the wheel of the 22, is still showing El Bamber on timing and scoring. It will reset once we come across the start-finish line, but absolutely look at Caldarelli. He knows he must get through and overtake the Porsche. If he doesn't, then it's going to be very difficult indeed. Which of the two drivers is behind the wheel in the 22? Well, I suspect it will be, well, I don't know, it's either Matthew Zamanet or Matt Campbell. I don't know which of the two you'd put in the middle stint.
Very, very well balanced driver lineup there, but second, third and fourth were as they were before. The championship leading car number 51, the Ferrari from Iron Lynx, all race in the first hour. It fought to get up from 11th to 10th. It managed to do that judicious point gaining position, but with its pit garage down toward pit exit. John, keep an eye on the time clock. How long will this pit stop be for Iron Lynx? Don't forget they don't have as much experience as a lot of the teams around them at the front end of the
71, its pit stop was 71 seconds. The best we have seen is from the Porsche 22, which was 66.7 seconds. You're talking about maybe 3 to 4 seconds between the best and the worst of the top 10. So the Ferrari is up. Callum Ilott steps out of the car. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Nielsen steps out of the car. The 71 car, of course, has been in earlier. So Nielsen is out.
And I can answer your question. It was Mathieu Jaminet who's taken over the GPX Racing Porsche. So it's Felipe Fraga leading the race. Well, he will be, because he's now got past the pits, or will be about to pass the pits, with the 51 Ferrari. Where will it slot in? It's behind the sister car, the 71 car, and 32 is in front of it, as it was before, but there's no traffic between them. And don't forget, there were quite a few positions between them. Yes, there's a time interval, but there's a clear line of sight from the championship leading car, number 51 Ferrari, to the 32 Audi that's second in the championship. So that was good work from Iron Lynx.
Yeah, Com Ledegar behind the wheel. He's got the 114 Arthur Rouget Lamborghini. Of course, it's been in and out, and it's up to speed. Com Ledegar back behind the wheel of the Ferrari for the first time since qualifying this morning. Everything will be different. Track's different, ambience different, track temperature's different, car will feel probably marginally different as well. So it's a very rapid readjustment from every driver who's taking over from their incumbent, who did the first. It runs wide coming out of turn 5, and he's trying to push on as hard as he can. He knows that he doesn't want to allow the Lamborghini to get ahead, and he's got the sort of second half of this lap to ensure that he's comfortable and adjusted, and looks like he has done so. So the Lamborghini following is not really now a threat as it might have appeared to be in the opening stage. There is the 63. Look how close it is to the tail of the 22 Porsche. Andrea Caldarelli knows what he's going to do. Again, the opportunity is going to arise with the two slower cars directly ahead. But the Porsche's had really strong straight line performance here this weekend. You can see it's just eking away a little bit in terms of straight line performance, and Andrea Caldarelli will be pushing that throttle pedal through the front bulkhead to try and gain a bit more straight line speed. Can the Porsche dive down the inside and take a position away? I think the two Mercedes messy down at turn 1, and what's going to happen? Caldarelli has to be patient. Don't try and be aggressive. Now it's a horrible mess for the 22 Porsche, being delayed by those two slower cars, not being aware that this is a battle for second and third position.
Well, it's going to be a battle for second, third and fourth, because Mauro Engel is just a whisker behind them. He in the pink livery car. They go up inside or semi-inside the Get Speed Performance Mercedes. That goes to the outside the corner, the tail of the second place Porsche moving around. But if we could see a rear view, yes, there is the number 4 Mercedes into the mix. This could be a problem for 63, but perhaps the biggest problem for the the 63 Lamborghini is the fact they're still under investigation. I've got to reiterate this for a moment at turn 5 with the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari.
Mauro Engel looked like he wanted to really upset Andrea Caldarelli. He put the Mercedes right into the left side mirror of the Lamborghini. These three battling, and one wonders which of the three cars is going to come out of this on top. Right now, my feeling is that Porsche and Mathieu Jaminet have got enough straight line performance. They may not have an overall lap time performance, but they've also got track position. Mauro Engel going a long way around turn 10, just having a little look, a little shifty to see where and what traffic may be ahead as we go back on board the 63 Lamborghini coming up into turn 13.
Hunting, looking for a moment, no change being given, and Earl Bamber followed by Mathieu Jaminet. They've been under attack since the start of the race. They started second. Let's just remind you how far clear Felipe Fraga is. There was a 17-second margin in the 88 Mercedes when Raffaele Marcello brought it in ahead of Earl Bamber, and right now crossing the start-finish line, Mathieu Jaminet 15.8 seconds. There was that good pit stop. The gap has come down, but it's still a huge margin for Fraga.
The pit stop that the 22 Porsche, the GPX Martini Racing Porsche, carried out was about 3 seconds quicker than that of the pursuing Lamborghini, and that's where these races are going to be won, lost or drawn, because that has given the Porsche the opportunity to get and consolidate a second position. They're some 15.8 seconds behind Felipe Fraga in the lead Mercedes-Benz. They're not concerned about that. What they are concerned about is Andrea Caldarelli pressuring every part of the racetrack. Mathieu Jaminet in the second place Porsche.
It's busy out there. It's not so busy for Felipe Fraga, and he doesn't want to give away any of this advantage, but he hasn't got anyone on his tail. and Andrea Cordarelli, he does have someone in his tail. This is now starting to become a bit of a problem because Mauro Engel, who's almost a serial winner in the GT World Challenge events, is right on his tail. The Hout Racing team, new at the start of this year, HRT, and they are really, really pressing. They've been super impressive in the Sprint Cup. And Mauro Engel now seeing what he can do in the Endurance Series as well, and the dynamic Porsche getting onto the tail as well in the background.
Klaus
Bachler, brilliant.
So in a sense, what's happening with Mathieu Jaminet is holding up the chain of cars in third, fourth, and fifth, and that's allowing Klaus Bachler to draw close to the tail of the number 4 Mercedes in fourth position. So we're going to have a four-way battle taking place over the second half, well, the remaining first half of this second stint. And Jaminet clambers over the curbs in turn 14 as we look at the 54 Klaus Bachler, who at one point actually had the fastest sector time in sector 1 just simply on his out lap.
Now, you just mentioned the number 14, and I'm just checking on the progress of car 14 because that's the Fella Fontana in Eichen Lamborghini that had a very, very comfortable lead in the Silver Cup by 24 points, with 25 for a win, but it's right down the order. Looking almost the bottom the first time. He's green 32nd position, so not going to get a huge haul of points. But then again, it doesn't need a huge haul of points to take the Silver Cup Championship in the Endurance Series.
For all those fans of BMWs out there, we've got David Pittard leading within the GT3 category with one position further forward as Augusto Farfus in the BMW M4. So we call that a ghost car as we do with the Audi Evo 2. So David Pittard in the Valkenhaus BMW in 18th position. Further progress, Alex Fontana in the 14 Lamborghini. He's up from 33rd to 32nd position. A long way to go. And also Berkeley Besler in the number 10. Mercedes has done a good job getting around Finlay Hutchinson in the 26 Audi.
So still super busy, and what is going to shake out in this battle for second place? The 22 Porsche in the middle of the shot, and now we've got the field starting to break up a little bit, but the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini in front of this battle for second place. Is this going to provide an opportunity at the wheel of the 77 Barwell car at the moment? It's Miguel Ramos. You have an eye on his mirrors. He doesn't want to lose loads of time, but he can have to move very carefully out of the way to let second, third and fourth come through. Jaminet, Cordarelli, Engel, Klaus Bachler onto their tail
part
as
of
well.
the racetrack they're in now. This is the final sector of the circuit, and you can see that Porsche has gotten through, and now Manuel Ramos is going to have to find a way to vanish, almost do a Houdini trick, and vanish to let the 63 second or third place Lamborghini find its way through. And there's nothing being given here right now in the early part of this long straight. He may back out of it, roll and lift and coast into the corner. He's done that. Caldarelli gets through, so that's good work from Miguel Ramos in the Barwell Motorsport. Lets the 63 go through. Ramos loses nothing, and he continues in his own private war or battle, or however you care to describe it, and Andrea Caldarelli will be able to check his temperature and again realise it's back to normal.
No, exactly so, and that the team's also helping out there, sending messages to their drivers, and up and down the pit lane if you feel a neighbouring team has a car that's potentially delaying yours, often a polite word on the pit wall. If you're not in the same class, that is fine. Move out of the way, and certainly that does help the rating. And not to reiterate too much, but we have 46 cars starting this race. We've still got 43 runners. We've lost Sam Dehaan in the Ram Racing Mercedes. We lost Martin Tomczyk in the number 35 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, and Alexander West in the 188 Aston Martin. They went out early on, but since then about another 30 plus laps have passed, 30 plus indeed laps have passed, and it's all clean and tidy, particularly if you're the 88 ASP Mercedes.
More trouble ahead, because you can see three cars all in their own little battles going ahead as this group of second, third and fourth makes their way down into turn 10. So the Porsche are going to look and find a way around the 488 Ferrari.
Penalty to car 19 for causing a collision with car 10.
Okay, that's Hiroshi.
And the drive-through penalty to car 63 plus 1 behavior point for causing a collision with car 488.
Well, the 488 Ferrari is the one at the background of the shop, but 63 in one announcement. We've had two of the three orange one FFF Racing Lamborghinis, and we might have a place change on the track, but a drive-through penalty is coming for the car that's doing the overtaking, not quite making it effect. And so Andrea Caldarelli, this is their championship challenge about to be spiked just as he was trying to gain another position and another handful of points. And had he got up into second place and not had to drive through penalty, that would have put the 63 crew into the championship lead, and suddenly it's unravelling.
Drive through penalty to car 11 plus 1 behavior point for speeding in the pit lane.
Well, that's the Kessel Racing Ferrari.
It's already had a drive-through.
Yeah, but I mean, what turns, nervous moments, and the Porsche still unable to find its way around the 488 Ferrari. Andrea Caldarelli backed up. He almost got alongside the Porsche coming out of turn 16, now into turn 5. The Porsche goes through, and everybody, the chain of cars is going to go through. But if I was in the position of Mathieu Jaminet, I would be backing up the 3 cars that are following, trying to take my second position away. Then I get on the gas. I've got straight line performance. We saw that just a lap ago coming onto the straight when Caldarelli was all but alongside the Porsche, and the Porsche had enough performance in a straight line to consolidate to get down into turn 1 safely.
Now, if you're very quick in a straight line here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, that is a really, really mighty job to do, because it just gives you that opportunity to blot out one of the main potential overtaking places into the first turn. Of course, since the chicane was inserted many years ago at the end of the lap, it has reduced the chances of passing into the first turn at the start of the following lap. And with that potent speed down the straight, certainly the Porsche is really, really frustrating for Lamborghini behind. But just to let you know, that 63 Lamborghini has a drive-through penalty to serve, and that will see it tumbling way, way down the order. It's running third, challenging for second, but its gun is about to be spiked.
Well, he has chosen yet to stay on the circuit. Now, whether the team are going to dispute that, because we couldn't tell in the reviews that we saw. Here it is again. Let's look at it again and see, where was there contact? Was it right, front, left, rear? You have to say there may have been the lightest. There's no indication of body rub on the right front bodywork of the Lamborghini. Here's the view from the 63. So let's watch and see if anybody can say categorically, look to your right and let's see. It was almost like it was the smallest and smaller, but as I said at the time, it's a pro driver and an armed driver, and one of the regulations is a pro driver will always be adjudged the guilty party, and he's been fined a lap or so. Busanginian on at turn 8, and there that may well be a full course yellow if that car cannot regain under its own power. It's stuck at a crucial part of the racetrack, so halfway Jens Lieberhauser behind the wheel, and double waved yellow flags, you can see them clearly in the background, means you must slow down, as the battle for second place then can pick up when they get past the next flag post, which will be showing a green flag. But look, Caldarelli is going to think about a move down the inside, down into turn 10. But the Porsche, again, just that little bit of straight line performance. But it's the soft entry that I see Caldarelli taking around so many of these corners here in Barcelona, which offers him an opportunity to get the nose up the inside of whichever car he chooses.
Right, as this battle for second place is raging, I just want to point out the race leader, Felipe Fraga. I haven't seen him for a while. He's 20 seconds to the good. If we have a safety car, but I hope we don't, as Jens Liebhauser's Busanginian BMW is cleared out of the way, that will be compressed, because certainly Raffaele Marcello built that fantastic lead, and now Felipe Fraga stretching
in the pits. Caldarelli is in the pits.
Okay, Caldarelli comes in from third position, very nearly second position, but he had many goes to get past Mathieu Jaminet, couldn't do it, so in to serve the drive-through penalty from third place. But where will he come out of the order? It must feel like an odyssey of slow life, as slow motion life, as he goes down the pit lane. Doesn't want to do what the 11 Kessel Racing Ferrari did when it got done for speeding and given another drive-through penalty, possibly when it came in for its drive-through penalty, it achieved that. He's coming back out then, if we have a headshot, looking from turn 1 back up the order. There is the 63 Lamborghini, served its position, where he's going to slot in, which car is coming down the straight, and it's one of the Attempto.
Well, it's the McLaren,
Audis,
actually.
just by the McLaren that was running in 13th position overall. Ollie Wilkinson goes round, so Ollie Wilkinson moves up to 12th and down to 13th.
Yeah, I just wonder, Caldarelli will be on it immediately, looking for an opportunity to find a way around the McLaren. Again, a car that's got good straight line performance, doesn't want to get caught behind it for the remaining part of a lap. So down into turn 4, Caldarelli can take the tighter line. Can he get on the throttle and drive the car off turn 4? But he's on the outside coming into turn 5, which is not the ideal line. He needs to be careful that there's no further contact. And he, well, side by side down through the curve at 6, and then the McLaren still, but Wilkinson actually got out of that and let the Caldarelli go, but slightly marginally compromising the Lamborghini on the exit. But he's done what he had to do. He's gotten past at the earliest opportunity, and now he can get his head down, put behind him that penalty, and forget about it. Don't let it dwell. There is our race leader, comes across the line. He was something like 20 seconds or so waiting to see where the second place Porsche is. Now it's a third place Mercedes and a fourth place Porsche.
Right, of course, Mathieu Jaminet has now had the pressure taken off his tail, but maybe it's simply a case he's going to swap the attacking Andrea Caldarelli, who's down in 13th position after the drive-through, and have another attacker. It'd be Mauro Engel, the number 4 Hout Racing Team Mercedes. It's Mercedes first with Felipe Fraga, Porsche second, Mathieu Jaminet, but certainly pressure on his tail from Mauro Engel, and just a second or so back, in fact less than that, Klaus Bachler is very close to Engel. Next time we get a shot of that, we'll see that Klaus Bachler, Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, is looking very handy. Berkay Bessler now leading the Silver Cup charge, and he is in 9th place overall, 2 positions on the track ahead of Konstantin Tereshenko, but about 5 seconds to the good. So TalkSport WRT, they started 3rd, went down to about 10th, 11th place. Unfortunate for Oscar Tunio, but certainly, well, I wouldn't really try and do it just there. They're not fighting for position on the circuit. The number 2 Mercedes is a lap in arrears.
Yeah, but it could have made life easier. I mean, they're in a different battle, so the 7 Mercedes right now is having to deal Berkay Bessler, and can he find a way past Fabian Schulze? He's done it now. Oh dear me, there wasn't a lot of love given between those 2 Mercedes, but the Turkish driver managed to get enough of his car into position to take the track away from the number 2 of Florian Schulze. Sometimes you wonder whether there's awareness, spatial awareness from some of the the non-professional drivers when they're in close contact, or is all their concentration and focus just solely looking forward?
Well, that's always the question, but AM drivers are very much part of the makeup of this championship, running in these Pro-Am pairings, and the way the driver rankings are going to be treated in 2022 may well be different. That was under discussion this morning. Now Sky Tempesta Racing, it started in the hands of Rino Mastronardi, but still leading the Pro-Am class, but not by a lot, because Jonathan Cui leading this at the moment, but he's down, he's doing fine, and the real class challenge is the 19 Lamborghini, but don't forget that's had a drive-through penalty, so it's pretty much in the hands. The Pro-Am title should be going to Jonathan Cui and Chris Froggatt, because Jonathan didn't do all of the races, but really it's been very easy for them. They may not win this race in the Pro-Am class on the track, because Valentin Pierberg is closing in the SPS Automotive Mercedes, but he's got the points in the bag at the moment.
But also may be relevant at this point, we're just coming up to almost half distances, that the 51 Ferrari Com Litigar, the car that's leading the championship, is ahead clearly of Andrea Caldarelli in the 63. The Ferrari's in 7th position, the Lamborghini down in 12th, having to pay that drive-through penalty. So that's is the 19.
But here's the visual. You see, they're close together on the track, but there's a lap difference. But the 19 Lamborghini second on points, but it's almost they just get to ignore the lap difference and enjoy the race. But it's what could have been a drive-through penalty scuppers anyone chance. It's great to see the sun getting brighter as the cars crest the rise on the start-finish straight. Down to turn 1 they go. But for Sky Tempesta, it's looking very good. And for Stefano Costantini, all he can do is keep pressuring. He's a lap in arrears after the drive-through penalty. But pride is one thing, and for the Orange 1 FFF Racing Lamborghini team, drive-throughs for the 19 and for the 63, the car with Andrea Caldarelli at the wheel, both issued at the same time. Yeah. What a disaster.
I mean, place 41 is chasing place 28, and as you mentioned, there's a lap between them as we look further through the field. This is the battle with Mauro Engel, Klaus Bachler, Eliseo Rivera, Charles Weerts in the Audi, so they're all more or less in the gap. You can see the comfortable gap now that Mathieu Jaminet has, and there is the Mauro Engel Mercedes looking to find its way around Mettler in the number 40, no, it's a 57 in fact. So the Porsche gets through, the Mercedes gets through, so pretty much everybody's managed to clear the Mercedes down at turn 2 and turn 3.
But that was a very, very good lap for Mathieu Jaminet has got the pressure from Mauro Engel on his tail. The traffic worked in his favour. The traffic has now been
Yellow
passed
flag
by...
procedure 71 under investigation.
Okay, yellow flag, that's the car in 5th place overall. It's the Iron Lynx 71 Ferrari. It's the one that doesn't matter in the nicest way for the team. It's not the one that's tilting for the title, but that is under investigation, and yellow flags, something that must be adhered to at all times, John.
And those have been the double waved yellow flags, which we mentioned down at the entry into turn 7, where the BMW was straddled across the racetrack. And you are meant to slow down. If you don't slow down, there's a penalty.
Well, under investigation, the driver at the wheel at the moment of the 71 Iron Lynx car, Alessio Rivera. He's only 2 positions ahead of the sister car, the one that's leading on points at the start of this race, but if it finishes as it is now, will not be leading at the end. And
warning flag to car 51, track limits 3 times.
Okay, 51, that's the sister car, that's the championship leading car. Just a few moments ago, we had 2 of the 3 cars from Orange 1 FFF Racing team being given drive-through penalties, and now warnings to both of 2 of the 3 Iron Lynx Ferraris. Extraordinary.
Well, there is the prediction of the overall classification, and Pegguidi, Ledegaard, Nielsen would be comfortably by, well, 4 points. Is that comfortable? But we haven't quite yet reached half distance in this 3-hour endurance event. So there will be undoubtedly more surprises in store for the second half.
Well, there we go. Of course, the pit stops, after the pit stops, 4 positions gained on the track by the 51 Iron Lynx Ferrari. That's why it's moved ahead on current points. If they finish as they are, to go to the top of the table again. But they came here with this huge 13-point advantage in the Endurance Cup. And now it's working in their favour at the moment, but suddenly big moments.
Oh dear me.
87, that was the car that was very, very well placed in the Silver Cup class, but a little bit of a wobble
Tereshchenko behind the wheel, I think, in that one.
It is Konstantin Tereshchenko. 2 didn't work, going 2-3 wide down into turn number 10. Now this is a battle is beginning closer and closer to Engel. In fact, you can't get any closer to Engel. There's only a cigarette paper between the pair of them as they go down through the kink behind the paddock at turn number 6 and turn up the hill.
I wonder will the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche have as much straight line performance as the GPX Martini Racing one has had, because that has been the salvation all afternoon for the 22 Porsche. It's managed to be able to defend against Lamborghinis and whatever else has been around. Now Klaus Bachler has drawn himself up to the tail of 3rd place Mauro Engel. The gap the last time around was 0.6 of a second, and in reality I don't know if you can get any closer without actually being able to affect a clean overtake. So he'll just sit back and go through the motions of going through turns 12 now into 13, then prepare. And you don't need to try and run too close to the back of the car here. What you have to do is get on the throttle now hard and drive your car all the way down through turn 16 and pick up whatever the aerodynamic toe that you might get from the number 4 Mercedes, and hope that it'll draw you up, and well, it's too far behind on this particular occasion.
Might be about to have a change for 5th place. Charles Weerts right under the tail on the start-finish straight of Alessio Rivera, the 71 Ferrari just in front, just in the background of the shot. Look up, the yellow-nosed Ferrari just in front of Charles Weerts, who sees the inside line. Great lump of rubber fires up ahead of them. They're trying to go down the inside of the Winward Racing Mercedes. A slight compromise there for the Iron Lynx Ferrari. Has to go around the outside. Charles Weerts has got more momentum. Isn't surely going to be able to get his nose up into turn 3. But this is serious battling now.
No, the Ferrari is doing the right thing. It's hugging the curb all the way around. And that's going to force Charles Weerts, if he wants to do anything, to take the long way around the outside of turn 3, and that's not really a viable opportunity. Weerts realises it and just sits in behind the rear of the Ferrari coming out of turn 4. Now the run down into the always frustrating and tricky turn 5. So who is that?
That's the silver leader, number 7 came in, that was Berkay Bessler, and that's the second pit stop, and that's not one he was looking for making, so suddenly that has changed. Not long ago, wrote that down as leading the Silver Cup class, so that is continuing to move up and down the order. That probably will hand it to Konstantin Tereshchenko, back to the ACA ASP team. So what was that for? Was it a puncture?
I think it's a puncture. You can see the engineers, Pirelli, are looking at it, and where did that come from? Just the tyre, the surface of the tyre looks fine, but strange that that's come in. I don't know how they would have identified that being a problem unless the tyre was actually flat, but it doesn't look to me to be a specific problem, but maybe they were able to monitor the tyre pressures, and they would have seen there was a problem en route if they hadn't made that pit stop as early as they've done.
So So many twists and turns in this race, but still a masterclass from the 88 ACA ASP Mercedes. 22 seconds clears, become 21.5. You can afford to lose a half second here or there. A little caution in traffic, but for the number 7 Talksport WRT Mercedes, it's about picking its way back up the order. Those two cars were quite well clear in the Silver Cup class.
And as a consequence of Besler's Mercedes making that very quick stop, it's allowed Andrea Caldarelli to now get into the final point scoring position into 10th place. So again, the prediction is going to probably change. And where will it all end up? Caldarelli goes up to 9th. He's gotten ahead of the number 26 Audi. That's the Evo 2 car. So that's a pass that he will be delighted with. There is that Audi down into turn 1, still battling away with the very battled and battered 488 Rinaldi Racing Ferrari.
Yeah, that's been a lot of the shots, minding its own business, just finding the fast drivers coming through. Konstantin Tereshchenko does indeed now lead the Silver Cup category in 11th place overall, but that means first and 11th means overall lead for Felipe Fraga in the 88 ACA ASP Mercedes, and the Silver Cup class led by the 87 car, going inside, or just about inside, the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari as they sweep their way around the circuit. Lights ablaze down the inside into turn 5, gets the move done.
Yeah, Christian Hook really stepped aside, let the Mercedes go through, and now we've got yet again the number 2 Get Speed Mercedes, Florian Schulz, running behind the attractive lime-ish green Ferrari, so almost a clash of colours. You wouldn't wear a suit. Oh, up the inside. Oh, the 32 Charles Fiat.
Well, he's in a world of Iron Lynx Ferraris. He's going past Dorian Pan in the all-female crew, or trying to go round her, and he will get his nose up the inside. That separated him from Alessio Rivera, who's in front. He's got Colm Ledegaard just a second and a half behind. Suddenly had 3 Iron Lynx Ferraris, one in front, one behind, and another one they were lapping. But he got through, survived that, but that's taken him off the tail.
No, he hasn't got. He's still behind the Ferrari. So one Ferrari is the ladies' car, and now trying to find a way past down into turn 1. And you would like to hope there'll be a little bit of cooperation inter-team, and there is indeed. So good job by the 83 Dorian Pan. Lets the 51 Ferrari go through and pursue its aspirations.
Well, that's all it can do at this point in the race, and certainly the aspirations of Charles Wirtz. He's determined to see if he can win not just the Sprint Cup title, the outright title across the entire championship, but he wants the treble, and he really, really needed to try and pick off Alessio Rivera to move up into 5th place, to try and do that and keep gaining some points advantage over the car that's behind him on the track, and 13 points ahead coming to this event. If it finishes as it are, the WRT Audi will not take the endurance trophy.
Just out of interest for the 83 Ferrari, Dorian Pan, they're actually running in 35th position. Alex Fontana's managed to lose a position to Valentin Pierberg. I don't know what reasons that is. And Muller in the 40 Mercedes has also gone up. So Yannick Mettler Muller has moved up again 1 position. So it's seesawing around.
No, it really is. And just looking who's likely to win the Pro-Am class in this race itself, Fontana gets a position back from Pierberg, so you're quite right. It goes one way, goes the other. But it's Jonathan Cui for Sky Tempesta Racing. He's in 29th position. Next in class, in 31st, is the Valentin Pierberg car you just mentioned. Now, what's going to happen in this battle between Klaus Beckler and Maro Engel? It's very close indeed. The Mercedes number 4 still ahead of the 54 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. They're looking for gaps, but again, the Porsche not quite close enough to use the toe. We know its straight line speed is good, but Engel is very, very good out of turn 15.
Yeah, but now they're coming up against the Oman Racing Aston Martin, and this will be once again an opportunity for Beckler. You can see over the last 2 laps, lap 49 and 50, fractions of a second gain as we go back to the McLaren. And we keep getting the 488 Ferrari. It pops up on every image we're getting on screen.
The truth of the matter, there are 6 488 Ferraris. It certainly feels that way, but down the start for this straight one more time. The attack is on for Ollie Wilkinson. Christopher Mees, the second driver into the 66 Attempter Racing car, is about to pop out. You can just see its wing now. Up the inside line it goes, up the inside line, gets alongside. And Ollie Wilkinson, he was gentle earlier, and he's decided to be sensible again now. He's going to hand that over to Rob Bell for the last hour of the race. Doesn't want any bent panels, and I think that was a wide move. But a great run onto the straight by 66. That's Christopher Mees using all those years of experience of racing
Wilkinson
the R8.
Tried to come back, coming into the entry into turn 3. So just watching this battle. It's not really a battle, it's just a bit of traffic around. Christopher Mees having find a way around. Oliver Wilkinson in the McLaren now is up against the 488 Ferrari, and there's Christian Hook behind the wheel. So again, does a good job, stays aside, steps aside, lets the Audi go through. Shamis will be happy with that. Oliver Wilkinson will be wondering, well, when am I going to get a bit of the same treatment? What have I got to do? Or is it maybe the nose of the Audi is more impressive than the nose of my McLaren?
Well, it could well be. Now let's take a look at the race leader. 22 seconds clear last time I checked. Felipe Fraga, super comfortable. But as you look, John, there is so much tyre debris on the outside of the circuit. And a short while ago, Jens Lieber has had another spin down at turn 1 in that number 10 Boots on Ginion BMW. Just seen in shot, not far ahead of Felipe Fraga. That could well be he was moving out to let one of the front runners come through. Got on the rubber and round he went. So there's an element of being polite, and then it can come and bite you in motor racing terms.
Well, one of the difficulties is with the amount of rubber build-up off the racing line, nobody wants to voluntarily go offline, because you will end up being compromised as a consequence. But at the same time, you don't want to be the person that's responsible for holding up the race leaders in their battles. And it's a different, there's bits of the racetrack where you can do it more comfortably. But certainly around the long turn 3, you probably want to stay on race line as much as possible.
No, exactly so, but there is no change being given, no quarter given in this battle for third place. Maro Engel, Klaus Bachler. Bachler got on the tail, but he just hasn't found the advantage time and again. Mercedes seems to have grunt out of turn 15, just gains a car length advantage. He loses again, but it's equalised by the end of the straight as the Porsche uses the slipstream. But it's like a game of chess, but they know they've got about another half of this stint to go, another 20 minutes or so, maybe 25 minutes, but I can't see where this move is coming, except, John, if they catch some traffic, and then that's when the opportunities arise.
Inevitably, traffic is the biggest friend you might have. It could be the biggest enemy you encounter as well, because it depends how that falls.
10-second time penalty added at the next pit stop of car 16 for gaining an advantage, cutting the chicane in lap 1.
That was Kiko Galbiati driving the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini. Tim Zimmerman at the wheel at the moment. That's in 22nd position, and if he loses 10 seconds, that will put him down to closer to 30th position. Now let's take a look. The Race Vision powered by AWS view of top speed VMAX, and it's now at Ferrari. It's the fastest car, 269 kph. That's the car
between
that's
car
leading.
10 and 11 in turn 1. No further action.
Okay, 10 and 11 in turn 1. That was the clash with the Kessel Racing Ferrari. But interesting, the car that's chasing the title is the fastest car in the straight line, John.
But
the 51 Ferrari.
Warning flag to car 26. Track limits 3 times.
Can I get a word in now? The 3 of the fastest cars on the straight are the Ferraris.
Yep, so it's a factor. We were thinking earlier the Porsche looked very good, the BMW is very good. But the Ferrari's coming good at this stage. There's confirmation. The number 16 Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini, 10 seconds to be added to their next pit stop for cutting turn 15. That is the final part of the second part of the chicane, just before the final corner. A corner that nobody likes in particular, but it does provide spectacle, if not overtaking.
So Klaus Bachler has done all the hard yards to catch up to the tail of Maro Engel, and now he's got a different sort of hard yards to find a way to make a move. And the strengths of the Porsche or the strengths of the Mercedes ebb and flow all the way around the lap. There's the second place Porsche, which is 4.6 seconds ahead of the pursuing Mercedes, and Jaminet must feel in relative terms in a safe second position, but unable to do anything to stem the pace of the 88 lead Mercedes. Felipe Fraga doing an excellent job in that middle stint.
Yeah, it's strange to be able to be so relaxed for Mathieu Jaminet, but he's doing that. But for Felipe Fraga, it's almost forgotten in this race. It's an astonishing lead in this championship to have a car 20+ seconds to the good, only halfway into the race. Now, entry speed to the final corner of the lap, turn 16, 100, the Ferraris are quick in that as well. No wonder they're so quick down the straight, so they're getting their cars to handle beautifully out of the chicane, accelerate onto the start for the straight, and find some form of advantage over the opposition.
I mean, they've got, we've seen it in 2 timing sectors, that they've got 3 of the top 5 cars. So where is the rest of the performance? The best Ferrari right now is in 5th place. You know, with that level of performance, you'd have thought maybe they should be running 1, 2, and 3, but that's not the case. It's not just about sectors on the circuit or single corners. It's about an overall lap time. But when you've got those levels of performance in your hands, maybe you should be doing a better job. But all ultimately comes back to the disappointing qualifying for the Iron League's Ferraris. The best was the 71 on the 3rd row of the grid. The championship leading car was all the way back on the 6th row of the grid at the 51.
And again, analysing those figures presented by AWS, it's quite clear that if you're very, very quick out of the final corner onto the start-finish straight, you'll have a very good VMAX at the end, which is what the Ferraris did. Again, 3 of the top 5 in both those reckonings, and one relates to the other very closely indeed. So still no change for Klaus Bachler, the 54 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche that won the opening round of the year at Monza all the way back in the middle of April. Klaus Bachler, Matteo Caroli and Christian Engelhardt. But here it's stuck in 4th place. And the number 4 Mercedes, Mauro Engel, he's taken over from Lucas Stoltz. And they've still got a hand over to Nico Bastian in that lineup, is sitting 4 square. But while he's doing that, that's just buying time for Mathieu Jaminet to build a few more tenths of a second with every lap into his margin ahead of them in 2nd place overall. There's nothing he can do, though, about the Mercedes that leads the race. The 88 Karfmacher ASP, Felipe Fraga, very comfortably in the lead. 22 seconds last time I checked. Wait for the GPX Porsche to come over the start-finish line, and we'll see, has it grown? It was going out by about a quarter of a second lap. Is it closer to 23 seconds? No, 22.4, staying thereabouts.
Between the laps, between the 1st and 2nd place, goes about a tenth and a bit of a second of a lap. As we look at the 71 come through, Anaseo Rivera, and he is 7.6 seconds behind the 4th place Porsche, but he's got his mirrors full of Charles Vert, who we're riding with right now, coming down into turn 1. So the Ferrari gets by, and the Oman Racing Aston Martin sort of did it a little bit. Was it going to go one way? Now will Vert be brave? Well, the Aston sort of had a little sprint out of turn 2, and that has stopped Vert in his path, trying to go the long way around turn 3. It's no man's land on the outside of that corner because of the debris that's there. Now tries to find a way down into turn 4, and eventually the Aston concedes. But Vert was maybe slightly, hadn't maybe expected the generosity from the Oman Racing Aston Martin. And I'm not sure, there's a Giacomo Petrobelli behind the wheel. I'll have to look down.
Yeah, he's doing the 2nd stint. He's
okay.
34th position.
So
overall.
Charles Vert has gotten clear, and he can now continue his progress, trying to get back onto the tail of the 71 Ferrari in 5th position.
Let's take a look down at the Pro-Am runners. It's still Jonathan Cui, Sky Tempesta Racing, still ahead of Andrea Bertolini. Valentin Pierberg was 2nd in that class. He's fallen back to 3rd. So Pierberg going backward, but they've got the gun driver, Dominic Baumann, to do the final stint. He'll take over as soon as he can. And the Buisson-Genian BMW has just been at war in this race, and that is another moment for Jens Liebhauser, visiting parts of the circuit where that car didn't want to be, unfortunately.
I thought I noticed a bit of bodywork looking awry, and it's that car has been punchboard and countersunk pretty much all
Pit
afternoon.
stops of car 22 and car 93 under investigation.
Pit stops 93 and 22.
Well, that's the car in 2nd place. That's Mathieu Jaminet. He had that very fast pit stop, remember, John?
They did, a
very fast
66.7 stop.
Potentially 2 to 3 seconds faster than some of their rivals, and the 93 car is the Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari that's leading the Pro-Am class. This is dramatic.
Well, I didn't time the pit stop. Let's look down and see if we can see it. There was, well, the Ferrari's pit stop was 71.5 seconds, so I don't think that's something that would be under investigation. The lead, or sorry, the 2nd place Porsche's time was by a margin of about 3 seconds quicker than the rest of the field, so that clearly has caught the attention of the race director, and that will be referred to the stewards. They'll look at all the information and evidence and decide whether there is anything that would need a penalty. It could be a time penalty, it could be more than that, but right now comfortably in 2nd place by just over 5 seconds from 3rd place Mauro Engel. That would be an absolute disaster for the GPX Martini Racing Porsche.
Well, it's extraordinary. So many of the front-running cars potentially picking up problems, and certainly the one that's been hit the most has been the 63 Lamborghini. It came back out into 13th place. It's climbed and called already up to 9th place, but it's got a 10-second deficit to Arthur Rougier. Hardly mentioned the 114 Lamborghini from Emil Frey Racing, but it's quietly creeping its way up. It's right on the tail of Colm Ledegaard. It's in the back of the pack of cars that we've just seen working their way through traffic, but just waiting, hoping for no further messages of problems. But for the number 22 GPX Racing Porsche, the car right in our screens right now that won at Paul Ricard when day turned to night, the good charge turned to victory. This one could be about to turn into something they don't want to be having around them.
Well, they were sitting on eggshells in the GPX Martini Racing Porsche pits to hear what the outcome is. So Jaminet flashes the lights at the number 10 BMW down into turn 1. Didn't get given track position, so now he's going to have to be patient and he might try to get up the inside at the exit of turn 3. As the BMW runs wide, the Porsche holds the tighter exit and finds, and of course the BMW runs way wide right off the racetrack.
Warning flag, car 14, track limits 3 times.
Well, that's
a car that has the lead in the Silver Cup Championship, the huge lead, but one more of those and then that will turn from warning to punishment. And the number 14 car is not where you'd expect to find it. It's way down the order after earlier problems. So
29th position for Alex Fontana.
But they are sitting on such a sizable points lead. There is an element they just need to keep on going around. But track limits, in fact, to be honest, I was expecting to have more of them being thrown, but the accumulated tallies for a lot of these teams really starting to build up.
Well, this group of cars with Rivera, Werts, Ledegar and Rouget. Andrea Caldarelli is about further 10 seconds down the road behind Arthur Rouget, so he's not really likely to make much progress before we get to the pit lane opening, or people deciding to make their second round of pit stops, as we see the 71 Ferrari come down into turn 10. Charles Werts. There is the 51, which has managed to claw its way up and get into a points scoring position, having had that disappointing 6th row of the grid start, as the 114 Arthur Rouget rounds out that group of 4 cars, really battling all over 6th place.
5th place, actually.
5th place, indeed.
Rivera, Werts, Ledegar, and now Rouget. He's caught them. Now, what can he do? Will the dynamic work? And certainly, I always... Let's take a look. The possible Porsche infringement. Now, we are trying to guess what it may be, but one possible reason is refueling. If the refueling is still going on when the tyres are on the deck and tyres are being changed, then that is a no-no. That is under investigation, and this is 2nd place that is under investigation here. If that one drops out of the race, suddenly Mauro Engel, Klaus Bachler et al. Behind rise up one more position. It would also put Felipe Fraga in the 88 Mercedes almost 30 seconds clear at the front of the race.
So we wait and hear what the outcome is regarding this investigation, and certainly that would, depending what the penalty would be, whether it's a time penalty or whether it's a drive-through penalty. If it's a drive-through penalty, the big gainer of that ultimately would be Andrea Caldarelli, because the number 22 Porsche would most likely drop out of the top 10. And that would then just take Caldarelli potentially up into 8th position.
Well, you know, it really can ebb and flow, and it shows how close to having penalties a lot of these drivers are. Some for continual track limit excess.
Here we go.
Now, let's take a look. John, talk us through. To the pit stop, it finds its pit box, GPX Racing, the orange marker. Stop here, please, and the pit stop carried out very well indeed to start with in terms of placement.
So the car is up, the 4 wheels and tyres are in the process, as the fuel Bowser is still in. It's on the right-hand side of the front of the Porsche. So are they going to let the car off those jacks before the fuel hose is being released? Difficult to see. There's too many people in on that camera angle to see just at which point the car. Still they're helping. Well, they're still having the driver change. So Jaminet gets in.
Still being fuel casted on the jacks now. Still fuel. I'll watch the fuel. You watch the car hitting the deck, John. Still fueling. Still
whoever
fueling.
Has got the airline and releases the air hose.
Well, that's hard to judge.
I don't see much than that. That would be. I mean, I would say I can't see what would have been wrong.
Penalty to car 2-2.
Really?
For refueling with the car not fully on jacks.
Well, that is by the tightest of margins, and suddenly GPX Racing winners once this year, not going to win twice by looks things, and a drive-through penalty. That will drop them. If I look at the times, John, they had a 5-second advantage or thereabouts over the Engel-Bachler battle, and then they might come back out into what would be 4th place. They should still be ahead of that battle between Alessio Rivera, Charles Vier, Côme Ledegar and Arthur Rouget, but what a blow to them.
I mean, what a fine margin. I'd like to see it again. I mean, it was very difficult to see. Was the hose attached when the car was coming down, or was it when it was on the ground? But it's, you know, wow, that one was a tough call, I would say.
Well, there we go, but these matters all under investigation. So we've passed half distance, the 88 Mercedes way clear, nearly 25 seconds clear of the 22 Porsche, but with a drive-through penalty issued for that car, that's going to fall from 2nd, possibly down as far as 4th place. Certainly, it may just be ahead of 5th, but that is a big blow for GPX Racing. And for those behind, for Andrea Caldarelli, who probably thought all chance had gone away when he had a drive-through penalty, it may be a chance to get a little bit closer.
The adjudication qualification has been made, but I would love to see it again and again. I wonder what the regulations stipulate is if the fuel hose is still attached at the point when the car is coming off its air jacks, but is actually removed before it hits the ground. I mean, you need to see it in slow motion to see really, but there was a very quick stop, 66.7 seconds, and that was by, well, minimum 2 seconds quicker than the best of the rest.
Well, it's all a question of fine margins, but they were running in that safe second place. They did enough anyhow in the pit stop. If they'd been 2 seconds slower than that, they still would have come out into that second place. But it is a chance for Jaminet and Engel to move up.
Bruce, you say that, it was actually very close.
Okay,
So-
now we're just hearing it's not as the car goes down, it's actually starting before the car goes up on its jack, so that when we couldn't find an
So
offence.
there's the fuel hose has gone in at the point the car has come to a stop, and I mean, probably technically and obviously regulation-wise, that's right, but you know, everybody's working under the extremes and everybody practices all the time pit stops and how can they streamline what they're doing, and clearly the car had the fuel Bowser hose attached to the fuel tank before the car was being raised off the ground. I mean, you're talking about maybe half a second or maybe a second at most, but that's the regulation.
That is the regulation now. The battle for, well, what was third place is about to become the battle for second place, because sometime very soon the GPX Racing Porsche will have to dive in to serve that drive-through penalty. And actually, the last, going past the back markers there, it was actually working very much to the advantage of Mauro Engel. He's found a tiny advantage over Klaus Bachler, but it's not third and fourth. When the drive-through penalty is served, that will be fighting for second and third positions. But I still believe that, no, I don't know. Let's not guess where the 22 Porsche is going to come back out when it serves its time. Maybe further down the order.
Well, my feeling is it's going to come out probably
quite a lot further
around
back.
where Caldarelli is. So we have to wait and see. And I wonder if the team, I don't know what the regulation stipulates, whether you're allowed to review it or appeal it or have a decision made post the event. Certainly if maybe if you've been in the last hour of the race, you might have taken that option. But it's certainly, I suspect the GPX Martini Racing team will be looking at it and think, well, we can't believe that, whatever. That's what's going on up
difficult.
here.
A replay of traffic, and this is the championship leader giving the 51 Ferrari giving a push. The car that's second in the
But
championship
Rouget,
going to the event.
Rouget.
Rouget is going to catch the pair of them and maybe pass them. But this last couple of laps in traffic has been very, very good for the car of Mauro Engel, the number 4 Mercedes. He's been able in traffic to find about half a second, and that just gets the Klaus Bachler driven dynamic Porsche off his tail, denies him the slipstream down the start finish straight.
Drive-through penalty to car 93 for refueling the car when the car is not fully on jacks.
Damage at the back of the Audi, the right rear, you can see bodywork damage. I wonder if the diffuser also damaged. It's dragging a little bit of carbon fiber. You can see it just coming up the hill. But the 93, that's a problem indeed. So a drive-through for another pit stop penalty with the car under refueling conditions.
That's the car, Jonathan Cui at the wheel at the moment, who is still leading in the Prime class, but only about 6 seconds from Andrea Bertolini, the AF Corsa Ferrari, closing in on the Sky Tempesta one. But when that offence, the drive-through for the offence, is taken, and we've got cars starting to come in for the second round of pit stops. The GPX Racing Porsche isn't having its second pit stop; it's come in out of second place to serve its drive-through penalty.
So we have to wait and see. Oh, Rouget's gotten past the 51. So down at turns 14 and 15, Rouget has found a way around Kungelegar, and that is pivotal for the 51. There is the 22 driving down the pit lane, and wait and see. So good job by Rouget to find a way through. We'd like to see that one on replay to understand how he managed to make that move.
Well, half a lap ago, the 51 Ferrari was rubbing the tail up at turn 12 of Charles Viert's driven number 32 WT Audi. Right, the GPX Porsche comes out behind the 63.
That's
so the car was second. You were quite right, John. I was a little ambitious for the GPX Racing Porsche. So out into effectively 9th position.
And it's ironic that it was the 22 and the 63 that were battling before the penalty was given to the 63.
Over second place,
exactly. So now it's the reverse situation. The 63 is ahead of the 22, and let's look and see how Rouget did this. This is coming into turn 13. Oh, took a real lunge down the inside. was good in the brakes, and Ledegaard was caught unaware by that pass and wasn't able to respond. So that is a pretty impressive move by young Arthur Rouge, and Tom Ledegaard, the much more experienced driver, was sort of wrong-footed in that one.
Yeah, well, Ledegaard clonked the curb on the inside of the corner, and the car was bouncing around, but certainly it was almost as though he'd predicted that might happen, and Rougier had committed himself to the outside line, but a place change. And don't forget, Rougier just a short while before that, sorry, Ledegaard just a short while before that was rubbing the tail of Charles Weerts at turn 12, and I thought maybe he lost a bit of momentum there, but certainly you get half an opportunity and you pounce. That's certainly what is being served. So 93, Jonathan Tweed coming through. This shouldn't be for a pit stop, this should be for a drive-through penalty. Lost the lead in the prime class in the race, but sitting on such a tidy advantage that you feel all should be fine for them in the championship, because the car that's challenging them has already served a drive-through penalty. That's Stefano Costantini in the number 19. And the car that's now leading in the prime class down to turn 1, it's the black Mercedes.
Yes, Valentin Pierberg behind the wheel. So there is Jonathan Wee returning to the racetrack, comes out behind with one of the two iron links for I think that might have been the 51 as into the pits 32. So this is Audi, first of the front running cars in a sense, has come into the pits. Charles Weerts has come in, is going to be handed over to
car 51 driving standards. Warning flag car 51 driving standards.
Combe Ledegaard.
Maybe kissing the back of the Audi.
It was, absolutely. So that's been watched, it's been considered. It's a warning flag, it's not a penalty yet, but Dries van Tor is hopping on board. I think this is a good idea. Get out of that group of cars, serve your pit stop, get back out and see where it goes. We know WRT very quick in the pits. Mad Panda Motorsport coming in, the McLaren coming in as well. They weren't obstructed, they've got to pull into their pit stops, whereas Dries van Tor is pulling out, but he blinked before the others. 63 Lamborghini is in as well, so Caldarelli will get out of that, and Mirko Bortolotti will take that over. Dynamic Porsche has also changed, so Matteo Caroli coming out. So suddenly getting the third bank of drivers, but Felipe Fraga, looks like another lap going on the board for him. 0-0, one on the windscreen into turn 1 he turns, so he's got to serve a pit stop, but he will hand over to Jules Gounon, and maybe, just maybe in an hour's time, the 88 crew will take their first win of the year in the Endurance Series. They've had a lot of form, but not so much fortune, I think we could say.
So that was a reasonably good stop for the Audi. It was 68.9 seconds. And now we've got Maro Engel in, and of the top 10, that's the only other. He comes into his blocks, and that's elevated the 71 Ferrari up to third place, the 114 Lamborghini up to fourth. Combe Ledegaard obviously falling away because he's in the pits now as well.
I really find every pit stop I look at now, John, I look to see when the fueling hose goes in and when the car then goes back on the deck, with two of the teams having been pinged for that already. It's a critical factor now. 51, the car that came here with a 13-point lead in the championship, to a standstill. Alessio Rivera will get, sorry, that's the 71, Alessio Rivera. 51 will be Combe Ledegaard getting out, and the driver taking over to take it to the finish. Alessandro Pierguidi, the driver who had so much success for Ferrari, but it's a case of don't be quick and go slow. Be sensible, get the refueling right, get the car on the deck at the appointed moment, and as long as you've got your pit stop done in about 68, 69 seconds from in to out, then you've done a decent job.
So I'm just checking the time for Maro Engel. They're doing a 69.9 seconds, so good consistent stop from the Mercedes team there. It is rolling down into turn 1. Oh, and Klaus Bachler, the Mercedes, sorry, the Porsche gets ahead.
That is a place change, because
what happened? He went wide because the Mercedes got through again. So did Bachler get it, or whoever behind the wheel of the 54 right now? Just trying to see, it's Matteo Caroli, who maybe made an error, having gotten ahead of the Mercedes going into turn 1, maybe just was too quick in.
Oh, Klaus Bachler, when he gets to see that, will be really cautious about that. Right, so we're getting the final grouping of drivers in. Felipe Fraga still leading the race, but Nico Bastian has taken over the number 4 Mercedes. Alessio Rivera, Arthur Rougier, Alessandro Pierguidi. That's the order at the moment. Matt Campbell, of course, the third driver into the GPX Racing Porsche, but the accurate positions will be next time around, because of those cars, their position was triggered when they were coming into the pit lane.
So 51, Alessandro Pierguidi behind the wheel of the Ferrari, and they're the pit stop again. 69.5 seconds, which was pretty much slightly slower than it did the first time around. There's 114, and you can see them in the first round of pit stops. We're only counting the top 10, but very much to the fore. They came in third place, and we got Rouget, Rivera and Giacomo Welter. So the two Emil Messi down at turn 14 and 15. So the BMW decides to come in and make its pit stop anyway, so it all cancels itself out.
Yeah, that's David Pittard, I think, coming in, but as it was before the second round of pit stops, the number 4 Mercedes being attacked, and this time it looks as though the Porsche may get ahead, but Cairoli's keeping his options limited. He looked to the outside, half a hint of going to the inside. He's trying to hang it down around the outside of turn 1. Is this going to work? He's got in front. Wow. He made the fumble last time around, a half fumble there, and around the outside perhaps the number 4 Mercedes will come back, but Cairoli by the skin of his teeth has managed to hold on to that position. That is effective second.
Compromised by making the pass into turn 1, the transition to 2, forced and forced right wide, got loose in the dirt on the outside of the track. Nico Bastian did all he could to resist the Porsche, but decided wisely not to go door handle to door handle, and then thought he was going to get back, but Cairoli had just enough momentum to maintain that position. The 71 Ferrari, in fact the two Iron-Lynx Ferraris are now running nose to tail. So you've got Fauco, and that's the 51 there, which is...
That's Pierre Guidi, and right behind him he's got the sister car, the 71 car. So the 71 car is now riding shotgun. That is what it's required to do. And meanwhile, Felipe Fraga in the pits. We almost haven't discussed him for a while because the 88 car had been so far clear. They don't have to rush their pit stop. They've got such an enormous time buffer. Oh, it's not in the pits. Sorry,
it's on the track. I'm just looking down the timing and going. So Fraga yet to make the second pit stop. They and Farfus, who's in the M4 BMW, Crestani in the Ferrari 33, they yet to make their second pit stops, but it's really principally the 88 at some point. And look at the back of the 32 Audi. Now Dries van Thor behind the wheel. So almost a lap down on the race leader, and Fraga still staying out as we go a minute and a half into the final hour of this 3-hour event in Barcelona. So Fraga surely has to come in right now. In the meantime, last lap, fastest lap of the race, has gone to Mirko Bortolotti in the 63 Lamborghini. Bortolotti has set the fastest race lap effectively on his first flying lap.
There you go, doing what he had to do. My apologies there, I was looking at the stint length. I thought it was the rolling pit stop time for Felipe Fraga. So the 88 Mercedes continues on its way, but as John points out, we're now into the third hour of this race. A big moment for the car 32. Dries van Thor running very wide indeed. No grip at all up there.
No, I mean, that to me was just out of his hands. It was almost as if he was caught unawares. There was no, what I would call, intent to do so. Just found himself running out of grip. And wonder why that was. It was sort of unexpected to see the car getting so far off the racetrack. Dries van Thor just in behind the wheel of that car by about 2 laps.
Of course, Dries van Thor on fresh rubber, having just taken over the 32 Audi for Team WRT. This is the stint that's going to find out whether Team WRT and the 32 crew can take 3 titles in 1 year. They've already wrapped up the outright championship across the European Series. They've got the Sprint Cup title, and can they make it 3 titles? But it's going to be a steep hill to climb for them because their rivals are very close to them on the circuit.
In the meantime, Matt Campbell, Sector 1 has gone purple. The fastest lap still is with Mirko Bortolotti, but we're seeing is the third drivers into these principally what would be the lead group of cars are not necessarily track position right now. So middle sector for Matt Campbell, not quite as quick as he was in Sector 1. So it looks like Mirko Bortolotti's race, that will stand certainly as we come up to complete lap 67 on board with the 51 Ferrari. So there's still hasn't come in. Are they making fuel? Have they discovered a way to make fuel that we don't know about?
Well, I just fear for them that they might be in Felipe Fraga enjoying himself too much, sitting on that enormous margin, but he has no reason to stay out any longer. He's got no immediate challenge. A little bit of something flapping around, a bit of tape on the 71 Ferrari. Antonio Fuoco will find that a little bit annoying, and he's being he'll be pressured fairly soon by the driver chasing him, Mirko Bortolotti, who's really absolutely belting around the circuit in 8th place overall. And don't forget, his car, the 63 Lamborghini, has served a drive-through penalty already.
So So 51 leads 71. Lap 68, so we've got in the pits Valentin Classeau and the Aston Martin 159. And what else is there on the screen? There's a lot of green popping up as drivers take over. Matteo Drudi's done his fastest race lap, literally on his out lap. Rick Breukers in the 90 Mad Panda Mercedes, not seeing anything remarkable from that. On board with Alessandro Pierguidi. The 51 Ferrari coming up into turn 9, likes to take a lot of curb on the inside and runs the car right to the exit.
Now we must remember, of course, Felipe Fraga, his stint has just gone over the hour mark. It'd be 1 hour and 1 minute right now because, of course, Raffaele Marciello had the longest, pretty much, first stint of anyone. But there's Jules Gougnot waiting to take over. So, of course, had the Marciello stint been shorter, then it really would have been super long and worrying long for Fraga. But it will come in half a lap. The car will come into the pit lane. In fact, right now, coming down the slope, and will complete the lap once it's got through the chicane, diving into the pit lane. Yes, you can see it's pulling over for Jules Gougnot, those little nervous moments, but he's sitting on such a big lead. This should be fine.
And he's holding his specific seat insert. So some cars have seat adjusters, other cars have got a fixed seat position, and they use a seat insert to enable them to either get further back in the cockpit or further forward, depending on the size. I mean, Jules Gougnot is one of the taller drivers amongst the Mercedes lineup. I mean, Raffaele Marciello is the tallest of all, and Felipe Fraga is the one that is the shortest of them all. So door open, car gets up, hose goes in. Struggled getting that hose in. It didn't go in cleanly in the initial first attempt. The windscreen being cleaned off. Right front, left front on. Now runs round. It's all a bit, I don't know whether, did Fraga bring the car in a little bit too tight or too far away as the door gets closed, so Fraga walks away having done an excellent stint behind the wheel. So wait and watch and see as the fuel hose will be hopefully detached before the Mercedes is released, or the air jacks are released. So that's going to be, and that is the case. So the car can get rolling. So Jules Gougnot, basically all he's got to do is bring it home.
Absolutely so. So he's coming back out onto the track, but the margin was sizable before the pit stop. They didn't have to rush the pit stop, and again, it was a competitive time. It could have been a second faster. They did 69.8. Yeah. That's ballpark. That's fine.
Absolutely. I mean, they did a 70.5 first time around, so they have a small improvement, and they've got out ahead of traffic as the 54 Porsche Matteo Caroli is now all on his own.
Well, he's really built a great advantage over Nico Bastian in this final stint. Don't forget, they swapped positions just as this final stint started, but Cairoli is streaking clear in the dynamic motorsport car.
Comes now.
Over the rise now comes Bastian. It's going to be nearly 4 seconds, 3.7 seconds. But let's go down to the pit lane and hear from Marco Mappelli, who kicked off the 63 Lamborghini. He's with Gemma.
Marco, things haven't exactly gone your way this race. You've spoken to Andrea?
He's quite upset, but the rules are rules, even if we don't agree on this, because it's honestly it's a little bit unfair, the amount of penalty, especially with people that cannot drive or drive for fun is, it's difficult. But anyway, these are the rules we need to respect, and we got a penalty. It's the third penalty today because we got penalty for qualifying. We got power reduced because they think we are too fast, and now we have this, so it is like this. We try again.
Thanks for talking to us.
Well, I suppose that's about as diplomatic as anybody could be. I mean, the penalty was in qualifying for Mirko Bortolotti, where he didn't slow down when there's a waved yellow flag. Then they did have a reset. We didn't hear that directly, but they had a reset on the balance of performance because the performance of the 63 Lamborghini was so outrageous compared to the rest of the field. So they trimmed fractions away, and now an incident that meant it was very difficult to see even from the onboard shot. It only takes the very lightest of touches when a car is very delicately balanced, as the Ferrari would have been, and maybe another driver of a higher level of skill and ability would have not had the car spin. So Marco Mappelli, it's a tale of ifs and ands and buts.
Well, you'd already...
They'll be massively disappointed.
Yeah, they will, because clearly came here and we're sitting on performance that other teams would have dreamt of. They were good on their tyres, they had plenty of pace early on. But don't forget, we've still got other elements under investigation. Mirko Bortolotti looking at the tail. He's in 8th place, hunting down Antonio Fuoco in the 71 Ferrari. And the sister car is just up the track ahead of that, the 51 championship leading Ferrari. And both 51 and 71, they're still under warnings for various incidents and exceeding track limits, etc, etc. So there may yet be another sting in the tail, there may yet be some more punishment, but the real punishment is about to be handed out by Mirko Bortolotti. All he can do, Marco Mappelli and Andrea Caldarelli will be urging him on. He's trying to pick off position. That is all he can do. He's just got to keep clawing away. He's got 50 minutes still to gain a few places.
Well, Mirko Bortolotti has got the honour of being the fastest car on the track, has the fastest race lap, looking for a way around the 71 Ferrari, and that's not going to be an easy task because the young Italian is plenty quick, comes from a single-seater background, and probably isn't going to be overly impressed by the attentions of the 63 Lamborghini.
Right, how close would you like the Pro-Am battle to be? We're looking at it right now, as close as it can be. Louis Michel's just holding off Dominic Baumann. If Baumann in the number 20 SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes can get through, then he and his teammates will win the combined title in the Pro-Am across the Sprint and the Endurance Series. They've pushed hard all season, and they could be suddenly collecting the awards. But of course, don't forget the Sky Tempesta Ferrari had the drive-through penalty.
Dominic Baumann dives up the inside. You saw the Ferrari move a little bit to the centre of the racetrack, but Baumann was not to be denied, and he was not forceful, he was just positive, I would say, as the 114 Lamborghini is also Jonathan Aiken behind and making his return to the cockpit after that massive accident he suffered at Spa-Francorchamps. And about to dive out from behind the Ferrari, under brakes into turn 1, and again the Ferrari yields, and rightly too. Louis Michels did the right thing and let Aiken get through.
Yeah, he was never, in terms of pace, going to be able to hold off Dominic Baumann. Dominic, the pro in that Pro-Am combination in the 20 Mercedes, but likewise, very wise indeed not to block the 114. Jack Aitken-driven Lamborghini, that's in 5th place overall, and it's been a little bit held up in traffic, but now he's got probably clear line of sight. The next target is Dries van Tor, but he's 8 seconds up the track, and Dries is looking very handy indeed. So let's take a look at the Pro-Am order in this race. Dominic Baumann leading for Louis Michels. Chris Froggatt in the 93 Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari. That has served a drive-through penalty, so that is why that went out of the lead, dropped down the order, and has now got to fight back. Just under 50 minutes remain for him to do so, but he is down by 14 seconds off the tail of Louis Michels. He should be quicker, so he has got time over the remaining laps to see if he can get the points for second place, and that would be very handy for them indeed. But he's sitting on a good lead in the endurance battle in the Pro-Am class. And overall prediction, that is the combined championship across the Sprint and Endurance Series. Dries van Tor running 4th on the track at the moment. He's already got it in the bag with Charles Weerts, so that one they clinched early by consistency across both the Sprint and Endurance Series. And when those points were combined, they had that one before they even came here to this, the final round.
Well, Dominic Baumann leading that Pro-Am category, and comfortably now ahead of the second place Ferrari, and looking forward maybe to the 159 Aston Martin. Alex McDowell behind the wheel. Different race, different car, but Dominic Baumann was always going to be a star performer in this car. Outstanding pace and qualifying with the Lamborghini. Jack Aitken behind, so Aitken will want to get through as quickly as possible.
Right, now another fly in the orbit, just been running down the order, and Valentin Beerberg and Dominic Baumann, they're in the lead of this race in the Pro-Am class, but they won't have enough points to take the overall title, because the prediction is that actually the number 77 crew from Barwell Motorsport will be ahead if it stays as it is, because they've just moved up into 4th place in the Pro-Am running, and just trying to see who's challenging them. Charlie Eastwood is catching them, and he could take a few points off them. He's in the Oman Racing Team Aston Martin, and closing in. So this is far from finished. 46 minutes remain in this 3-hour race, the last 3-hour race of the season. Mad Panda Motorsport just reporting in the pit lane. I don't think that's scheduled. We've had the final round of pit stops. Rick Vroijk is bringing that in, so he's falling down the order. Everyone else step up one. Here's Enrique Chavez. They won the Pro-Am Sprint Cup title 2 weekends ago, also in Spain at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo outside Valencia, sharing this weekend with Adrian Amstutz. Sam Stutz having that good escape earlier in the race. Mirko Bortolotti clonking the curves. He seems to have the handling that the 71 Ferrari doesn't have in front of him. Antonio Fuoco does not. And while that's happening, Matt Campbell has taken over the 22 GPX Racing Porsche and is closing in that, like the 63 Lamborghini, as a front runner who served a drive-through penalty.
Well, as I mentioned a few laps ago, Mirko Bortolotti may struggle to find a way past the Ferrari because Antonio Fuoco is not a sort of a walk in the park when it comes to giving up ground. He's a young, competitive single-seater. He's a Ferrari Academy driver. And we know the Ferraris have had very good straight-line performance. We've seen that from the graphics, the AWS performance graphics, and there you are. What can you do? You're flat out down the straight in your Lamborghini, and the Ferrari is matching it, if not marginally quicker. You get into the braking zone, there's no pressure on the Ferrari to go defensive. He can take his own line into the corner, and therefore he's not putting additional or unwanted effort or pressure onto those Pirelli tyres.
And think back to some of those performance figures we saw. 3 of the 5 fastest times out of that final corner, turn 15 into 16, were Ferrari times. Bortolotti's got the handling, but he hasn't got the grunt down the straights. He's going to find a pass at some point, but all along as he attacks, he's taking life out of his tyres, almost alongside, almost a kiss out of turn 5. Turn 6, you'll see the Ferrari just about trying to come across. No, the move is done because he's half a car length and the Ferrari cannot turn in. And Fuoco had to accept defeat there.
Well, he's not going to accept it. I think he's going to be challenged by Matt Campbell likewise, but trying to go side by side up into turn 9. But Bortolotti had to use all his experience. Now look, the Porsche gets alongside the Ferrari as they run down the hill. So Matt Campbell goes door handle to door handle with the Ferrari. Now, can he find a way the long way around, or Fuoco is going to say, no, I'm going to stand my ground. Bortolotti runs wider than normal through turn 10. And this is a very tasty little battle with these 3 cars. Just over 3/4 or just under 3/4 of an hour remaining, and I suspect Bortolotti ought to be able to disappear up the road, and Matt Campbell is now going to give Fuoco a good working out Porsche versus Ferrari.
Yeah, not so long ago, Alessandro Pierguidi wasn't very far clear of this battle, but because the battle between Fuoco to start with Bortolotti was so intense, the black and white Ferrari has escaped by nearly 3 seconds. But I do sense that Bortolotti will start to close that down. 3.2 seconds is the gap between the 63 Lamborghini and now so 51 Ferrari in the 63 Lamborghini, but Bortolotti in the Lamborghini has a bit more pace, I sense. Let's see, plenty of time for him to close in, but it will be by a few tenths here or there. But that was a good scrap, John.
Yeah, and I mean, now that Bortolotti's escaped, that sort of has split up that interesting 3-way battle, and the Porsche runs a little bit wide. The tail got loose on the exit of turn 3, as Matt Campbell is using everything that Stuttgart has given him to chase down whatever Maranello has given Fuoco. And these two wonderful brands doing what we love to see, battling one another. Nothing given, nothing conceded, except there's a shed load of rubber all around the racetrack.
There really is. We talked about this earlier, about if you run wide to let someone else through, or simply just slide wide, your problem is going to be manifest. It's going to become doubled in terms of how little grip you have. You go to the outer side of the circuit, and we saw Matt Campbell taking a line. He had to try and overtake the yellow and black Iron Lynx Ferrari in front of him, but Fuoco knew that he had the inside line. He had the better line into turn 10, and Campbell was going to have to come off and back in. Front end of that Porsche not wanting to turn into the reprofiled turn number 10, and we said that Bortolotti would escape, and he's doing that in very high order indeed. He's getting a move on.
Well, it's nice to have clear air. That's what Bortolotti was looking for. So he's got to look forward. He's 3.2 seconds behind the 6th place Alessandro Pierguidi, and bear in mind they had to suffer that drive-through penalty, so it's a good fight back from the 63 Lamborghini by all drivers across the board. And of course Andrea Pellerelli was the driver in the team who committed the offence, a very, one might say, minor offence, but it was an offence nevertheless. But particularly it was, as I said earlier, it was a pro driver against an amateur driver. And we heard the comments from Comledegar that, you know, well, Marco Mopelli, that, you know, we need some slack as well. But the rule is very emphatic that a pro and an AM driver will always be the AM driver who's given the benefit of the doubt.
And then, while all this is happening at the front end of the field, my eyes scan down the screen. The driver in 26th position has just set the fastest first sector of anyone. That's Ricardo Feller. He's come here with a very tidy lead in the Silver Cup. The car had problems early on, but now it's absolutely flying way down the order. But the other one I really want to look at the moment is actually Dries van Tor. He's in 4th place. He's starting to close in on 3rd place on Nico Bastian, 1.5 seconds down. But last time around, he gained half a second. And there it is, coming right down, the pink and blue Mercedes right in front of the 32 Audi. So for WRT, you never discount them. The body language from Dries all weekend has been shoulders down, a slight pause. He cannot win the driver's title at the moment. It surely is out of reach. But we've still got 40 minutes for things to happen in this race. You don't expect anything to happen to the 88 Mercedes that's leading by a country mile. But Dries is just driving as Dries knows how. He's just pushing. He's just going to go one place at a time if he can. Through turn 16 they come. Yeah, there's been a number of incidents which we didn't predict, we didn't know they were going to happen. And of course that's led to a change of the complexion of the race totally. So the only thing that's been with continuity and consistency has been that of the 88 ASP Mercedes. They've run metronomically all the way through. All 3 drivers are doing an outstanding job, and they're controlling this race by some 23, almost 24 seconds from 2nd place Porsche Matteo Caroli, and then Nico Bastian under great pressure right now from Dries van Tor, still with that slightly bit of rear bodywork damage, but doesn't now appear to be an issue. So Dries van Tor catches the back of Nico Bastian. Oh, with the 222 Porsche, that's a left rear. Has either fallen off or has got a massive puncture. So that is full course yellow coming. Wait for the full course yellow.
2, 1, full course yellow now.
Full course yellow. Will that turn to a safety car period? I just want to point out the race lead is 24 seconds as near as can be. Jules Gounon ahead of the 54 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. There is Jules Gounon. He backs it down to the speed limit, while that 222 Porsche Joel Sturm at the wheel is facing the wrong way on the exit of the chicane. Yeah, and it looks to me as if the car has shed a left rear wheel tire. The way the car, trying to get a look at it as best we can. There's something to me it says that the rear diffuser looks like it's anyway, I'm only second guessing. The car isn't going to go anywhere. It's certainly leaning down on the left side, and it's going to need external assistance to get that car removed. And that's going to take maybe the best part of 5 minutes. Well, it could do. I saw a flatbed truck driving the other side of the barriers, the concrete wall behind it, probably looking for the closest opening. And I'm really, for the sake of Raffaele Marcello, for Felipe Fraga and Jules Gounon, who've just had such a good race, you hope the safety car doesn't come out and squeeze them right up. Of course, there'll be other cars between them and Matteo Cairoli, I'm sure, in the running order. But yeah, it's very hard to tell. It does look as though that left rear side is down. I'd like to see a camera angle from the other side of the car, which we can't because the camera's on the outside of the circuit. But unfortunately for the 222 crew, Joel Sturm, that will be a retirement from the race. So I assume it's probably been a puncture, but we don't really know. But it could have been a rear wheel. Certainly the way the car is leaning to the rear on the left-hand side, something in that part of the circuit, part of the car, is awry there as the safety car now has been deployed, and at some point this full course yellow will translate into a safety car, so the pace can pick up, and what more crucial is that everybody can then close up. Right now under full course yellows, you're not allowed to gain any time on a car behind you or ahead of you. Right, so let's take a look. Predicted the team classification in the Endurance Cup. It will be Iron Lynx by 4 points from Acura ASP. Acura ASP with the 88 car leading this race, and third place also on 88 points will be the Team WRT Audi. That's running 4th on the track. The Acura car is running 1st, but the car that will topple them all will be the crew from Iron Lynx. Will be 4 points clear. But John, this race keeps on giving in terms of incident and moments. Of course, the safety car is at the lead of the field. It's looking to pick up the race leader. The car coming into the pits here, of course, a Ferrari. That was very well placed. It was second in the Pro-Am class. Why has that one come in? And apparently the incident involved car number 5 with the 222 Porsche that spun round. And the driver of the number 5 Mercedes is Indy Donche. So that may explain why the damage looks to be on the left rear. Whether somebody went down the outside or up the inside, maybe up the inside into turn 13, which is the right hander that leads into that tight section of racetrack, because that would indicate why the car was down that side there. The Ferrari returns to the racetrack, so that we don't know the purpose or reason for that particular stop, but everybody having to run at the mandatory pace under full course yellow conditions.
Once then the safety car is officially deployed, then the entire field can close back up. So that advantage that was between first and second will just evaporate. And all of a sudden, with what, just over 30, well, it will be 30 minutes or so before we get back to green flag racing, we've got sort of reset to lap one almost.
Yeah, the big question, John, will be how many cars are in the line between where the safety cars picked up Jules Gounon and where Matteo Caroli is in second place in the running order, but not necessarily second in the line of cars. So there's a safety car on the circuit. It's ahead of the Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari that's not needing anything. It's third, but now just moved up to second in the Pro-Am class. It's the 88 car we need to see behind the safety car. But while this is happening, the flatbed, I'm sure, is getting into position to clear the Joel Sturm's stricken Allied Racing Porsche, car number 222, that has tumbled down to the tail of the field, and that should be the fourth retirement from the race.
So the safety car is in position, but these are still full Porsche yellow conditions, as the 54 Porsche is as close to the tail of the 63 Lamborghini as you can get.
That shouldn't be the 63
no,
Lamborghini.
It's not, should be the 19.
Luckily, it's one of the other ones, because we'd have had a reversal. The 54 Porsche is in second overall. The 63 Lamborghini, Mirko Bortolotti, is in 7th place. The Get Speed Mercedes drives through the pits as well. I don't know if there's a drive-through penalty. I didn't notice, but that is outside the top 35 cars on the lead timing screen. So big is this field, but like the 52 AF Corsa Ferrari having a run through the pits a few moments ago, I feel penalties are being served. They're a bit cheaper under the safety car.
Looks like the number 5 Mercedes of Indy Donja isn't likely to, or not rejoining, because it's just falling down and down and down. It's currently being posted in 40th position, and there is the number 2. So what is that?
Well, that looks like that's picked up a puncture. That was not involved in this incident, but the Porsche being winched away, often quite hard to move.
I can just hear the bank account going ka-chung, because the entire front nose splitter assembly is being dragged across the racetrack, because the angle that they're trying to get the car up is, it really would prefer to be pulled up by a lift, a crane, rather than using just a tow to get it up onto that. So that's another cost that will have to be borne by the team.
It won't be borne by you, John, so we'll live with that. But at least 3 or 4 cars will be between the race-leading 88 Mercedes, because right behind he's got the 34 Walk-on-Horse Motorsports BMW M6, Nick Yaloli at the wheel, and then behind that, I think a little further down the track, is the Grasser Racing Lamborghini et al. I'm just going to have to count next time they come past our window how many other cars are between the race leader, thinking about when we get to the restart, and when will the restart be, and the chasing 54 Porsche, also the chasing number 4 Mercedes, the chasing 32 Audi. You know, we will have to see, but the clock continues to count down, and one of the Tempter racing cars, the 66 Audi, now runs through the pit lane with Matteo Drudi at the wheel. So this race suspended, if you like. There is the race leader following the safety car. Yes, you can see at the top of the hill 2 Lamborghinis, one from the Grasser Racing team. That is number 16. Just looking to see who is immediately behind 16 on the race. Was Ricardo Feller in the number 14 Lamborghini that, from Emil Frey Racing Team, that is sitting on that very, very tiny margin in the Silver Cup. Literally has to go round to the end to click to take the Endurance Silver Cup trophy. And the 54
Safety car procedure, safety car procedure.
That means close up, everybody. Safety car procedure. Full course yellow has now been lifted, and suddenly you can hear the engine notes rising up. There'll be no overtaking in the safety car procedure, but the pace can picked up. And still that Kessel Racing Ferrari, for 2/3 of the race so far, has been missing its front right headlight after the early contact. In fact, I think there were 2 points of contact for the Kessel Racing car. But there is the race leader. It's Jules Gounon running around behind the safety car. Immediately behind him is Nick Yaloli. Nick is a lap down in that 34 BMW. And then the rest of the field will start to close in onto their tails.
I mean, right now, the safety car is running pretty much at the pace you would expect under full course yellow conditions. It's picking up a little bit of speed now, but further around the racetrack, everybody else is virtually racing to try and catch up as quickly as possible before they get into a line of cars that would enable them to get this race back underway.
I'm often all fingers and thumbs, but I've used most of them there. I think there are 9 cars in the line between the 54 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, you can see it just coming under the safety car strip on the top of the windscreen, and the race-leading 88 Mercedes. But right behind the Dynamic Porsche, one position down, you've got the number 4 Mercedes in third place, Nico Bastian, and Dries van Toor right behind that one as well. They're going to have a battle. It's really going to be very, very difficult for Bastian to attack Matteo Caroli, with Dries van Toor trying to attack him, and for any of them to get up with Jules Gounon.
Turn 9, top speeds, 5 cars covered by 1 km/h. Lamborghini, Porsche, Mercedes, and Rick Broekers in a Mercedes.
Well, I think that's interesting that Mirko Bortolotti is at the top of that pile. As soon as he came out to start the third stint in the 63 Lamborghini, he was on the attack. The first possible flying lap, he was setting best sector times, improved the car's best lap in the race. That's all he can do after that drive-through penalty. The 63 Lamborghini from the Orange 1 FFF Racing team down into 7th place. He may have a chance of attacking Alessandro Pierguidi, the 51 car that came here with the points lead. That is going to be a critical reversal if he can make it happen on the restart.
So Dries van Toor is going to be on the tail of Nico Bastian, who is trying to get back and maybe put a move back onto Matteo Caroli in the Porsche. That pass was made some laps earlier, as we now see the field getting into some kind of order, when hopefully within a couple more laps it'll be a green flag race to the end. 30 minutes to go.
Yeah, but if Dries van Toor can move from 4th to 3rd, that would be an extra 3 points. If he can go from 3rd to 2nd, that'd be another extra 3 points. But a lot of his chances are now relying on where the number 51 Ferrari finishes, how many positions behind him. At the moment, it's only 2 positions behind him. It's running in 6th place, Alessandro Pierguidi at the wheel at the moment, and that would be enough for it to maintain its championship advantage, take the endurance trophy element of this year's Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe Championship. It's coming to a conclusion in just under half an hour from now. The safety car still leading the field around, and the car that's led from pulling away from pole position.
Safety car in this lap, safety car in this lap.
Well, there we are. We won't have to wait much longer. Now count the cars between the 88 Mercedes. Jules Gounon, he's leading the race. That is why the pace safety car is in front of him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars between him and the car in 2nd place on the track. That's Matteo Caroli in the number 54 Porsche. It ought to be quicker than the cars ahead of him, but they are having their own race too.
Bruce, it's going to be a real struggle for the Porsche to get through those other cars, where on the other hand Jules Gounon is going to clear racetrack. He's going to clear racetrack for pretty much the remaining 28 minutes of this race, and he will drive at his own natural pace, the pace the car, the team want to run at. And it's the 88 Mercedes, the ACA ASP's race now to lose, because there's unlikely to be any need for him to catch and overtake lap cars, other than maybe a car makes an unforced error, an unforced pit stop. But really, you have to say the 88 team, ACA ASP, have done a superb job from the minute the lights went out. And the beneficiaries, of course, of gaining pole position after the 63 had that pole position by only 9,000ths of a second over 3 qualifying sessions. That was taken away. They had to start on the 2nd row of the grid, and then of course the contact, the very light contact with the 488 Rinaldi Ferrari, that really put the boot in to any of their hopes of taking victory.
It really did. So all the drivers in this train of cars are having to get as close as possible to the car in front. There could be no overtaking before the start-finish line.
Lights off.
Jules Gounon will have noticed the lights are off on the safety car. The message would have come from the pit wall. He'll have 27 minutes remaining in this race. Not just is he ahead of Matteo Caroli by about 8 seconds in terms of time, but about 8 seconds, 1 car per second in between those 2 cars. These are all cars that are a lap down. You can see Dynamic Porsche, number 54. He's got the challenge right behind from Nico Bastian, who's got Dries van Toor on his tail, but can he move forward or not?
Bruce, I would go now. If I was Gounon, I would go now, because everybody's backed up. They're all going to be tripping over each other coming into this final sequence of 4 corners. I would be off and running. I wouldn't have even signalled to anybody. Now get on it, and you've got the opportunity. Those behind you should have been able to wrong foot maybe a little bit more, but doesn't matter. You've got the advantage coming across the start-finish line. You're in the lead, and you've got a number of other cars. Look at Gounon moving around to try and get tyre temperature back up to the optimum working level, tyre pressures likewise. So he really hasn't done a massive amount. The BMW has gone with him all the way down the straight.
Yeah, just looking, the car in second place, the Matteo Caroli-driven Porsche, again, very good in a straight line. And coming out of turn 16, Nico Bastian in effective third place seemed to be gaining on him, but then the Porsche got into its dome down the straight, dropped him off the tail. Bastian's going to have to really struggle. We're looking forward to him from Dries van Toor, 4th overall for the Team WRT Audi. Maybe, just maybe, Dries will use his real racer's instinct to try and find a position, but it could be a risk too far. He knows that. It's going to be how they get past these lap cars, John, and when they lap them.
That's a problem. Going into turn 5, the Porsche goes very wide and still trying to find a way around Phil Keane in the 19 Lamborghini. Now he tries to get up the inside, but Phil Keane isn't really keen, sorry for that, really keen to allow, but he has. The Porsche's got through now. The Mercedes is locked in behind the back of the Lamborghini, so Porsche's cleared one of the back markers. Dries van Toor is looking to find a way to give Nico Bastian a real good workout as Bastian looks forward to the Lamborghini. The Audi's trying to wrong foot himself, and
well, in fact, Bastian made a bit of a mistake at turn 8, clonked the curbs and lost balance from it, and that was half a chance for Dries van Toor. He hasn't managed to do it. Phil Keane now is keeping out of the way. Great job from Phil. In terms of race pace, he's as good as they are pretty much. He's in a Pro-Am entry, so he keeps
not given
out
away
of the way.
Space yet. So Phil Keane keeps his Lamborghini in place. I think Dries van Toor had hoped that was going to be a pass that wouldn't be challenged, but Phil Keane decided that I'm going to continue. And then Matteo, look at him. Oh, Caroli all over the place. This group of cars that are now the leaders mixing and matching in with the tail enders.
No place changes as we can see through the top 10. Now the battle for second in Pro-Am. This is very close indeed. We've got Chris Froggatt just as Enrique Chavez. That's second and third in Pro-Am, so there could be a change there, but don't forget Froggatt has a sizable points advantage. This is for position in this race, but across the course of the Endurance Series, which is one that's very dear to the heart of Chris Froggatt as he tries to take the combined title in Pro-Am. He just has to behave, keep it clean.
Just keep an eye behind the Lamborghini, the 77 is Charlie Eastwood and the Aston Martin. So he's been making good progress during his stint. So as we look at from the back of the Ferrari to the front of the Lamborghini, where is the Aston Martin? There it is.
Next in line, the orange, white and black car from the Oman Racing Team. Now let's take a look forward at the Sky Tempesta car. Near challenge from Enrique Chavez.
He's done it. He's got up
to take a look. He's alongside. He's got it where he wants to. But then again, Chris Froggatt knows he doesn't have to take any risks. He just needs to bring this car home. So he has to park his racer's instincts. Think about the series. Think about the points. Think about the overall title if he possibly can. It's been a great season for him in Pro-Am.
Absolutely. So that was intelligent driving from Chris Froggatt, not going eyeball to eyeball, not racing every car, and understanding the big picture, which is somewhat elementary at times, but often not enacted.
Right, of course, before the safety car came out, there was a huge advantage for our race leader. Oh, dearie
that
me,
was
John.
Froggatt at the back of the Ferrari stepped sideways as Charlie Eastwood was right on the rear of the Ferrari.
Right, just to point out, before the safety car period, it was a sizable advantage for Jules Gounon. After the safety car period, his lead is down to 5.1 seconds over Matteo Caroli, but there are still cars between them on the track, so it's going to be hard for Caroli. Look, the BMW behind has hardly dropped away from Jules Gounon. 2, 3, 4, 5 more cars, and here comes Matteo Caroli. He's got clear of Nico Bastian. That was really important. Passes the blue and white Santalot Racing Audi. Dries van Toor is now coming under pressure from behind.
But the Porsche is now going to come up close to the back of the 90 Mad Panda Motorsport Mercedes Rick Brokers behind the wheel. That's a competitive driver car pairing, and that will not necessarily be, unless there's cooperation, an easy overtake to make. Dries van Toor likewise making his way through the field, as there is the 63 and running right. How close can you get to Alessandro Pierguidi? Well, they've been as close as this all the way through. The Lamborghini didn't quite have the straight line performance, but the Ferrari up the inside and avoid contact. Marco Bortolotti, but it's a pro on a pro, so there's an kicking up the dust. That was that 22 Porsche kicking up the dust on the exit of turn 5.
Hard to tell, I was watching this battle so closely. Over the curb at 7, over the curb at 8, up to the crest of the hill, coming now at turn 9. Who's in front of these cars? And of course, these drivers at this point in the race, with the way the order has been jumbled behind the safety car, with cars that are a lap down, the drivers are going to be asking their teams on the pit wall, who is in this car ahead of me? I know I'm not rating it for position, but is he a driver I'm going to feel comfortable diving down the inside? Is he a driver with good peripheral vision? These are all factors that have to be considered, because you could get hung out to dry if you get it wrong.
Bortolotti clearly is the quicker of these two cars, and there you see wrong-footed Alessandro Pierguidi. Good drive out of turn 10, got the throttle, got the track position, and just forced the Ferrari. And look down the inside, was that the 71 trying to go past the sister car? Well, I don't know what's going on with the 51 that looks like it was struggling in that final section of the circuit.
Well, that is important, because that is 6th place turning into 7th. In other words, it's 8 points turning into 6 points. The 51 championship leading car could have a fantastic replay.
Absolutely perfect race strategy for Mirko Bortolotti. He did it absolutely by the textbook. You can see the Ferrari is defending. And then 63 comes up, gets very tight, almost 2 wheels off the racetrack. Then immediately the Ferrari runs wide in turn 12, and the Lamborghini takes away the real estate. And that is a job done by Mirko Bortolotti. He'll be happy with that move.
He will. It may not lead to the title, but each point gained is good. But from his point of view, each point that the 71 car, the 51 Ferrari he's just demoted loses is a helping hand, as it would be to the car in 4th place overall, Dries van Tor. He doesn't know about this yet. The team will be on the radio to him. But it's all about points changing.
Watch the undercut again on Jack Aitken. So the Emil Frey hugged the inside of the track. Bortolotti, once again, that race brain that he's enacted right now is serving him extremely well.
Well, it's a very, very liquid situation. 20 minutes remaining, and Mirko Bortolotti doing everything he possibly can. The 63 Lamborghini from Orange One FFF Racing Team came here 17 points down in the championship, 3rd overall, but they are eking their way forward bit by bit. But it was a big margin to claw back. Dries van Tor, though, is heading for a greater help of points.
I mentioned about Charlie Eastwood on the back of the 93 Ferrari. Of course, they don't have to race, but Charlie Eastwood has found his way around, so he's made further improvement. And well, the 93 Ferrari has got it all done and dusted. What's this into? Oh dear me, that is unpleasant. 163 in the 71 Ferrari, and look what's going to happen. Matt Campbell all of a sudden is what do these professional drivers think they're doing?
Hot under the collar, a real battle there between Albert Costa, Antonio Fuoco, and Matt Campbell could be the beneficiary. And that was a car like the 63 Lamborghini that had a drive-through penalty. The 63 Lamborghini, Mirko Bortolotti, 2 places gained in a lap and a half. He's up to 5th.
And right behind the Porsche is Dennis Lind in the 26. So that's the Evo 2 Audi that's suddenly become a part of this battle for what is going to be the bottom end of the top 10.
Still 4
Dries
cars.
van Tor, is he going to get the move on Nico Bastian into turn 4? He's done enough. I don't think Bastian can go around the outside with the Audi, but watch and see if something pops up. No, it's not. It's done. Done deal. Bastian thinks about driving down the inside, but Dries van Thor's got that covered already.
Well, anybody who's trying to tot up the points tallies, and they keep on changing. And for Dries van Tor, 4th has become 3rd, and a potential 12 points has become 15. So 3 points gained in one overtaking manoeuvre, but all along looking to see the team be saying how many points are going to go to the 51 Iron Lynx Ferrari. That was leading on points. It's only a few positions further down the track, but that was an important move. Under 20 minutes to go. Dynamic Motorsport Porsche heading to 2nd place in this race. And Dries van Tor, a few cars pulling out of the way. That's the Santalok Audi. Well done at this point in the race to do just that. Now, John, the replay.
Watch now. Dries van Tor is on the middle of the racetrack going into turn 3. Tries to get the undercut of Nico Bastian, who is going to run out naturally wider because of the 2 different angles of car and approach. So he gets up alongside, door handle to door handle, and at this point Dries van Tor is sufficiently alongside that Nico Bastian really had little option other than having a collision to find his way through and make up one more position.
Right, a car that we've seen a lot of in this race. It's the problem magnet. It's not the driver's fault at all, but it's the extra Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. And that is a front of the 63 Lamborghini. They've had contact before, not with these 2 drivers. It was Andrea Caldarelli clipping the back of Christian Hook, and now it's Jeroen Bleekemolen, who is the most capable driver in that car. He is going to be racing hard and fair as he has throughout his career, but it's amazing how one car, of course it stands out in the bright green livery, can be in the camera so much.
And Nico Bastian is just, 2.8 seconds down the road. So you can see there's 2 other cars, the 488 Ferrari, so Mirko Bortolotti will have to find a way clear. He made a very good move coming into turn 5 previously. Seems to have the ability to watch him diving down the inside. Can he get the nose? Not really. Jerome Blake-Mullen's a different person to deal with, a pro driver now, enjoying his motor racing rather than making it his lifetime career. Well, I shouldn't say that. He's still earning money out of it.
I was going to say he's doing a pretty good job of being laid back about it. Races both sides of the Atlantic pretty much every weekend for about an 8-month period each year. Works of it very hard indeed. Right, the lead battle. It's not a battle as such because it's going out. Jules Gounon had that advantage with all those cars between him when the safety car pulled off. There were 8-9 cars between him and the chasing Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. The gap is 6.3 seconds now. Next target for Mirko Bortolotti is surely get past your own Blake-Mullen, but every lap that doesn't happen, that could have a bearing on the championship.
Just the back of the Ferrari, the way it was moving on. I thought Bortolotti was going to try and do what he did a couple of laps ago, and he couldn't quite get Blake-Mullen to dance together. So the Ferrari yet again, not in this race, but running at a pace which is being a frustration to Mirko Bortolotti. Now a good run out of turn 16. We'll see the Lamborghini, hopefully, as Andrea Caldarelli sits there. But the Ferrari's got the slight advantage in top speed, but dumbing down. Surely Bortolotti will go to the right, but Blake-Mullen doesn't look like he's about. There's too much distance. Can he get it done? Will he let him through? Well, there's a bit of indecision on the part of both drivers as to whether can we dance together, or are we going to have an argument and look like they sort of had a bit of both and didn't quite get a result for either.
I don't understand really why Jeroen is being so defensive there. He is down in 37th position overall and not in the same class as Mirko Bortolotti. He's racing the Pro-Am class, but he's keeping that Rinaldi Racing Ferrari there. And the things are starting to be bottled up behind. I expect Jack Aitken is going to be getting quite close to Bortolotti soon. He'll be given a very good opportunity to close in.
Here
but there's another orange. Well,
yeah,
finally, it's like the call has been made, and at turn 5, no defence there from Jeroen Blake-Mullen. He probably spent a lap or two. He might have been mistaking the orange one FFF Racing Lamborghinis, because in fairness, the one he might have thought was behind is the 19 car, which is the next.
And that's the next car down.
That now makes me understand why he was being so defensive. The two cars, he didn't know which was which.
And maybe the team got on the ship-to-shore radio and said, the car behind you is not the 19, it's the 63. Let it go, but don't allow the 19 to swap or swoop through at the same time. So we now see Dries van Thor has found a way around the 90 Mercedes. I thought that might have been a more problematic pass for Dries van Thor, but it's happened, and maybe I think a good cooperation between the 90, which I think is Rick Volkers, it is indeed, running in 26th position.
Yeah, so now Dries van Thor up into third a few laps ago, but he's 3.5 seconds nearly down on Matteo Corona. We've under a quarter of an hour remaining in this race. We started with 3 hours on the clock. We're down to 14.5 minutes. And at the moment, Jules Gounon leading the race. It has not been led in this race. The 88 ACA ASP Mercedes 7.7 seconds are good. More advantage gained on that lap. But it's getting busy in behind the GPX Racing. Porsche's making a move.
Yeah,
and suddenly the 71 Ferrari is losing everything.
Did they ever get a two coming off turn 16? Well, that's caught everybody unawares. All of a sudden, Dennis Lind is showing looks good on the Porsche down the inside as well. Oh, wow.
And breathe in. Is everybody going to get the braking done into turn 1? That really was right. Let's shuffle the pack. That was extraordinary. But the way the 71 Ferrari has just tumbled down the order, has that got a puncture? Antonio Fuoco.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
Well,
dearie
whether
me.
that was a cut-down tower or whether that's been debris in the racetrack, but it was losing pace, and all of a sudden, now that car, if it stays on the racetrack, it'll be an issue for everybody. I think it's going to have to pull off. Otherwise, it'll have to come in at a very, very reduced pace. Otherwise, the tyre will flail around and do further damage. Was there contact? Yes, there was. The Lamborghini clipped the right rear. So that was the 163 hitting the right rear of the Ferrari, and that's where the damage was done.
Well, that was Albert Costa, and clearly side on side, and then pulling immediately over, and well, there ain't no air in the back end of that car in the tyre.
So that's where the car on the outside of turn 3.
Turn 3, oh dear.
That's not a great place to park a car, and I suspect we'll have a full course yellow any second, because nobody can get to that car unless the race has been brought under the control of a full course yellow or the safety car. But with 12 and a bit minutes remaining, drama till the very end.
I'm about my 8th page of notes has been what's happening in this race. The one thing that's easy to put down has been the story of the race thus far for the 88 ACA ASP Mercedes. 7.7 seconds to the good last time around. Not troubled by those behind. Matteo Caroli in second place, 7.8 seconds down, so it's still going the way of the 88 car. But now he's got clear track at last. He's had to work so hard to pick off all the back markers, and the BMW behind him was the first car in the train behind Gugnon when the safety car withdrew. He's picked off all of those cars. He's been diligent. He's made progress, but 7.8 seconds behind.
Just looking at Dries van Voor, third place, Nico Bastien falling away by 2.6 seconds, but less than a second now. There's the Ferrari rolling again, barely on 3 tires and whatever's left. So Nico Bastien is going to be under pressure from Mirko Bortolotti, and just a further 4 seconds down behind Bortolotti is Jack Aiken on his return to the cockpit.
Yeah, Aiken's been very busy indeed. Not likely to gain any more positions, but who is going to gain positions? In
Bortolotti.
fact, Bortolotti is your man. He's got under a second to go to catch Nico Bastien, and he's shown just that ability in overtaking that a lot of his rivals just don't quite have to his level.
And ironically, the 26th Audi Evo 2, Dennis Lynn behind the wheel. He's only 0.3 of a second behind Albert Costa in 8th place. And remember, it's Albert Costa who got into contact with the rear of the 71 Ferrari. So has the Lamborghini been compromised anyway in that incident, or was it just the Ferrari that suffered the puncture?
So hard to know, but now all eyes on what's going to happen in this battle for 4th place. Can Bortolotti move from 5th to 4th, which is 10 points possibly going into their bank, up to 12 points. Bortolotti, he closed to within about half a second. He was 9/10 of a second at the start of the lap, but Nico Bastien is hanging on, and we saw this third leg of the race, he quite hasn't got the same pace as Lucas Stoltz and Maro Engel have had in this car in the early stages. So many drivers talking, John, about tyre degradation and lack of grip, and they're in that zone now in the final 10 minutes or so.
So Bortolotti comes on to the straight, and the Mercedes again, you can see the acceleration that the V8 has got over the V10, and it just opens up sufficient amount of clear air that Bortolotti in the slipstream, running as close really as is viable, can't get sufficiently close into turn 1. There'll be other parts of the racetrack, maybe on the exit of turn 3. We saw previously that you can wrong foot a competitor, but in this instance there's too much air between the Mercedes and the Lamborghini for that to occur on this occasion. But look into turn 4, well, I think still too much air. So do your homework, get yourself prepared, get the drive off. Oh, there's the Ferrari stopped right now. And that's an even worse position on the exit of 4 coming down into 5.
It would have been better if he'd parked it on the left-handed circuit, off the circuit at turn 4 before the entry to the corner, but between the two, that's removing an overtaking position.
It is.
Most definitely, because of course you can't overtake past it, but turn 5 was one of the most likely places that Bortolotti was going to pick off a position.
And it looked like there was a large chunk of rubber that was in the middle of the gravel trap just at the exit of turn 4, which may have been the reason why the Ferrari has finally ground itself and everything else to a stop. Down as we go past the 16 Grasso Racing Lamborghini, it gets out of the way. So Nico Bastien, Mirko Bortolotti, and now will this be an opportunity for Bastien to consolidate? Full course yellow, what a surprise. 9 minutes to go.
9 minutes and 20 seconds, nearly an 8-second advantage for Jules Gugnon. Nothing can be gained, and yes, you're quite right, a huge lump of rubber on the exit of turn 4, and that 71 Iron Lynx Ferrari that's shown great pace through this year, but hasn't had the finishes to back it up by and large. The form has been with the sister car, the 51 car, and that accordingly has moved up to 7th place overall. So full course yellow, and for Nicholas Nielsen down on the pit wall and Combe Ledegar, all they can do is watch. There's nothing they can do to affect the outcome, but this race could easily end under full course yellow. I hope we have a final blast to the finish, but with nearly 11-second gap between Gugnon and Cairoli, you have to feel that Gugnon has got this one in the bag for ACA ASP. There is the 88 Mercedes, Gugnon at the wheel, coming down the start finish straight at that controlled pace under the full course yellow, and the safety car has very quickly got out of the pit exit. Now, the Lamborghini in behind the 88 Mercedes is not on the same lap, but the car behind that, the number 54 Porsche, running again at that abated limited speed, is. He's second, that's Matteo Caroli. Then comes the BMW that's a lap down in the hands of Nick Iannoli, and then third place on the track, 003 on its windscreen, is Dries van Toor. What is going to happen? We need to do some maths very quickly indeed. Then there's another backmarking car. It's the second of the SPS Mercedes, but in behind it's the Hout Racing Team Mercedes. That's not in the championship battle. Mirko Bortolotti still is somehow in the 63 Lamborghini.
But another Lamborghini just come into the pits. That's the Grasso Racing. Clement Schmidt, number 16. So here we go onto this full course yellow. This is running at the mandatory speed. Nobody can gain, nobody can do anything down through.
Safety car procedure.
Okay, so there was the contact, and that's what happened to the Ferrari.
Albert Costa gave him a bit of rub. Matt Campbell nearly gained 2 places in one.
That was actually, there was secondary contact in turn 16 between the Lamborghini and the Ferrari, and that was enough to give Dennis Lynn the momentum to get up ahead of Matt Campbell, who was being slightly wrong-footed because of Albert Costa. Now Dennis Lynn just goes defensive. Albert Costa's got to respond, and Matt Campbell sitting back and thinking, what am I doing here?
So tricky at the late stages of the race. Everyone is obviously trying to gain a few more positions gain you points. And despite the very best efforts at the moment, it's still looking as though, if it finishes as it is, I'm hoping for confirmation on this, it still looks as though Ledergaard, Nielsen and Pierre Guidi will just squeak this championship, but it's going to be very, very tight indeed. And I think victory is all that Gunion and Marcello could aim for. It looks like they're going to get this one, but it won't be enough. They needed victory with their lead rivals not scoring a decent handful of points.
Bruce, if you think back over the weekend when they were asked, you know, what can you do? Can you win this thing? Well, look, he said, all we can do is do what we can control, and that is win the race. Whatever happens behind us is out of our control, and they've done an absolutely wheel-perfect race to date. We've got just 6 minutes now before the checkered flag will unfurl, and whether this race will go back into green conditions for the final lap. But look at the amount of rubber. Look how narrow the racing line has become as you come through and exit turn 16.
Yeah, when a driver thinks I'm going to pull out of the slipstream and make a move, he knows he's suddenly going to hit a wall of rubber. On the left-hand side of our screen, it's like a spotted dog in turf in its livery.
Oh, poor dog. Poor dog.
Safety car in this lap. Safety car in this lap.
Okay, we're going to end this lap. It means we'll have effectively about 4 minutes of flat-out racing to the finish. Not too many cars between the race leader, Jules Gunion, and Matteo Caroli. I think just the one. Yes, it was that number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW that's a lap down. That is a buffer he will require. Oh, sorry, it's a Lamborghini in behind.
The car we've got to keep an eye on is the car that's running directly behind Nico Bastian. That's Mirko Bortolotti in the 63 Lamborghini, and I suspect that he's about to pounce at the earliest opportunity. Jack Aiken, who's 6th position, but he's got cars between the 63 and the 114 Lamborghini, so he's not going to come into play for a potential 5th position, or even maybe 4th, depending what Bastian and Bortolotti get up to.
Now, there is one car between the race leaders, Jules Gunion and Matteo Caroli. It is, in fact, the number 14 Lamborghini, a car that's been right at the front end of the series all year, is going to surely land the Silver Cup across the course of the season. That was almost in the bag. But that's a quick car with a quick driver. It's got Ricardo Feller. He's 20th. He's a lap down, but he isn't going to be dropping back onto the nose of Matteo Caroli's Porsche. He's going to be just as fast as the driver in front, and the clock continues to count down. The lights are off on the safety car as it gets to turn 10. And Vantor, this could be the moment for him to make a move. And if he can go from 3rd to 2nd, he'll gain another 3 points that could swing the WRT car back into a serious championship position.
But he's got to find his way around the BMW, which, as we know, has got good straight line performance. So Dries van Thor will be on his toes and waiting for this race to get back underway. The control of it is in the hands right now of Jules Gunion. Is up and running and he's gone, and the Lamborghini is going, as is the Porsche. They're trying to all go as one.
Green flag, green flag.
The 34 BMW is going to be Nick Yellowly behind the wheel.
Caroli looks very good in that 3rd place in the line, but out of the corner. He's trying to catch Ricardo Feller, but he made a very good exit from the chicane. Doesn't always manifest itself. Riding on board with Dries van Thor. He wants to pick off Nick Yellowly in the BMW ahead of him. We have 3.5 minutes remaining, and that may be this lap and one more, and no more than that. But Jules Gounion's got the job done, and in behind the Mercedes goes up a position in terms of track position, but not in terms of race position. Stays in 4th for Bastian.
And importantly, Mirko Bortolotti got through the Mercedes, and that's the number 40 car, so that's clear for Mirko Bortolotti to laser back in again. Runs very wide coming out of turn 4. and running right at the ragged edge of whatever grip is remaining at the back of that Lamborghini, and keeps it in control. Gets that tight line on the exit so he can get on the throttle, try and get into position to pass Bastien. When he look down the inside, he's going to try and force the issue, because he tags the back of the Mercedes, and the car wobbles and squirms as it gets out of turn 5, and well, not a lot left on the table there.
Certainly isn't. So Bastien not seeing fit to give that one up. He keeps the HRT Mercedes in 4th place, and Bortolotti's going to have to think again. But Bortolotti seems to have such fantastic balance and handling in that 63 Lamborghini. But the time is almost dwindling. The 3 hours are almost done. And Riccardo Fella, as predicted, he may be a lap down in that blue and white Lamborghini, but he is just as quick as those around him. That is a problem for Matteo Cairoli. Unlikely to be able to get... Oh, he pulls out of the way. Well, that's very gentlemanly. So Cairoli, just as I was predicting, he wouldn't be able to get on the tail of Jules Gounon. Now he's got half a chance, but he hasn't got a lot of time to do it. 2 minutes left.
He's got this lap and one more lap before the checkered flag ends. There's 3 hours here in Circuit de Catalunya in Barcelona. So what a race, what a change. We've had penalties, excitement, a number of safety car interventions, full course yellow. Now coming out, 1 lap to go after this.
No, I think they're going to squeak 1 further lap beyond this. I think
so.
Jules Gounon got on across with enough time. They're lapping at 1 minute 47,
Okay,
so I think there was 1:48 on the
They might
clock.
come across the line with about 10 seconds of the race remaining, so it could be with this lap and 1 more.
Oh, yeah, of course, the Ferrari got it wrong at turn 16,
It
running
certainly
through the
did.
gravel, but rejoined. It could have skittled all the cars behind. So, Jules Gounon, can he take it through to the finish of the race? Will there be any more overtaking behind? It's Gounon for the 88 Mercedes, the 54 Porsche, Matteo Cairoli. Dries Van Toor is in 3rd position. He's 4th in the line of the cars, though, but we've seen Riccardo Fella keeping out of the way before, and he hopefully will do it again and not interrupt this battle. And it's at the crucial point of the season. Any points position could swing you into or out of a title.
Bortolotti's going to try again, get up the inside of the Mercedes. This time again, a very light nudge. Front bumper, rear bumper, and again, can't quite force Bastien to give him the little bit of space he needs to force the issue, and up into turn 7, and then the transition through 8, up the hill into turn 9, and the Mercedes can breathe again because it's strong in this part of the track.
Penalty to car 5 converted in 30 seconds. Time penalty added to the race time at the end of the race for causing a collision with car 222.
Car 222 was Joel Sturm's Porsche that was spun round at the chicane. That tightened the field up. Now, will this be enough? 1 lap to go. We think it should be enough. The checkered flag will be out, but enough on points. If he stays in 7th place, you don't normally think that's enough to win a championship, but for the 51 Iron Links crew on the pit wall, Coben Edgar will be not sure where to look. Neither will Nicholas Nielsen, but Alessandro Pierguidi, well, 8 seconds on the clock, 7 seconds on the clock. We do have enough time for 1 further lap, just as before. 3 seconds the wrong side of the hour.
But what is concerning for Alessandro Pierguidi, he's got Albert Costa behind him in the 163 Lamborghini. And right now in the last lap, Albert Costa will do every possible thing he can, racing in his own country at his native circuit, to do so. Where, well, just looking for the field to come through. There's the 51.
He can stay cool and calm. Alessandro Pierguidi, who's had just the most magnificent couple of seasons with Ferrari. This should be enough if they stay in 7th place. But will there be attack from Costa behind?
Costa's the next car in line. I think he's a little bit too far back with the time remaining to enter 1/3 of the lap very shortly. And Albert Costa just never ever gives up. But consolidation right now for the Iron Links Ferrari team, and still racing going on into these side battles. You've got the 19 Mercedes going through. Look how close it's getting down the hill. Ryan Mirko Bortolotti, can he go around them? No, he's got to cut back, and maybe that'll compromise into turn 7 and 8. So where's he going to be? Is there contact, side to side contact? But I think Bertolotti's got it done. Up the hill into turn 9. No. Yes. Yes.
And he does it. Well, you know, keep it to last. He probably thought the last one was the last lap, but he didn't get a move then, and this time he has. So up 1 more position. The points will swing a little bit, but that won't be enough. Gaining a couple of extra points there, but it won't be enough, surely, to deprive Iron Links Ferrari crew, and certainly not enough to deny the final win of the year. They were second last time out at the Nürburgring, and now just with the chicane to go, Jules Gounon completing the work that was started by Raffaele Marcello from a pole position. It could have been their year, but from retiring from a good position in the Spa 24 Hours, that effectively cost them the championship. But they've ended the season in style at a swoop and a swerve. So Felipe Fraga, Raffaele Marcello, and the driver who won the race in the end, Jules Gounon for ACA ASP. Joy all round, and Father Gounon there to cheer on as well. Second place, Matteo Caroli. Third place, Dries van Tor, who really pushed. They were all at sea, the Team WRT Audi crew, but just couldn't do quite enough. But there, Nicholas Nielsen on the pit wall, delighted with Combe Ledegar. There is the title.
Well, they had the benefit of a superb Spa 24 hours, and that's given them the opportunity to finish all the way down in 7th place, yet to consolidate and take that championship victory.
Just to run down the Silver Cup class at the end of the race, victory in that class today went in 11th place overall to Simon Gachet in the 87 car from Rio Chiratamita, so it was Mercedes ahead of Audi, and third in class Marvin Dienst in the recovering number 7 Talksport WRT Mercedes. But there, Nicholas Nielsen with the spiky hair, and on right in the middle of the screen, Combe Ledegar, endurance title winners for 2021. It's been a busy season. I don't think many races have been busier than this one, John.
No, I mean, just as the field are coming back, I mean, they're all over the place. It's like a charge in the Wild West way back in the days when people were making their way westwards.
So there we are, just confirmation victory in the Silver Cup today, like the overall win in the race, ACA ASP, and it was the 87 Mercedes that ran very much at the front end of the field, but at the end, Simon Gachet brought that through to victory, sharing with Konstantin Terashenko, who went second, and Thomas Drouet, who kicked off at the start of the race. But it was a tough old battle in the Silver Cup, just how we like it. And look down the order, and we'll find the Pro-Am battle on the day, won by Dominic Baumann for the SPS Automotive Performance Team, but only by the smallest of margins from Barwell Motorsports Lamborghini in second in class, and Charlie Eastwood having a late charge for the Oman Racing Team Aston Martin. It's been a great year, and that was thoroughly entertaining.
Well, there, the corner workers are out of the side of the racetrack. I'm not sure that's advisable. Even though the cars are coming through slowly, they're in a very precarious position because drivers are coming through turn 9 and they're not aware that some of the marshals are standing by the side of the racetrack, but hopefully they will remain standing. I would hate to see an incident occur just through enthusiasm on the part of corner workers. But there, Jonathan Wee, delighted indeed, and he didn't compete in all the events, but contributed to those that he was a part of.
Yeah, but victory on the day to SPS Automotive Performance, as we saw Dominic Baumann coming in. But Jonathan Wee, he has played a role in his teammate Chris Froggatt winning the Pro-Am title in the Sky Tempesta Ferrari. Tempesta seems about the right name for any team out there today. It's been a fast and furious race with many things blowing in from all particular angles. And the fact we got probably 37 of the 46 cars to the finish, I think that's remarkable in a race on a circuit that can often lead to contact. But the best job on the day, and it could have been the best job on the year, but it wasn't their year, the 88 ACA ASP Mercedes crew. And Jules Gounon will bring that to a standstill down beneath the podium. Already the Team WRT 32 Audi is at a standstill. The 54 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche that finished second comes to a halt as well. But the 88 car will be homing into position any moment now after a job very well done indeed. And there is the 88 car just a little bit further down the pit entry road, but Jules Gounon bringing that to the finish in style.
And I think we had a quick brief view of Andrea Bertolini congratulating Combe Ledegar. Andrea Bertolini had been a stellar part of the whole Ferrari program going back, well, considerable length of time. Nice little touch from the family at Ferrari.
It is, and this is what we get as our race winner comes to a halt. Gou, with the first 3 letters of Jules Gounon's surname, and 001. Well, that's clearly the race position. They led every single lap of the race. 3 hours of racing. They'll wish for more races like that. At the end, it was only 2.1 seconds, the advantage over Matteo Caroli, but that was a car that just flew through the course of this race, got clear of all the trouble behind, leaving its rivals to fight for track position. That's as clean a run as you can expect. So number 1, the finger goes up for Jules Gounon. His teammates Raffaele Marcello and Felipe Fraga will be closing in to say, well done.
And also, congratulations to the ACA ASP team, because they executed 2 pit stops. They weren't necessarily the quickest overall, but they were perfect in every execution of bringing the car in to a standstill, up on the jacks, wheels and tires off, fuel hose in, fuel hose out before the car's let back. Those are the little details that affected other opportunities, other potential wins. So superb job by ACA ASP.
Well, let's go down and hear from 3 very happy winners.
Felipe, Raffaele, Jules could join us in a moment. Congratulations, you led every single lap of that race. That was superb.
Yeah, it was a good race for us. I mean, we hoped Ferrari was a bit far behind for the Endurance Championship, but I mean, we did our best, so we can be happy with this win. It's a bit pity that Spa we didn't score many points as the other, but I mean, it was a really good race, a fantastic pace, so we are happy for today.
Absolutely, an incredible way to close the season. Jules, you really pushed. It wasn't easy for you with those safety cars in that last stint.
Well, it was very, let's say, scary. I don't like this position because the car was so fantastic that you're just looking to nothing happen, not taking too much curve. The car was fantastic this weekend. We have worked so hard towards the stint, during practice. Look, I'm really happy to win, but it's true we have still a bit of sadness. But look, we told you we're gonna try to win it and see what's gonna happen. They score a bit too much point for us in Spa, and well done to Ferrari. We need to be fair play. Thanks to Mercedes, Aka for a fantastic car, Lelo for the full season, and Felipe for the 2 rounds. It was a fantastic season, thank you.
Absolutely, a fantastic way to end things. Felipe, great to have joined the team.
Yeah, for sure. I came only for 2 races. One was P2 in Nürburgring and P1 here in Barcelona. They almost won the championship, but yeah, I'm really happy to win the race with these 2 guys. They drive this car amazing fast, and it's good to be with them, learn with them, and be here racing with AMG. So yeah, thanks to Aka for the amazing car, and let's see.
Well done. Thanks again, boys.
Thank you.
So fast and furious from the start to the finish of the race, and victory in the end to the 88 Aka ASP Mercedes. They worked super hard, didn't put a wheel wrong, and that was super tricky with 45 other cars out on the circuit. Everyone else had their moments, but the championship in the Endurance Series goes to Iron Lynx. They had to bite their nails the quick, but Tacone Ledegar and the gang, there is confirmation. Alessandro Pierguidi, Tacone Ledegar, Nicholas Nielsen, victors by 4 points at the conclusion of the season, ahead of Raffaele Marciello and Jules Gounon. So they had 83 points to 79, and Dries Van Tor equal on 79 with Dries Van Tor, so effectively second equal. But the title to Iron Lynx, the coming team in GT racing. And Gemma is going to go down and get our endurance champions. They can't get away from Gemma. Let's go in.
Congratulations, boys. A fantastic result. I don't think you expected that when we've spoken throughout the weekend, but what a result.
I mean, if you look at the history, I think the Ferrari has done only 2 podiums in 2 years. So for sure, we have to score every race is some big points, and we have gone throughout all the problems in Spa. So luckily we could do that, but today honestly was the best we could do, and we don't end up had the pace like the other races apart Spa. So we are quite happy.
Absolutely. I mean, Spa really was crucial towards winning this.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we're obviously really happy to seal the championship as well. But today was, was probably one of the hardest races I've ever had to do, and yeah, I mean, we were lagging quite a bit of pace. Probably not, let's say, on the fastest laps, but like during the race, we were just simply lacking pace, and to finish where we did was probably an amazing achievement, and I think we can be really proud of everyone involved.
Absolutely. All 3 of you have worked so hard, as well as the team.
To be honest, has been one of the most difficult stints of my career, and it's quite long so far. So I struggled a lot, but I was fighting with everyone, tried to defend to everyone. But at the end, I think we put all together. We extract the maximum from our car. So I have to say thanks to our team. I want to say thanks to Ferrari and to these guys that if we achieve this amazing result, it's like a very teamwork, hard teamwork. At the end, I think so. If you look all around all the season, I think we deserve this. So I'm very happy. I'm very happy for Ferrari. I'm very happy for us.
Go and celebrate. Well done.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
So a breathe out for the Iron Lynx Ferrari team, and they'd rather have been doing that at the very front of the field, and it's always very dangerous when you're down in the pack of reeling pro drivers just trying to gain positions for their championship. But they kept their cool, kept their calm, never really had the pace this weekend, but they just showed their excellence as drivers, nursing that 488 GT3 around the circuit. Keeping out of trouble was the key today, keeping close enough to maybe gain a place or 2, and therefore a handful of points whenever an opportunity arose. But there is the trophy that they're taking for winning the endurance section of the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe. Hands on the trophy. Presentation will follow, but that was very hard earned. So what a great day for the Iron Lynx team. And now let's go down to hear from Chris Froggatt, who's taken on his own the Pro-Am honours in the Endurance Series for Sky Tempesta Ferrari.
Chris, you've done it, Pro-Am champion.
Yeah, I mean, what an amazing weekend. It wasn't quite the way we wanted to finish it. We had the drive-through halfway through the race and lost some spaces. But I mean, elated. What else could we want? This is what we wanted at the beginning of the year, and we've achieved it. So yeah, very happy.
Absolutely. Well, you can go and celebrate tonight. Let it sink in.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Well done.
So it must have been a heart-in-mouth moment when a drive-through had to be served by the 93 Ferrari, but consistent lapping across the pairing. Rino Mastronardi kicked off, Jonathan Cui was the middle section, and Chris brought it home. A little bit nail-biting, but he had that very comfortable lead ahead of the Hamaguchi and Keen number 19 Lamborghini, and that also had a visit to the pits for drive-through penalty, so that made it relatively easy for Chris Froggatt, but it's never done until it's done, and in the end did just enough to come away with a big championship win, and it's a moment of huge satisfaction. Chris Froggatt, very short in racing years. Jonathan Cui, very excited to be part of that lineup. He could have shared the title, but he didn't do all the rounds, but job well done for Sky Tempesta. So it really is a case of breathing in the early evening at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, and there's confirmation of the final positions of the 5th and final endurance race of the year. Victory only by 2 seconds at the end, but that was immaterial. Every lap led by first Raffaele Marcello, then Felipe Fraga, and brought home by Jules Gounon with those safety car periods interrupting his run. The ACA 88 Mercedes, top of the charts. Klaus Bachler, Christian Engelhardt and Matteo Caroli into second place in the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. Dries Vanthoor, Robin Freitz and Charles Weerts, if they could have gained one more position, that could have been a big change for them in the championship. As it was, they ended up 4 points short of the overall title in third place overall, just behind the 88 ACA ASP Mercedes. But victory in the race didn't count for victory overall. It was the 7th place car in the race, the Iron Lynx Ferrari number 51, that gave them the victory in the championship across the Endurance Series by just the 4 points, but 4 points were just enough for Iron Lynx Ferrari. Fantastic race here to bring the season to a conclusion. Trying to pick elements out for a highlights package is going to be very difficult indeed. There was so much action out on the track, and the championship's been great all year, and to come here with 46 cars and have racing like that really is testament to all concerned. It's been a fabulous season, and I think it was a fitting conclusion to the year. There we are. Garage 59 went the shortest distance, unfortunately. That was taken out very early on in the race, so Alexander West the only driver to get to drive that today. But the day is almost having its best weather as we get into the evening. But John Watson, that was a race full of, it's just so chock full of excitement.
I mean, we looked over the weekend and we had seen a number of practice sessions which were frankly not overly exciting, but this race, the way it ended in the last half, just absolutely fantastic.
Well, just here's confirmation across the Endurance and the Sprint Cup combined for the European Championship. Dries Vanthoor and Charles Weerts in the number 32 WRT Audi, top by a sizable margin, 180 to their 42 points clear of the late charging Raffaele Marcello, who took victory today but couldn't overhaul them. They already had that title in the bag, but impressive indeed for Dries Vanthoor and Charles Weerts. They didn't get the triple. They wanted to try and win the Endurance title as well, but it's been a remarkable year for them. Now let's take a look at the overall Endurance. There is confirmation of the points advantage. 4 points at the end for the Iron Lynx trio of Pierguidi, Ledegaard and Nielsen. Marcello and Gounon ending up on the same point score, 79 points apiece as Charles Weerts and Dries Vanthoor. And then Marco Mappelli, Andrea Caldarelli. If there hadn't been a drive-through, it could have been very different indeed. They're 4th overall. And Jules Policon, the boss of ACA ASP, comes out with a winner's trophy this afternoon. We've got the 2nd and 3rd place crews up on the top step, but let's welcome, up on the podium, but let's welcome out. Jules Gounon will lead out with Raffaele Marcello and Felipe Fraga, the winners of the final race of the year, the 88 ACA ASP Mercedes crew. 2nd step of the podium is the 54 Dynamic Motorsport Ferrari drivers who drove so well today. Matteo Caroli, who brought it home, Klaus Bachler, who did the middle stint, and Christian Engelhardt, who started. And 3rd place on the right hand of the podium, Robin Freitz, Dries Vanthoor, and the tall figure of Charles Weerts. 3rd place for them in the championship, and 3rd place in the race. So as the Marseillaise rings out for the French team that won the final race of the season for Team ACA ASP, to Raffaele Marciello, the driver on the right at the top step, Felipe Fraga in the middle, and Jules Gougnot. What a job they did this weekend. They were on form from the first time the cars went out in practice, and they worked hard. Their season could have been different, but as we know, John, just the smallest of incidents can tip over a championship, counting against you.
Well, it's all about, well, they say, sorry, the devil's in the detail, and very much we saw that today. Minor little errors both on track and in the pit lane had a bearing on the outcome of what could have been a totally different result here this afternoon.
Yes, and of course we're talking there about, for example, the drive-through penalty served to the number 22 Porsche that had the fuel hose go on before the car went up on the jacks, and instead of fighting this race into second place, they ended up in 10th overall. And also the 63 Lamborghini Mirko Bortolotti dragged that up to 4th place at the end, but a drive-through penalty for them cost them big time. But they were the two cars fighting over second position as the 88 Mercedes pulled ever further clear. So their afternoon was tipped off its axis, but they did both fight back very, very well indeed. So plenty to think about. Now let's take a look at the Endurance Silver Cup classification. This one was in the bag pretty much before the start of this race, but Rolf Finayk and Ricardo Fella and Alex Fontana, the number 14 Lamborghini crew from Emil Racing, 91 points to them, and that put them well clear of, in fact, there was a change of second position because Simon Gachet, Konstantin Tereshchenko and Thomas Drouet, who won the Silver Cup race today, they pulled 1 point ahead of Alex Arca. So right at the conclusion of the season, Arca ended up deposed from the second place, but they were very unlikely to get the overall championship. But for Alex Arca, it just went away that little bit, but never mind. But Rolf Finayk and Ricardo Fella, it wasn't their day today, but across the championship, they were by far the fastest of the Silver Cup lineups. But just going to show how points can swing and points can change in this series. One little slip up and it can all come unravelled. So out into 3rd place in the Silver Cup class should be the number 7 Talksport WRT crew. That was Oscar Tunio, Marvin Dietz, and the driver who joined them at the end of the championship, Berkay Bessler. So they worked hard. They were unlucky. They started 3rd in the race, got a little bit muscled out early on. Ryuichiro Tomita comes out for the 31 Team WRT Audi Silver Cup crew. Valdemar Eriksson and Frank Bird, they take 2nd place. But the winners in the Silver Cup class this afternoon, Simon Gachet in the number 87 ACA ASP Mercedes, Thomas Drouet and Konstantin Tereshchenko. And that was enough to elevate them up to 2nd place in the final reckoning in the Endurance Cup version of the Silver Cup. So awards for the Silver Cup from Pirelli. A lot of hubbub and happiness up there on the podium. They all work very hard in very, very busy conditions around the circuit. And again, they kept their noses clean. And that's why the 87 crew got to the top of the table. So the Marseillaise has had 2 renditions so far for the Silver Cup, following the top class as well. Both the same team for Team ACA ASP. So trophies up in the air, perhaps the checks from the awards from Pirelli as well. The flags are lowered, photographs are taken, and then of course we will get to the spraying of champagne, and then we will have the Pro-Am podium as well to complete the set. So time for spray, time for bubbly, and job very well earned. And the top car in the Silver Cup today was in 11th place overall, and that was the ACA ASP number 87 Mercedes. And it just goes to show a lot of these Silver Cup lineups are very, very close to some of the pro lineups, and getting closer all the time.
Yes, I think there might be a slight revision and all that for 2022. There's a new set of rules and regulations being announced. But one of the things that often happens, because most of the focus on a race is always for the lead, but there's such intensity going on in the Pro-Am and the Silver Cup battles. I mean, what was going on in the Silver Cup race here today was no less intense than that for the overall lead.
A car that didn't finish well today, but Alex Fontana was driving it. This is the combined for the Silver Cup, and Alex Fontana, who won the Sprint Cup version, has added it to a really good result in the Endurance Cup and come out as the top dog. Ricardo Feller, his teammate, in second place, and Konstantin Terashenko up to third place at the end of the championship. But this was the ambition of Alex Fontana this year, and he's made it work for him. So he's not up there on the podium, but he's got that title in the bag. So well done to Alex Fontana. He plotted his course this season, and he's made it to the top of the table across the entire championship. 10 races, 5 in the Sprint Cup, 5 in the Endurance Cup. So the Fanatec GT World Challenge European Championship has been full of excitement from start to finish. We've still got some rounds of the Intercontinental GT Series to go in the final round also of the GT World Challenge Australia at the end of the season. But now let's take a look at the Drivers' Classification Endurance Pro-Am, and it's Chris Froggatt at the top of the pile, and he's really had an immaculate season. And that was the tally in the endurance section, and he's going to obviously be very well placed as well in the combined. But at Pro-Am, he's been the gold standard this year, 101 points to his name at the end of the season. His teammate was always going to be a few points behind because he didn't do all the race. That's Jonathan Huey, but they're not up on the podium today. They ended up 4th, but across the course of the Endurance Championship, Chris Froggatt very much the Endurance champion in Pro-Am. Third place on the podium, the 97 crew. This is the Pro-Am podium. It's Ahmed El-Hati, Giacomo Petrobelli and Charlie Eastwood, the Oman Racing Team. Aston Martin, the 77 crew in blue and yellow and black. That must be Barwell Motorsport. It's Adrian Amstutz, who is the guest driver effectively this weekend, along with full season racers Enrique Chavez and Miguel Ramos. But going on to the top step, car number 20, the crew of that, SPS Automotive Performance, Dominic Baumann, Valentin Pierberg and Martin Conrad up to the top step. So the German national anthem ringing out for SPS Automotive Performance. They've been there or thereabouts all season. They landed this one in great style here. And at the end, of course, the field was compressed. Enrique Chavez just 3 seconds down after the safety car periods. But for SPS Automotive Performance, I think a very, very well-deserved result for them up on the top step. Time for champagne. I'm sure there'll be plenty more of that this evening when the celebrations begin. But right now, the last Pro-Am podium for race winners first and second in this season. Barcelona has been great fun. We didn't know, John, if it was going to be great fun because we thought it's so hard to overtake, but the drivers showed it can be done.
There was some real motor racing taking place all the way through the field throughout the day.
Well, you have to race throughout the course of the season across the combined Pro-Am honours in the season. It's the Barwell pairing of Ramos and Chavez on 203 points, and that puts them suitably clear of Pierberg and Baumann, who raced in the sprint and of course, as well in the Endurance Championship. They came up second overall, but for Barwell Motorsport, a big smile on their face. That's a decent win for them by nearly 20 points. And again, racing across the whole season, twice the number of races, twice the amount of fun. And that's why they're very well placed indeed at the top of the charts in the Pro-Am overall honours across the entire 10-race season. So let's take a look across the teams. Endurance overall, that's Team WRT take that by just 1 point from Iron Link. So at least they reverse that one. WRT pick up another trophy by the smallest of margins, and ACA 88 points for them in third place all. A sort of a third place overall in that. But Iron Links, they took the driver's title in overall in endurance, but their team ended up second in that. So we have the championship podiums and overall Drivers' Championship in the Endurance Cup for 2021. Côme Ledegard, Alessandro Pierguidi and Nicholas Nielsen. Nicholas standing in the middle, breathing a huge sigh of relief. That was a tough one to conclude the season. And in very large part, winning the Spa 24 Hours and picking up the bonus points through the course of that race really put their championship challenge on a big pedestal.
Oh, absolutely, and the benefits of Spa are enormous. That they had to start well down the field. They're back on the 6th row of the grid, and we've seen getting through traffic, whether it's traffic that's at a different category, different level of performance, it's still very difficult to find their way through. Alessandro Pierguidi, to me, summed it up pretty well. This is about as tough a day's work as I've had to do in a considerable amount of time, but a great job by Côme Ledegard, Nicholas Nielsen, consolidating along with Alessandro Pierguidi, and well, they have done the hard yards. They did it at Spa, and of course they managed to just sneak it in enough here this afternoon, finished 7th overall, and they will be an extremely happy Iron Lynx team, I think, tonight.
They will. It's a team that's really spreading its wings very, very quickly indeed. It's been racing the European Le Mans Series. It's had its debut at Le Mans. It was racing Lamborghinis a few years ago, now Ferraris, and really they are expanding fast. But I think very safe hands with Alessandro Pierguidi leading their attack with the young gun Nicholas Nielsen and Côme Ledegard, who has had such success across a slightly longer period as well. Now the endurance title to the teams across the in Silver Cup class. Emil Frey Racing, of course, they had that good points advantage coming into here, and they've made it work. Team WRT, second in this instance. ACA ASP, third. So there we are. Overall title, Vincent Voss wearing the trademark cap, top of the pile. Quickly off the podium before he sprays himself with champagne. So here are the drivers who took the title in the Silver Cup. Emil Frey Racing, Alex Fontana, Ricardo Feller. Big smiles from the pair of them. And of course they shared that with Rolf Ineichen as well. They've had a really good run, that Swiss trio, across the course of the season for the Swiss team. So job very well done. Team and drivers title for Emil Frey Racing and its trio of Swiss racers up on the podium. That's the Silver Cup class. Okay. And you can hear the satisfaction. They had sufficient points in the bank to have a run today that didn't yield a whole load of points, but they had their noses so far in front that the championship was theirs. In fact, their number 14 car ended up 20th overall today, but that didn't matter. A few more points, but the championship was pretty much already there before they got here. So still a little more celebration to go. Let's move down to the Pro-Am honours. It was Sky Tempesta Racing, always going to take that in the Pro-Am class, and a 22-point advantage at the end over Barwell Motorsport, who've had a really, really strong season as well. And then equal for third place, Orange One FFF Racing Team and SPS Automotive Performance. But Tempesta and Barwell were the teams that really dominated the championship at the Pro-Am category, and big smiles from Chris Froggatt, John McCree coming out, and Rino Mastronardi will complete the trio. Veteran Italian who just seems related to Ferrari in so many ways. So congratulations to Sky Tempesta Racing, top of the charts, both in terms of drivers and the team in the Silver Cup, in the Pro-Am Cup across the course of the endurance season. Jonathan Cui quickest to get his bottle uncorked, and the team representative makes a run for it. I think he's going to be ambushed behind the podium, but a good job for Sky Tempesta in Pro-Am this year. And again, John, what was focused this season, you realise they are in a different class. They have to make sure they win their battle, not get sucked into the overall battle at the front or even the middle of the field. Yeah, I mean, ultimately you're racing in your own specific category, but sometimes the temptation to get involved in a battle from a competitor in a different category, because you're a racing driver, and that's what you ultimately are there to do, to go racing. But you have to apply a little bit of common sense at times and maybe temper some of that enthusiasm or natural competitive instinct. And if you've got a highly competitive spirit, it's very difficult to control that. And that's where the skill of a top team and a top driver can gel and make a result come to them. And also to be cautious when you're pulling out of the way, to let the front runners coming through. We saw today, if you run a little bit wide, you get all sorts of debris on your tyres. And Barwell Motorsport coming out and dropping their check. The great season they have had across the course. All smiles from the top half of Mark Lemmer's face, hidden behind his mask. This is Barwell Motorsport, Enrique Chavos and Miguel Ramos. Drivers' champions, Pro-Am Cup across the combined championship. That's sprint and, of course, combined with the endurance. They did very well here today. Second place on the track, and that was the vital points they needed to be sure they were doing what they were doing. So dry cleaners should be doing a very good job when this is all over. The season is all over, but next weekend we've got the 8 hours at Indianapolis. And for Barwell Motorsport, John, it's been a good, solid season. Often not too many runners in the Pro-Am class, but they've kept consistently on the pace, and that's the key. And the thing also that they know what they're good at, and they stick with it. You know, they don't, because they've been successful in the Pro-Am category, they don't have visions of let's go and take on the pro category and destroy the rest of the opposition. They stick at what they're good at doing, and that's why they're successful. So across the course of the entire season, victory in the combined championship at the overall level, the top level, it'd be Dries van Toor and Charles Weerts for Team WRT, and there is Vincent Vos, the team boss, quickly out onto the podium for a second big check, and then Dries van Toor follows out Charles Weerts. They dreamt of landing the almost impossible treble, but they came away very well placed. Third in the Drivers' Championship in the endurance, first in the Sprint Cup, but across the course of the season, the overall champions. Hard-earned, and they started the season well, always competitive. You felt the competitiveness sort of dropped away a little bit, but by driving excellence, they kept in the mix, John, and it could have almost swung the other way for them. Well, they're just an outstanding team in anything that they do. They won Le Mans LMP2 category as well in their debut year doing that. So Vincent Vos and the entire WRT team, again, they just go about their business. They know what they've got to do. And even in this weekend, they had real problems with the 32 car. They have managed to drag a performance out of the team and out of the car. Started 10th, worked its way up to 3rd, kept out of trouble, got a little bit tagged from behind. I don't think it did too much damage to their car. Certainly the handling seemed okay from the outside, didn't look too leery thereafter. But Dries van Toor kept on pressing, maybe one more safety car period. The field getting compressed, he might have had a chance to go up into second, but actually he can rest assured that would have still left him 1 point down on the overall championship in the Endurance Cup. So he gave it a good shot, didn't quite come off. And Robin Freitz added to that mix as well, along with Charles Weerts. But it's been a fantastic season. 2021 from the European Championship concern has now come to an end. Many, many things to think about across the course of the year. And more checks to come out, more celebrations, and the team's champion for the Silver Cup. Emil Frey Racing, Alex Fontana combined as well. He won the Sprint Cup. He's now combined that with the Endurance Cup points to come on the top of the top step. For Emil Frey Racing, it's been a good season for them with their Lamborghinis, and Alex Fontana has quietly gone about his business, supported ably, particularly by Ricardo Feller. And first on the cap, he's got the check as well. So that's the podiums over, and the race was 3 hours long, and it started like this. Raffaele Marcello blasting clear of Earl Bamber. Oscar Tunio getting put on the grass on the run down to the first corner by the 71 Ferrari. And on the outside, the dynamic Motorsport Porsche trying to gain a position or two, and in behind the 63 Lamborghini in the mix, and went from 5th to 3rd by the time they got to turn number 2 with the number 4 Mercedes also going very well indeed to get to the sharp end of the field. But immediately there was a moment there, and the car that had almost the most trouble in the race, the 488 Ferrari, given a spin around by the Ram Racing Mercedes, and the car that did very well later on, the Amstutz-driven Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini, being pushed into the gravel. That rejoined, and the field kept getting bunched up, but every time the field was released at the head of the queue, it was the number 88 Mercedes pulling away. Early retirement for Alexander West in that collision at turn number 12, the number 19 Lamborghini in the wars again later, and another car that had loads of problems, the Busson-Gignon BMW, being pushed off into the gravel, riding on board with the car that was leading on points. That was pressing on the Iron Lynx Ferrari, and then the moment for the 63 Lamborghini, Andrea Caldarelli catching the back of, yes, that green Rinaldi Ferrari. That would lead to a drive-through penalty, effectively putting a spike through their points. Now this is 2nd and 3rd positions on the track. The 63 Lamborghini still has a penalty to serve, and you know what, the number 22 Porsche would pick up one as well for a pit stop infringement. And then there was a bit of contact. The 87 AKA ASP Mercedes getting it wrong down into turn 10, lost a bit of track position. A car that went very well was the number 4 Mercedes from HRT, and it was being pushed all along by the dynamic Porsche as well. It was busy out on the track, but the car trying to protect its position. The 93 Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari trying to win the Pro-Am class, and the 51 car, the Iron Lynx Ferrari, the black and white Ferrari, slightly slower than its teammate, the sister car, the 71 Ferrari, but just keeping its nose clean, keeping out of trouble. Late in the race, Joel Stern was spun around. That brought out the safety car as the Allied Racing Porsche was recovered. And Jules Gougnard, leading around in this final stint, had to weather 2 safety car restarts, but he was at the front of the queue. He was protected by those behind. At the 63 Lamborghini, Mirko Bortolotti picking off Alessandro Pierghini, points swinging from one way to the other, and Albert Costa getting very busy and a little bit too close. And 71 Ferrari was rubbed, and very quickly the tyre went down on the 71 Ferrari, and suddenly the GPX Porsche, having served its drive-through penalty, came through. The Evo 2 Audi also gaining positions, but Jules Gougnard saw victory in the distance, but Mirko Bortolotti wasn't finished, all over the tail of the number 4 Mercedes as well. But the checkered flag came out. Jules Gougnard competed, the first win of the year in the Endurance Cup for the 88 Mercedes crew, but the overall title to the car that crossed the line in 7th place was Iron Lynx Ferrari. That was driven to the title by Colm Ledegaard, Nicholas Nielsen and Alessandro Pierghini. There they are, the Endurance champions for 2021.